At the government office, Hawks was placed in a similar cell to the one that your dad had been in for a month or so before he had been taken to jail. He just let himself be taken while his mind mulled over you. If the president has taken her, she'll be somewhere here, but if those League of Villains have her, she could be anywhere. My best bet is either Darby or Twice have her, he thought as he sat down on the bed there. He deployed a feather and directed the quill end to the lock of the handcuffs, picking them easily and letting the cuffs fall to the ground with a loud clatter. I could very easily get out of here, but I need to decide my next move before flying the coop, he thought smugly as he looked at the cell door. He deployed another feather and sent it out under the door, intending to have a little listen to the people around to see if you were being held at the establishment. He rested his head back against the wall, staring up at the ceiling as he listened through his feathers. "We're afraid he's dead," Hawks heard a voice say as his feather floated past the room where the president and a few other people were having a discussion. "You're sure?" the president asked. "Pretty sure," the guy replied. "His car was still out the front here and the driver's side door was open and charred like crazy. We took samples of the ash that was in front of the door and it came back positive for human remains." Who are they talking about? Hawks wondered as he slid the feather into the room and planted it behind a desk. "Well, if it's was him, I'll need to make a statement to the press as to the sad demise of my second in charge," the president sighed. "Can we confirm that it was Hawks' doing?" she then asked. "Sorry, honey, there's no way you could pin this on me unless the villain who did it blabs. But you wouldn't even know who to go looking for unless your 2IC told you about the mission to infiltrate the League of Villains," Hawks thought smugly. "And even then, would you believe what a villain says? I could very easily turn this around on you and get you and the villain jailed." "No, unfortunately," the guy said. "I highly doubt that Hawks has anything to do with this. Your second in charge had been in contact with villains, so it's highly possible that they didn't trust him and came for him." Perfect, Hawks thought. Exactly how I wanted it to go down. "If only we could identify the villain and question them," the president said with a troubled sigh. "Do we know anything about how the second in charge died? Was it related to the villain's quirk? Maybe we could contact the League and find out which one did it, and then offer them immunity if we can get Hawks taken down." "You really have this thing against Hawks, don't you?" the guy said. "He's been running his own way for too long, taking matters into his own hands, and I don't like that he's double-crossed me," the president said darkly. "He is to obey my commands, not ruin all my plans." Hawks smiled. "Okay, well, seeing as your second in charge was disintegrated on the spot, it appears that the person responsible had some kind of fire quirk. He was pretty much cremated," the guy said frankly. Hawks's eyes widened slightly as he had a flashback about his best friend Toya burning to death at his own hands, blue flames engulfing his small form. The winged hero tilted his head down to his hands, opening them and staring at them blankly. "I should have done something back then. He didn't deserve to die like that. He didn't deserve to die at all. It should have been me," Hawks thought sadly, the echoes of that day replaying in his head. Flashback. "Who's the weakest in class?" the voice of a much younger 2IC shouted at a room full of young hopefuls who had been enrolled in the government training program. "He is!" one of the boys yelled, pointing at Hawks. "He's supposed to be able to deploy all of his feathers and move them all individually, but he can't." "You're right," the young 2IC sneered as he stalked towards a 9-year-old Hawks who had been towards the back of the class. No, it's not me," Hawks's younger voice said in a panic. It's Toya," he blurted quickly, shifting the blame to his friend. Young Toya's scared eyes darted from the 2IC to Hawks, his eyes filling with tears immediately. No, I am strong," Toya replied in a shaky voice. "No, you know what? Keigo's right, you are the weakest," the 2IC snarled, grabbing Toya by the arm and dragging him from the classroom out to the training yard. The petrified students followed meekly, worried for their classmate, but none bold enough to stand up to the ruthless ways of the 2IC. The 2IC forced Toya to activate his quirk over and over, hurling abuse at him if he stopped. Flashback ended. Hawks lifted his hands to his face and slumped forwards, his elbows hitting his knees as a tear slipped from his eye, the echoes of Toya's screams and promising that he would be back to kill the 2IC still ringing in his ears. "Toya, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," he thought. You arrived at the new hideout with Darby, forced into a room full of villainous strangers. It looked like an abandoned bar. and there was this really odd-looking wisp of dark purplish haze in a very elegant suit, complete with tie, behind the bar, cleaning drinking glasses as his glowing yellow eyes watched you intently. Your eyes darted around the room and you backed back in fear, your back connecting with Darby's front. Don't worry about this lot, they'll just kill you if you betray them, Darby said bluntly as he stepped out from behind you and walked over to a chair by the bar, then sat down next to a villain covered in severed hands, one hand in particular covering his face so that you could only see one red beady eye. Your stomach churned and you felt sick, reaching your mouth to cover it so that you wouldn't vomit. "Aw, my new friend isn't feeling well," a very bubbly girl in a school uniform with oversized beige cardigan cooed as she bounced up to you, blushing furiously as she gave you a bright smile, her sharp canines drawing your attention. "She's pregnant," Darby said bluntly. You paled. "Are they going to kill me and my baby?" you thought with fear as you remained silent in the presence of this young, pretty little villain. "A baby," the blushing girl squealed. "I want to suck its blood." Her comment caused you to go into such a state of panic that you passed out, another villain quickly jumping in to grab you before you hit the floor. "Toga, you scared her!" "That's hot, marry me," Twice said as he quickly slid in behind you and caught you before you hit the ground. "We're here. We need her conscious for the job, you nutcase," Darby deadpanned at Toga. "She's just so cute. I love her, and I already love her baby," Toga squealed. "Once she finishes the job, can I stab her in the womb? She'll look so gorgeous covered in blood. I want to be the first to see the baby too." "No," Darby deadpanned again. "Oh, you're no fun," she pouted. "Why exactly have you brought her here again?" the villain covered in hands asked in a bored tone. "I'm sending her into the government building to get us information," Darby said as he watched Twice pick you up and carry you away. "And I'll get her to get the complete list of government silent quirk registry. That way we can use those quirk users to make weapons for us, or we can turn them into nomus," Darby said, rolling his head to the side to talk to the leader of the League of Villains. "I'm in charge here, the leader," Shigaraki said darkly. "Don't go making plans without me." "Well, you've been doing jack all to advance our cause," Darby responded tersely. "Thought I'd do something useful." Shigaraki remained silent but reached a hand up to his neck and started to scratch at his skin briskly. "Tomura, please," Kurogiri, the purplish haze, said in a strong voice from behind the bar. "Don't stress yourself." Darby got up and walked over to you to make sure that you were okay, and Kurogiri put his hand on Shigaraki's shoulder. "I'll be there to make sure nothing goes wrong," he said reassuringly. "Darby is right, though. We need to get information, and if we could get skilled quirk users and turn them into nomus, that would greatly advance our cause, while at the same time weakening the government's resources." Shigaraki stopped scratching and stood up. "I'm going to my room," he stated as he left. Just then you awoke, and Darby worked as crowd control, keeping Twice and Toga at bay to give you some room. "Here," Kurogiri said as he walked over and handed you a glass of water. "We need you at your best health for this job." "Please tell me this is all a terrible dream," you wailed internally, biting back tears as you sat up and took a sip of water. "I don't want to lose this baby. I don't want to die. I don't want to do any of this. Hawks, please save me." Later that day, as darkness fell, Kurogiri walked you and Darby inside the government building. You wrapped your arms around your middle, very apprehensive as to what was about to happen. "You go and get the things that we've asked for while I wait back here," Darby stated as he stepped back into Kurogiri's mist. "If you get taken down and caught, I'll take great pleasure of disposing of you," Darby said with a low chuckle. "So don't get caught, yeah?" Slowly he let the mist engulf him, and you were left alone inside the building that you'd never been in before, commissioned to get papers of information from somewhere that you had no idea where to start looking, and told to avoid guards that you had no idea where they were stationed. This is basically a suicide mission. Gingerly you tiptoed down the hallway and opened a door. It was a janitor's closet. You stepped in and closed the door behind you gently. "Well, this is deja vu. Back into the closet I go, I guess." You closed your eyes in the darkness and took a few deep breaths. "Okay, if anyone comes up to me, I just need to touch them with my quirk. Just fear, just make them terrified. That'll work." You turned around and placed a hand on the door handle. "Here goes nothing." You opened the door slowly and peeked out. "I have no idea where to start looking. I'm so sure all these doors will be locked. And what about cameras?" You stepped out quickly. There was no one around, so you closed the janitor's door behind you and ran down the hall, aiming for another door down the end. You made it to the door and yanked it open. The room was pitch black. It seemed to be some kind of stockroom, not what you were looking for, but at least it gave you a chance to gather your thoughts on where to go next. You quickly entered and closed the door behind you. As you entered the room, there was a guard up in the security office, peering intently at the hallway camera. "You right, Frank?" another guard asked when he saw his co-worker staring at the screen. I thought I saw a girl run down the hallway and go into that room," he said, pointing to the door on the screen. "A girl?" the worker asked. "You been smoking again?" "Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure I'm sober right now," Frank replied. "Well, we'd better go and check it out then," the co-worker said as he turned to the door. "Actually, I'll go. You stay here and catch me on the radio if you see her leave the room." "Yeah, righto," Frank replied, still staring at the screen. The co-worker left and trundled off down the hall to go and see what was happening. You were still in the stockroom when you heard someone approaching. Quickly you ducked behind a shelf and waited. To your horror, you heard them open the door and walk in, flicking the lights on. "Ah, crap, I forgot about lights. They're always entering into dark rooms with a torch in the movies." You stayed behind the shelf and kept low, watching the feet of the guard walk around the room. "Please leave," you thought. The guard walked past your shelf and you quickly reached through and touched his leg. Terror. Immediately the guard took off at a run, bolting towards the door and racing out into the hall, emitting a loud scream. Wow, okay, terror works well then, you thought. From inside his cell, Hawks heard the scream and looked up at the cell door, spreading his wings to catch as much intel as possible. The guard watching the camera saw his co-worker exit the room in a panic and immediately called for backup. Presently the co-worker arrived back in the guard room. "Dude, what's wrong? What happened?" Frank asked, bewildered. "I have no idea, but I'm terrified. The terror! God, save me!" he screamed, his face pale and his body shaking uncontrollably. "What the frick?" Frank whispered as he got on the radio again. "All units to level 3. Security breach. I repeat, security breach. Possible villain. Use extreme caution." Hawks heard the scurrying feet as a mass of guards approached the floor above him. "What is it?" one guard asked to another as they ran. "I have no idea, but something has infiltrated this level," the other replied. You panicked as you heard a mass of guards running towards the room and looked around to try and figure out a way to just evaporate into thin air. The guards entered the room with guns up, calling out for you to show yourself. Your heart was going a million miles an hour as you remained hidden. Suddenly, one guard spotted you. "It's a girl!" he yelled to his fellow guards. "Don't move!" he bellowed at you as you froze and stared wide-eyed at him. Hawks heard him call out and he immediately deployed a feather to pick the lock on the cell door. I'm sorry, you begged softly, not knowing what else to say. "Who are you?" the guard who had found you asked sharply as the other guards came running in. Suddenly there was some heavy thumping and a red feather picked you up by the back of your shirt and lifted you into the air, whisking you away and over to the waiting arms of your winged hero. "Hawks!" you cried as you landed in his arms. "It's okay now, baby, it's okay, I've got you," he repeated as he wrapped his arms around you, holding you tight as you broke down and sobbed. "Let's ditch this party," he added as he turned to leave. "I'm pregnant!" you suddenly wailed as you lifted your head and looked at him. "I know, baby, I know," he repeated with a bright grin. "I'm beyond excited." "Not so fast," a cool voice said from the doorway. You looked over your shoulder as Hawks looked up to see who had spoken. Darby was standing in the doorway. "Ah, looks like I can burn 2 twigs at once," Darby sneered as he lifted his hand up to activate his quirk. Hawks quickly put you down and pushed you behind him, shooting 2 small feathers at Darby and slicing his arm open. Darby dropped his arm and recoiled as his steely gaze fell on Hawks. "Interesting that you're willing to save her, but you didn't do jack for me," Darby growled angrily. "It's only a matter of time before you turn against her, Keigo Takami." Hawks's eyes shot wide open. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" Darby sneered deviously. "Toya Todoroki." You gasped from behind Hawks and poked your head out. "No, but this is good, right? You two are friends, right? Right?" you said urgently. There was a very tense silence between the 2 males as they continued to stare each other down. "Toya, I'm so sorry, "Shut up, Keigo. You're not sorry. I don't want to hear it," Darby shouted angrily. "What was I supposed to do, man? I was freaking out. I was 9, for God's sake," Hawks shouted back. "Oh, I don't know, maybe not turn against me like that," Darby shouted sarcastically again. You said softly from behind Hawks. "What's going on?" It's a long story, baby. Can I tell you later?" Hawks asked softly, his eyes never leaving Darby's. "No, it's a pretty bloody short story if you ask me," Darby snapped back. Go ahead and tell her, Keigo. Let her know the truth so her final thoughts towards you are hate, he sneered. Keigo? You asked apprehensively to your man as he stood staring Darby down with a pained expression on his face. Hawk said softly, his voice trailing off. Come on, coward, tell her, Darby snapped. The day Toya was pushed beyond his limits, that was because of me, Hawk said sadly, taking his eyes off Darby to look at you, his face full of regret. No, you said softly, shaking your head. No, it's not true. It is, Hawks replied softly. The in-charge was in a bad mood, and he was coming for me, so I panicked and put Toya's name forward. I should have died that day, he added, a tear falling down his cheek. Well, guess what, Buttercup? Today's that day. Lucky you, Darby hollered as he detonated his quirk, blue flames shooting towards you and Hawks. Hawks shot 2 feathers back to you, and they whisked you away to the other side of the room, keeping you out of the flames' way while he took the brunt of it, some of his feathers being singed in the process. Oh, the big hero, Darby said loudly and sarcastically. Save the mother and child. How magnanimous. Shame you won't be around to see the child grow up, or better yet, once I've wiped you from the face of this earth, I'm going to take her out too. See you in hell, he said darkly as he poised to throw another round of flames. Hawk stumbled back and shot his singed feathers at Darby, a few of them slicing the purple-scarred villain across the face and arms before falling to the floor. It doesn't have to be like this, Toya, Hawk screamed, ducking and barrel rolling out of the way as blue flames were hurled at him. Yes, it does, Darby screamed back, releasing more flames and scorching Hawks's right wing. Ah, Hawks grunted as he tucked his wing back, but it was too late. That side had already been severely charred. Any last words, hero? Darby hollered, preparing for the final attack. No! You screamed, pushing up to your feet and running in between Darby and Hawks just as Darby activated his quirk. Don't! Hawks screamed, jumping forward and grabbing you around the waist before throwing himself and you out the open door to Darby's right. Instinctively you braced for the flames to impact, but only felt intense heat before you were swiftly removed by Hawks. He did a barrel down the hallway, with you wrapped in his arms, his wing balance severely damaged by Darby's quirk as he randomly slammed into hall walls, carrying you to safely. He made it outside and looked at you in his arms. Rocket launch, he whispered feebly as he took off into the air. You didn't scream at all that time. Your heart was beating wildly as Hawks spiraled upward out of control. You shouldn't be flying, you called desperately to Hawks. You're hurt. I need to get you to safety, he rasped, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for air. Multiple times he had micro-sleeps, periods where he fell unconscious while flying, sending you both plummeting to the ground, but each time he'd come to just in the nick of time and shoot back up again. Having gotten you far enough away from the government building, he landed on a rooftop, placing you down and collapsing at your feet. Keigo, are you okay? You whispered in a quivering voice as you crouched down in front of him. He nodded feebly and hung his head low as he stayed on all fours in front of you. Just then you looked up and saw a purple mist of Kurogiri appearing, and you screamed. No! No, go away! You've done enough! Leave us alone! You screamed as Darby's menacing form stepped out of the mist. Ah, but I didn't get to finish, Darby sneered as he raised his hand again. Quick as a flash, Hawks jumped up and turned, shooting towards Darby and tackling him off the side of the building. No! You screamed, running to the edge to see where they had gone. There was no sign of them. You knelt down, panting, while looking over the edge of the building to see if you could spot them below. I can't see them, you thought. Just then Hawks appeared without Darby and landed next to you, losing his footing on the edge of the building before falling unconscious and toppling over the edge. Quickly you reached out and touched him. Invincible, you thought internally as you activated your quirk. Hawks came to immediately and shot off back to where Darby was. He came barreling into the villain and pinned him to the ground. We're on the same team, Toya. Stop it, he barked. We're not on the same team, you dick, Darby growled as he fought to get free. We are. I hate the government. I'm trying to get things changed for the better. You've already helped my plans. We're invincible, Hawk said quickly. Screw you, Keigo. It's always been about you. I don't trust you and I never have. You're a sly, conniving bastard, Darby growled. If you didn't trust me, then why did you take out the second in charge? I was the one who told you about his plans, right? And I was right, yes? I saved your asses, Hawks panted as Darby got an arm free and punched him. I was taking my own revenge. You didn't save me, Darby grunted as he managed to wrangle Hawks and pin him down. Don't do this, Toya. You're not a real killer. Hawk said fearfully as he lay pinned under Darby. The scarred villain had one hand around Hawks's throat, cutting off his air supply slowly. "Your mum, she doesn't know you're alive, does she?" Hawks gasped. She's never fully recovered. I know where she is, though." Darby hesitated. "What I did back then was unforgivable. I'm reminded of it daily," Hawks continued through ragged breaths. "But we were 9 and scared. I'm so sorry." Darby pulled his hand away and hopped up. "Where is she?" he asked slowly with sorrow in his voice, not caring about Hawks's apology. "I can take you to her," the winged hero said as he sat up, still breathing rapidly. "I know we have a long way to go to mending our friendship, but—" "We're not friends," Darby growled. "Tell me where she is." "I can't tell you, but I can take you there, and I can get you in and out undetected as well. I can also make it so that she remembers the feeling of seeing you and knowing that you're okay, but then she'll forget that she saw you," Hawks added as he stood up. "You'd better not be screwing with me or else I'll end you," Darby snarled. "Definitely not messing with you, Toya. I want to see things turn out for the better, for all of us," Hawks said as he brushed himself off. "Meet at the hideout tomorrow," Darby said darkly as he turned and walked away. "I want to see her. Make it happen." Hawks nodded as Darby left, his whole body shaking with adrenaline. Slowly he made his way back to where you were on the building roof. "Keigo," he wailed as he managed to fly up the side of the building. "Don't do any more, you're hurt." "You quirked me, didn't you?" he panted, one eye swollen and puffy, charred marks and singed feathers down his right side. "What word did you use?" "Well, how did you feel?" you asked. "Invincible," he replied. "If it wasn't for you using your quirk on me, I would have taken you and run, but your quirk gave me the confidence to go back and confront Toya, and I think it's for the better, maybe," he said, his breathing becoming a little more normal. "Why, what happened?" you asked as you scooted in beside him and rested his arm across your shoulder to help him walk. "I'll explain when we get home," he said with a weak smile as he bent his head and kissed the top of your head. "Thank you for using your quirk on me. You did good, baby," he added tenderly. You smiled to yourself as you helped him down the stairs of the building and called for a taxi to take you both home. Back at home, you tended to his wounds as best you could and preened his charred feathers, getting him to deploy the ruined ones so that new ones could grow in their place. Then you snuggled up together in bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Hawks was up and awake, making phone calls. "What are you doing, Key?" you mumbled from under the covers that he had placed over you while he hopped out of bed. Just making some calls to help a friend," he said with a soft smile as he tucked his phone into his pocket and bent down to give you a kiss. "I've already called in sick again for you today, so don't get out of bed. You just rest. I'm leaving feathers here again to keep an eye on you." "But what about you? You need those feathers," you croaked in your just woke up voice. "My small feathers have grown back already," he said with a smile. "I have enough to fly, but not to fight or to go at great speeds. I'm not intending to take on anyone today anyway," he said with a small chuckle. "I'll be fine. I'm invincible." "Is my quirk still working?" you asked with surprise. "No, baby, but just having you by my side makes me invincible," he said lowly as he leaned back down and kissed you tenderly all over your cheek and jawline. "You just keep growing our baby and keep being perfect, and that's good enough for me," he added. You melted. "Keigo, you flatterer," you giggled. "It's true though," he replied with a giant smile. "Okay, I better go. I'll be back, baby." And with that he left to go and keep his promise to Darby. A few hours later, Hawks met Darby alone at the hideout. "You need to drink this serum," Hawks said to him. "Screw you, I'm not drinking that," he said. "I don't trust you, you red-feathered idiot." "Oh, you called me by my pet name," Hawks cooed teasingly. "See, we're still close. Here, I'll give you my blade feathers," he said as he plucked his longer feathers out and handed them to Darby. "If I've crossed you, then you can slice me open," he said casually. "This serum turns you invisible, so I can get you in and out of your mum's place without being seen. I also have a few other serums to repeat the process a few times." "And what about the part where she'll forget about seeing me?" Darby asked as he took the serum from Hawks. "Yeah, got that too," Hawks said with a smile as he patted his pocket. Darby grunted in acknowledgement as he cracked the bottle open and drank it. "I lied, it's love serum," Hawks deadpanned as Darby swallowed. Darby gave him a dead look. "I'm joking, bro," Hawks chuckled. "You're an ass," Darby said with a scowl. "I could burn you to the ground right now." "Ah, but you won't, because you need me to take you to your mum," Hawks replied with a smug grin. Darby shoved his hands in his pockets as his form disappeared as the result of the potion. "Okay, you're invisible now, but don't talk around people because they can still hear you," Hawks said as he started walking off towards the respite building. So if I say something, people will just assume that it's you that's spoken? Darby leered. I know what you're thinking, but don't, Hawks replied dryly, not even bothering to try and look in Darby's direction. Darby chuckled deviously. Good morning, Hawks, the receptionist greeted the winged hero brightly. You look like you've had a bit of a bingle. Oh, Hawks chuckled as he touched his bandaged cheek. Yeah, ran into an old friend, he said with a laugh. Darby kicked the back of his leg. The receptionist smiled. Well, I hope you get better soon. Are you here to see Mrs. Lin? She asked. No, actually, I'm here to see Ray Todoroki, he said with a smile. Oh, she'll be happy to see you, the receptionist replied with a gentle smile. Enjoy your visit. Thank you, Hawks replied as he walked past the desk, heading for Mrs. Todoroki's room. Once upstairs, he walked to her door and knocked. Hawks, she said with a bright smile as she opened it. Come in. Thank you, Ray. Are you well? He asked as he placed his hand on the door to hold it open as he gestured for Ray to lead the way back inside. What brings you here? She asked with a smile as she sat down on the bed. I don't know how exactly to say this or where to start, but I've brought someone here to see you today, Hawks said softly as he sat down on the chair by the desk. Oh, who is it? Ray asked, looking at the door expectantly. Oh, you'll need to drink this first, Hawks said as he pulled the small vial from his pocket and handed it to her. What is it? Ray asked curiously. It's a serum. Just trust me, Hawks replied with a smile. Ray opened it and drank it slowly. Hawks then took another vial from his pocket and handed it back to the invisible Darby, who took it and drank it. Ray's eyes shot wide open when she saw the vial float out of Hawks's hand and a little way behind him. Slowly Darby's form was revealed and he stood there, with a stoic expression on his face as his mother looked at him apprehensively. Who are you? She whispered fearfully. Your eldest, Darby replied, his jaw muscle flexing. Toya! Ray gasped as she stood up slowly with a hand over her mouth in shock, her eyes filling with tears. Darby nodded, pushing his hands further into his pockets. Ray walked slowly over to him and then reached a hand out to caress his cheek and jaw, running her fingers over his gnarled, charred flesh. Darby didn't move. He stood still, letting his turquoise eyes travel over his mother that he hadn't seen since childhood. My baby, Ray whispered in a quivering voice. What did they do to you? Killed me, Darby replied, his voice breaking slightly as Ray stepped closer and snaked her arms around his middle, sobbing softly into his chest. Darby took a hand from his pocket and placed it on Ray's head gently as she continued to sob against his chest. Hawks could see the villain's heart was beginning to shatter into a million pieces at being reunited with his mum, and he smiled softly. I can't do anything to mend my friendship with Toya until his heart's been softened by his mum, he thought as he looked away. Makes me homesick to see my own family again. He hopped up and walked over to the window, looking out while Darby and Ray talked for a little while. After they had chatted about the past and caught up on some things generally, Hawks turned and gave Darby a look. Looks like I have to go, the Ravenet grunted as he stepped back from his mum. Will I see you again? Ray asked gently. Dunno, the turquoise-eyed male replied as he shot a side glance at Hawks. But it's been good to see you again. I agree, Ray said with a gentle smile. Thank you for coming to see me. Welcome, Darby grunted, looking away. Hawks walked over and handed Darby the invisible serum again. He drank it, and then Ray and Hawks watched as the scarred hottie disappeared slowly. Thank you for coming, Ray said softly to the winged hero, with tears in her eyes. Hawks nodded with a small smile, and he and the invisible Darby left. Once outside, Hawks stopped in an alleyway nearby. I have the invisible serum here, he said, reaching into his pocket. I don't want it yet, Darby grunted darkly, his voice straining. You okay, man? Hawks asked. Screw you, he replied, sniffing slightly. There's something about mums that just pulls out the soft side in all of us, Hawks thought tenderly, as he waited for Darby to compose himself. The winged hero leaned up against the wall and tucked his hands in his pockets, letting out a small sigh. Do you remember that time that I told the in-charge my quirk was acting up, and I shot a round of feathers at his ass? It looked like a badminton shuttlecock, he said with a chuckle. There was a long pause. I got detention for a week for telling him that they'd come out by themselves if he crowed like a rooster. Hawks burst out laughing. It was worth it though, right? He said, as he tilted his head back and looked up at the sky. Man, we did some crazy stuff. Yeah, Darby grunted. Pass me the serum. Hawks reached into his pocket and handed Darby the small vial, waiting while he drank it. Slowly, Darby materialised again. "So I'll see you around," Hawks said as he smiled at Darby. "If I ever see you again, it'll be too soon," Darby replied with a smirk as he turned to leave. "I expect an invite to your stupid kid's first birthday party," he added, glancing back over his shoulder at Hawks. "I'll tell my kid to call you Uncle Staples," Hawks called out. "Screw you, Keigo, that name's lame," Darby replied, holding his middle finger up overhead as he walked off and disappeared. "Well, it's about as good as it's going to get at this stage," Hawks thought as he smiled and flicked his wings, shooting straight up between the two buildings. "What do you mean he's gone?" the president shouted at the poor guard who had been elected to tell her that Hawks was no longer in his cell. "He's not there anymore," the guard said, slightly confused as to why she didn't seem to understand. "I know that, you idiot," she snapped. "Go and find him." Where do we start looking?" he asked stupidly. "His home," she said sarcastically and loudly. "I don't care where you check. He needs to be found." "Oh, okay," the guard replied sheepishly as he scurried off. At the same time that this conversation was happening, Hawks had entered the police commissioner's office. "Hawks," the high-ranking officer said with a surprise as the winged hero entered. "You look a little worse for wear. You okay?" "Just fine, Chief," Hawks replied as he reached his hand out to shake the officer's hand. "What can I do for you?" the commissioner asked. "Well, I have some pretty damning evidence against the president of the Public Safety Commission," Hawks said with a small smile. "Regarding?" Let's see now. Character defamation, harassment, arrest without warrant, intent to harm a quirk user for the sake of using their quirk for personal gain, illegal... Whoa, the police commissioner said with a chuckle. "You're going to have to explain from the beginning. Come and sit down." "I'd love to, but would you mind sending a squad to my house now, and I mean immediately?" Hawks said, his face growing serious. "Is everything okay, Hawks?" the commissioner asked hesitantly. "No, I fear for my pregnant wife's safety," he replied, his golden brown eyes snapping the commissioner into action. The commissioner quickly grabbed for the phone and called a squad together. "Head to the address I tell you now and arrest everyone there, understood?" he barked into the phone, looking back up at Hawks. Hawks nodded. The commissioner then gave Hawks's address and sent the squadron round on their mission before hanging up the phone. "Don't worry," the officer said reassuringly to the winged hero. "She'll be okay." Hawks nodded again. "Thank you. Appreciate it," he said with a smile. "Now," the commissioner said, sitting down in his chair, "please explain the situation." "Gladly," Hawks said with a bright smile as he took a seat. "At home you awoke to the sound of someone knocking on your door." "Oh, go away, please," you groaned internally as you pulled the covers further up over your head, hoping they would just leave. There was another loud knock and then a loud scuffle. You pulled the covers back and listened as you heard someone yell, "Police! You're under arrest!" "Oh, thank God," you thought. There was a little more noise, and then slowly everything quietened down. You must have fallen back asleep again, because the next thing that you knew, you awoke to find Hawks crawling onto the bed, gazing at you lovingly. "Keigo," you mumbled happily as you stretched your legs out. "You're back." "I am," he said with a smile as he leaned down and kissed your forehead. "And I have some good news." "What's that?" you asked as you snuggled closer to him as he lay down beside you. "You, my baby girl, are cordially invited to the court date of the President of the Public Safety Commission," he said with a chuckle. "I'm getting her put away for good and have the silent quirk registry disbanded." "What?" you gasped happily. "Really?" "Yes, really," he said with a smile as he stroked your head lovingly. "You won't have to hide anymore. Our baby will have a happy life and we can live freely." You burst into happy tears, sobbing into his shirt as he held you. "It's all over now, baby," he said, then he changed subjects. "We still need to go to the doctor and have this little one scanned," he added as he tenderly placed a hand on your belly. "I can't wait to meet our baby." You continued to sob happily as the two of you snuggled up together in bed, a soft red wing covering you both. "You nervous?" Hawks asked as you both walked up to the doors of the gynecological doctor's office later that week. "Yeah," you said softly. "Don't be, I'm here," he said as he took your hand and reached for the door to push it open. You both entered and waited to be called for by the doctor. Finally he called you both into his office and got you up on the examination bed there. "So, we have a little hero in the making, do we?" the doctor asked happily as he indicated for you to pull your top up. He applied some lubricant on your tummy before placing the ultrasound probe on your belly. And there's your little one, he said as the little grey image came up on his computer screen. It's like a little chicken nugget, Hawks said excitedly. Is everything about chickens and food with you? You asked cheekily to your man. Well, you're my chicken, so it makes sense that you'd have a little chicken nugget inside of you, he replied with a smile as he walked around to your head and leaned his face down to rub his nose against yours. The sonographer checked the heart rate and size of your little one and dated the baby about 7 to 8 weeks of age. Have you been feeling a little bit of morning sickness? He asked. Yes, you replied with a grimace. It should ease soon. It's a good sign to have morning sickness. You're less likely to miscarry if you have it, so always remember that, he said with a smile. Then he looked up at Hawks. Were you born with your wings, Hawks? He asked curiously. Yes, I was, Hawks replied. I'm a mutant type. My wings are not my quirk. The ability to be able to shoot my feathers and use them as weapons and hear through them is my quirk, and I didn't develop that till age 4. Ah, I see, the doctor replied. Okay, Mrs. Takami, we're going to have to monitor you then. If your little one develops wings in the womb, it could be dangerous for you to give birth naturally, so we might need to look at a planned C-section instead, he said kindly. We want the best possible outcome for you and Bub. Okay, he said with a small smile as Hawks reached for your hand and squeezed it. You looked at him. He looked so happy. After filling out some paperwork, you and Hawks left to go home. I'd really love to see Mum again, you said to your winged hero. I want to tell her the good news. Oh, definitely, Hawks replied with a smile. Well, tell me what day you want to go, and I'll let them know you're coming. Thanks, he said happily. The next week you went. Mum, you called as you pushed her room door open. My girl, she called happily when she heard your voice. You gave her a big grin as you entered the room, and she paused as she looked at you and tilted her head slightly. I'm pregnant, you blurted out, and she nearly passed out with excitement. She raced over and grabbed you in a hug, squealing like a little schoolgirl. Okay, Mum, you laughed. Mum, I can't breathe. Honey, that's fantastic, she cried as she pulled back from you. I'm so excited. Yes, I can tell, you chuckled. Well, since we're sharing good news, I'm seeing someone, your mum replied with a slightly bashful look on her face. You are? You asked hesitantly. Mum, is that a good idea to be seeing someone? I just don't want you to know, regress or something. It's okay, Yin. They're a really lovely person. Who is he? You asked apprehensively. Oh, it's not a he, she replied shyly. It's a she. Mum, you said with surprise. Who is she? Do I know her? Yes, actually. She lives here. You met her before. Ray Todoroki? Ray? Isn't she married to Endeavour? You gasped. Apparently no, your mum replied. She said he divorced her due to shame to family name or some such nonsense. Oh, okay, that's good then, you replied with relief. I'm really happy for you, Mum. She seems really sweet. Sorry for my reaction before. It just kind of took me by surprise, you said with a sheepish look on your face. I support you, though. Thank you, your mum said with a relieved smile. Uncle Anthony said he saw it coming. He said Brian had already called it. He prayed to Beyonce that it would happen or something, whatever that means. You laughed and slapped a hand over your mouth. Yes, I can see that happening, you said with a giggle. So when are you due? Your mum asked excitedly as she beckoned for you to come and sit down so you could have a proper chat. In January next year, you replied. Oh, I'm so excited, she said with a squeal. I'm going to be a grandparent. You'll be amazing, you replied with a soft smile. You chatted a little more, then got up to leave. I have to prepare for the court day tomorrow with Hawks, you said happily. You'll be there, right? Oh, of course, honey, your mum replied with a smile. I'm there to support you. Tomorrow came, and you and Hawks walked into the courtroom. You knew you were going to be questioned on a few things, and your anxiety was starting to peak. Oh, I feel sick, you whispered to Hawks as you put a hand over your mouth. Hey, baby, look at me, he said lowly as he took your chin gently in hand and tilted your face up to his. You just make sure you keep your eyes on me, okay? He said gently. Use me to ground yourself. You nodded into his hand, and he moved your hand off your mouth to give you a quick kiss on the lips before you were directed to the witness area. Sitting down, you saw Brian in the front row with the most flamboyant glasses on that you'd ever seen. You cracked a smile and he tipped them down before giving you an exaggerated wink, then sliding them back up and doing a dramatic gay hair flip, despite his hair not being long enough to flip. The judge entered the room and you were all asked to stand, then sit again, and the court case commenced. There was a massive list of complaints and cases against the president, and you looked at Hawks with surprise when you realised that he had single-handedly compiled all the evidence himself. He winked at you as he reached a hand to his hair, ruffling it slightly. "I would like to call on the witnesses," the lawyer called, and Hawks nodded at you. Quickly you stood up and walked to the stands as Brian clapped excitedly. "Oh God, Brian, you're embarrassing me so much," you wailed as your face flushed with embarrassment. "Go Bambi! Beyonce got you, girl!" Brian called flamboyantly, inventing his own nickname for you. You answered the questions from the lawyers, outlining the stress that you experienced and doing your best not to cry while they cross-examined you. The court adjourned for a half hour as the jury went back into another room to discuss their options, and you were allowed to go and see your mum, Brian, and Anthony, and of course Hawks. You hadn't told Uncle Brian or Anthony about the baby yet. You wanted to surprise them with the news after all this nonsense had been sorted. "Honey, you did so well," Brian praised, giving you a hug. "Ah, she's a tough girl," Hawks added with a soft smile as he sidled up beside you and took your hand. "It's all in the hands of the jury now, but the case is solid." Just then everyone was called back into the room, and you sat with Hawks as the judge called the jury to give their verdict. The head spokes juror stood and took to the mic. "We unanimously find the President of the Public Safety Commission guilty of all the trespasses stated during the hearing," the lady said as she peered down through her bifocal glasses. There was a wave of excited murmurs that rippled through the congregation, and Brian jumped up in his seat. "Yes, bitch!" he screamed, tossing his handbag into the air. The wayward handbag landed heavily on the head of the man that sat directly behind him and Uncle Anthony, and the judge called everyone to order while Brian apologised profusely for his overt display of excitement to the poor man who had copped the handbag to his head. "Order, please," the judge hollered. "Mrs. President, you are sentenced to the minimum of 25 years in jail." You let out a little squeak of excitement and looked at Hawks, your eyes brimming with tears. "It's done, baby," he whispered back happily. You broke down in tears, sobbing with excitement as Hawks wrapped his arms around you. The president was cuffed and marched from the front of the courtroom. "You'll pay for this," she hissed to a very smug-looking Hawks as she passed him. "Okay, sweetheart," he replied cheekily, flicking her a sneaky middle finger as she passed. Swiftly she was escorted out of the court doors and to a waiting police car. "We're free, baby," Hawks said lowly as he smiled at you. Tears of happiness gushed down your cheeks as you turned and buried your face into his chest. He grabbed you in a hug and squeezed you tight. The saga was over. Another week went by and Hawks got all the paperwork changed. You no longer had to use your alias name, so everything was reverted to how it was before. Your registration was even changed to lexical quirk user instead of quirkless. Hawks contacted everybody on the silent registry and let them know that they were now free. They no longer had to kneel to the wishes of the government and couldn't be forced to use their quirks against their will. Obviously, they couldn't wield their quirk haphazardly and had to comply with the normal quirk regulations, but apart from that, they would never again be forced to compromise and work in compromised situations. "I'm home, baby," Hawks called out as he entered the house that afternoon. "Keigo," you called happily from the spare room that was going to be the baby room, poking your head out the door before stepping out. "Come and see what I've done." He happily walked towards you and scooped you up in his arms, kissing you tenderly before stepping into the room. "Wow, this looks amazing," he said proudly as he looked around. "It's a nice-looking cot." "It was half price," you said excitedly. "Baby stuff is so damn expensive." "Don't you worry about the cost. You just get whatever you need for our little one and you let Daddy cover it," he said, his lips meeting yours hungrily. Speaking of Daddy," he said lowly as his lips trailed down your jawline, "Daddy wants a bit of attention." "Hawks," you squeaked as he turned you up against the wall and pinned you there, his hands firmly roaming your sides as he continued to kiss and nibble your neck. "Wait, Brian and Anthony are—" Just then there was a rap-tap-tap on the front door that could only be Brian, and you tried to push Hawks off. "We're busy," Hawks called over his shoulder, keeping you pinned to the wall. No, we're not," you yelled with a laugh as you struggled to get out of Hawks's arms, running for the front door while Hawks chased you, smacking your ass lightly as you ran. "Come back later," Hawks yelled cheekily as you both reached the door out of breath. "Oh?" Brian leered as you yanked the door open, looking suspiciously dishevelled. Girl, if you're going to have a bit of afternoon delight, don't invite your Uncle Bri Bri and Boo Boo Baby Anthony over, he said as he popped his hip out and pouted. Unless you want live commentary. No thanks, kind offer but hard pass, Hawks said quickly with a forced smile. I didn't get a proper introduction. I'm Uncle Anthony, your uncle pouted in his deep voice as he stood slightly behind your gay showstopper, upset that he didn't get a proper introduction. No, please, come in. I want to show you something, you said quickly, stepping back and pushing Hawks back with your body as you did so. Hawks smiled to himself as you backed him up. The first time she met them, she hid under my wing. Look at her now, he thought as he watched you take the lead and walk Anthony and Brian to the baby's room. He watched as you walk in and excitedly looked at Brian and Anthony to see their reaction. It only took a second for Brian to catch on when he saw the cot set up and a few other baby items scattered in the room, and he screamed like he'd just won the lottery. What? Uncle Anthony said in his deep voice, looking around the room in confusion while Brian screamed and danced and hugged you as you giggled with excitement. When are you due, Queen? Oh my God, I'm so excited. Ah! Brian wailed, doing a mixture of fanning himself and jazz hands. I need to dance a blessing into this room. Hold up, let me pull out Riri. You and Uncle Anthony and Hawks watched as Brian jumped around the room, mumbling the lyrics to Shine Bright Like a Diamond. Wait, are you pregnant? Uncle Anthony gasped suddenly. What? Seriously, did you only just... Boo-boo, honey, really? I'm sorry, okay, it only just hit me now. That's why there's a baby bed in here, Uncle Anthony said as he gestured to the cot. You and Hawks burst out laughing. Oh, baby, come here, Brian said sympathetically when he saw the embarrassed and dejected look on Anthony's face, flitting over to him to give his boyfriend a hug. You all chatted excitedly as Brian gave opinions on the feng shui of the room and how to invite positive energy into the crib. It needs to be against the wall, honey. This is due north. North represents quietness of the mind, Brian said knowingly as he closed his eyes and did a namaste. Brian, it's a baby. It already has quietness of mind, Uncle Anthony said from beside Hawks. Hush, boo-boo. My little baby's going to have the best, and I mean from day one, Brian said as he sashayed over to the empty cupboard and opened it. Perfect amount of room for all the clothes I'm going to buy my baby. Brian, this isn't your baby, Uncle Anthony said with a heavy sigh. Brian gasped dramatically as he quickly raved over and placed his hands on your still flat stomach, glaring at his boyfriend. You're going to offend the child, he said, utterly appalled at Uncle Anthony's words. The audacity! Uncle Anthony clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes at his boyfriend's weirdness. Brian then whispered words of adoration to your stomach while claiming that Uncle Anthony was a big meanie. If the baby cries in your arms, it means that he heard what you said, boo-boo, and that's on you, period, Brian said as he flicked his arm up and strutted out of the room. Anthony looked at you and you gave him a sympathetic smile. It's okay, Uncle Anthony, we still love you. The next day you started back at work again and had to explain to Mr. Bofer about all the things that had happened recently, also adding in that you were pregnant and had been experiencing morning sickness. He was most sympathetic to your quirk situation and excited for your pregnancy, and he was happy that he had you back at his library. You started working again immediately as Yin, free to be you and not have to worry about hiding your identity anymore. Back at work, Hawks was trying to track down Darby, Toya, as he had heard that the Ravenet had left the League of Villains. Not surprisingly, Darby knew how to keep a low profile and had seemingly just vanished into thin air, but Hawks had a feeling he was still around somewhere. Your mum and Ray were making wonderful progress in their mental health recovery. Ray had mentioned to your mum that she had felt a peace in her heart ever since that day that Hawks had come to visit her. Unfortunately, the events of re-meeting her son Toya had been erased from her memory, but the happiness still remained. And although Endeavour and Ray were effectively divorced, he had apparently been in a few times to see her, but she had been with your mum each time. He had left her her favourite flower as a gift, which he thought was very nice. You were now 12 weeks pregnant and the morning sickness symptoms were easing, which was nice, but you still didn't have a bump, which you were most upset about. You really wanted to have a pregnancy belly to show off. Come on, baby girl, we're going to be late. I'll have to fly us there, Hawks called out cheekily as he waited for you to get ready for the 12-week ultrasound scan. He knew how much you detested flying, and he was using it as a light threat to get you to hurry up. You had had a blood test the previous week, and today you would find out how your little nugget, as Hawks called it, was going. You would also find out if you were expecting a little boy or a little girl, which you were pumped about. I'm looking forward to seeing our little nugget again, Hawks said happily as you appeared, ready to go. He reached a hand out to yours and interlaced his fingers with yours as he pulled you into him. I reckon it's going to be a little girl. I'd love a little daughter. Just one as pretty as her mum, he said with a smile as he squeezed you lightly and kissed you on the top of your head. I have a feeling it's going to be a boy, one that's just as gorgeous and sweet as his daddy, you replied with a cheeky grin, smiling up at him. Daddy's right, Hawks leered with a smirk. Whenever you call me daddy, it makes me want to do things, he said as he let go of your hand and grabbed a handful of your ass. Play your cards right and you might just get lucky, you replied with a smirk as you turned and walked away. He almost lost his cool. Damn, gone are the days where she was shy around me, he thought as he stepped in behind you and grabbed you by the hips, bending his head to the nape of your neck and biting into your soft skin. You squealed and giggled, pulling away from him and turning around to swiftly tap him on the nose. Now you stop that, you chided playfully. Behave yourself at the doctor's. Yes, ma'am, he replied with a grin as he took your hand again and kissed the back of it before you both left for the appointment. Once there, you hopped up onto the examination bed and lay down, lifting your top up for the doctor to apply the lubricant and start the scan. Okay, the doctor said as he moved the probe around to locate your little one. Here's your baby, he said happily as he looked at the ultrasound screen. Oh my gosh, it's an actual little baby now, you gasped with excitement when you saw the image on the screen. It's not a nugget anymore, Hawks said with a mixture of awe and disappointment. Okay, Mrs. Takami, see these? Your doctor asked, pointing to 2 small bones protruding from your baby's back. These are your little one's wings. Oh, wow, you said softly. And would you like to know what the gender is? The doctor asked with a smile. Yes, both you and Hawks said in unison. The doctor smiled and looked down at the blood results, then checked the image on the screen. It's a boy, he said. Yay, you gasped, clapping your hands happily. Oh, wow, a little me, Hawks said with a chuckle. Oh no, he's going to be a terrible flirt, you said cheekily to Hawks. I'm an amazing flirt, Hawks replied proudly. I got you, didn't I? You just followed me around, then took me to your house, and I've never left, you said with a chuckle. Hawks shrugged. It's true, can't fight you there, he replied with a bright grin. The doctor chuckled softly. Now, Mrs. Takami, as I mentioned before, we're going to have to monitor you heavily because of these baby's wings. They're quite sharp and bony at this stage, but because Bub is still tiny, he has lots of room to move right now, so it's not an issue, he said with a reassuring smile. But as he grows, it's going to get cramped in there, so the risk of membrane rupture increases. Membrane rupture? You asked worriedly. Yes, there's a high chance the wings will rip the sac the baby is in, the doctor said bluntly. Your face went from a look of curiosity to a look of absolute horror, and Hawks gave the doctor a deadpan look. The doctor, realising that he should have approached this topic a little more gently, scrambled for a reassuring line. Oh, but please don't stress. We're planning to book your caesarean for somewhere around the middle of January. You'll be fairly close to full term then, so we'll get him out before he can get out himself, the doctor said with a chuckle. You still looked horrified. Baby, Hawks said gently. My mum had no issues with me. I was a caesarean birth, but I didn't rip anything, he said with a smile as he took your hand and held it. Our little baby is going to be the same. He'll behave, I promise. Just like I'm always well behaved, he added with a cheeky grin. Yeah, right, you retorted. You're about as well behaved as an unsupervised child that's been given a box of paints and a paintbrush. Again, can't argue there, Hawks replied with a stupid grin. You cracked a smile, and some of the tension in the room eased. After completing the scan, you and Hawks left and headed back home. I'm just worried about, you started to say. Hey, Hawks said softly, taking your chin in hand and turning your face up to his so that he could give you his full attention. I've told you not to worry. Everything's going to be fine. We have the finest obstetrician in town looking after you. If anything goes wrong, I'll have his head, he said with a smirk. Okay, he said with tears in eyes, trying to be brave. Oh, you're so beautiful, Hawks breathed as his golden eyes smouldered down into yours. He held you captivated for a few minutes before he bent his head down, kissing your lips lightly, before your tongues touched and the kiss deepened. After a few minutes of kissing, Hawks pulled back. I've got the rest of the day off, he said slowly with a smirk. Been craving some attention, chicken. Care to join me for a bit of a bedroom romp? He said as he ran his thumb over your bottom lip, watching how your lip moved when he swiped it. You nodded softly, and his eyes shot back up and met yours. Really? He said excitedly. Well, let's go. After spending the afternoon in the sheets, you both fell asleep, with you backed up against Hawks, cuddled up under his wing. What time is it? You asked drowsily as you stirred from a deep, restful sleep. 5:30 p.m, Hawks replied through a yawn. Want to get takeaway for dinner? Yeah, you replied. I'm craving something salty. I've got something salty for you, Hawks leered as he nuzzled his head into the nape of your neck and peppered your skin with kisses. You're the worst, you replied with a chuckle as he swatted his head away. You tell me what you want and I'll get it, he said as he scooted back and rolled you onto your back, wriggling down the bed a little so he could place gentle kisses on your tummy. I can't wait to meet our little boy, he said lovingly. We should start thinking of names. It's got to be a really good name, you replied as you stared up at the ceiling and raked your fingers through Hawks's hair lovingly. He's going to be amazing. He'll make his own name awesome with his personality and charm, Hawks said as he sat up and smiled at you. I wonder what his quirk will be. Oh, hey, I didn't even think of that. This is the first time my quirk will be mixed with another quirk in, forever, you replied with wonder in your eyes. Well, we already know he's going to have wings, Hawks said thoughtfully. I can hear through my feathers, and you can transfer emotions to others through a word, so it wouldn't surprise me if he ended up with some kind of mix or something like that. True, you replied, thinking as well. Okay, well, let's chat over food. I'm starting to get hungry now, he said as he hopped up. What do you want, baby? He asked as over his shoulder as he strolled out of the room. Something salty, you called out after him. Done deal, baby. I'll go and pick it up. I'll be back soon, he called as he left. Oh man, I'm so full, you groaned as you sat back against the bed rest. You had both decided to eat dinner in bed that night. What's for dessert? You just said you were full, Hawks laughed with a mouthful of food. Yeah, but I've always got room for dessert, you replied with a smirk. What do you feel like, baby? I'll get it, he asked as he put his container down. No, it's okay, I'll get something, he replied as you hopped up. Hawks watched you leave, his eyes drawn to your hips as you moved. You came back in with a snack of choice in hand and noticed your man's hungry gaze stalking you through the room. You okay? You asked him as you hopped back up on the bed and sat down. You just look so good, he said lowly. Wouldn't mind having round two. Well, I need to shower, so, you replied with a suggestive tone in your voice. Hawks let out a knowing chuckle. I'll take my dessert in the shower, he leered. He waited impatiently for you to finish eating, then subtly, not so subtly, suggested the shower. Yeah, guess I'm ready, he replied with a playfully exhausted sigh. Yes, he whooped excitedly as he scooted you up in his arms and used his wings to fly off the bed and then tuck them in to get through the door, landing lightly in the hallway before trotting off down the hall to the bathroom with you in arms, bridal style. Hawks, you giggled. Wait, whoa, gently, you chided as he placed you down inside the bathroom and tried to remove your clothes as quickly as possible. Oh, you're right, I need to take this slowly, he replied cheekily. No, wait, I take it all back, don't go slow. Your slow is like minus. You almost go backwards, you teased. Nothing wrong with doing 15 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone, he said lowly as he took your cheek and side of your neck in hand and bent his head to the other side, biting into the soft, sensitive spot just under your ear. You gasped lightly as your eyes fluttered shut and you ran your fingers up the side of his face, feeling the small amount of soft stubble on his chin as your fingers made their way up to his hair. He growled into your neck, the vibrations of his voice sending a deliciously warm shiver through you as his other hand reached down and tugged at your pants, pulling one side down while you removed your hand from his hair and helped him pull the other side off. He then took his hands from your pants and placed both of them on your neck, his thumbs on your cheek as his tongue intertwined with yours, a messy, passionate kiss ensuing, while you continued to undress, breaking the kiss only long enough to get your clothes off. You were now stark naked, making out heavily with Hawks while he was still in clothes, so you took the liberty of undressing his lower half while he continued to hold your face and make out with you. He hugged you tenderly and kissed you all over your wet face before you both rinsed off. You fell asleep that night, happily exhausted and covered by his wings. The next afternoon you were raiding the pantry, pulling packets of food out as you crouched down and dug your way to the back. What you looking for, baby? Hawks asked as he stood behind you, hands in his pockets as he bent over slightly to see what you were doing. Man, I'm really craving this one specific food item, you replied, a strange urgency in your voice. Okay, that's a bit random, isn't it? Hawks asked with a little chuckle. No, it's not, you replied quickly, looking back at him sharply. I want some. Whoa there, chicken, he chuckled, taking his hands from his pockets and holding them up in front of his body in a defensive sign as he stepped back. I'll get some for you. 15 minutes later he returned with a few tins of the food that you were after. Here, baby, he said proudly as he handed them over to you. Oh my gosh, thank you, you said desperately as you snatched them from him and ran to the kitchen bench. You dug through the cutlery drawer and found a tin opener and wrestled the tin open while Hawks watched on with amusement. He rested his elbow down on the kitchen counter and chin in hand while his smouldering eyes watched you grab a spoon or fork and eat straight from the can. Good? He asked with a smirk. Mm-hmm, you nodded as you chewed happily on your mouthful. You're so cute, Hawks said with a smile as you happily munched on this random food item. The next morning you awoke at 3 a.m. Keigo, you whispered urgently as you rolled over under his wing and snuggled into his side. He hummed drowsily. I want that same food that I had earlier. Now? He rasped as he stretched. Yeah, you replied as you sat up. Do we have any in the pantry? He mumbled as he rubbed an eye. No, I ate it all yesterday afternoon, you said sadly, your eyes welling up with tears. I really want some, Keigo, you said in a wobbly voice with your bottom lip quivering. Hey, whoa, chicken, it's okay, Hawks replied in a panic as he hugged you. Why is she getting so worked up over this, he thought as he pulled back from you. I'll go get some right now, okay? I'll be back soon. He jumped up and took off out of the bedroom door, grabbing his wallet from the kitchen bench and running to the front door before opening it, leaving, then closing the door behind himself as he flicked his wings and shot up off into the sky. A few minutes later, he landed out the front of a corner store in only pyjama pants. No shirt, no shoes, just pants. The door to the store slid open and he strolled casually inside with his hands in pockets. The young girl behind the counter on the graveyard shift looked up idly and nearly passed out at seeing the number 2 hero arrive in nothing but pyjama pants. Hey, he said with his smouldering smirk as he reached a hand up to run it through his hair. You got any of this particular food item? The girl's mouth hung open as she just stood there gawking for a good 10 seconds before any words came out. Yes, you're yummy. Wait, I mean, it's yummy. That food is very yummy. It's my favourite, she said in a panic, as she then proceeded to laugh uncontrollably. God, kill me now, she mumbled under her breath once she had finished her panicked laugh and stepped out from behind the counter to show Hawks where it was. Do you like this food? She asked with a nervous smile as she showed Hawks where the tinned food item was. She then watched as he picked up 10 tins. It's okay, I guess, but it's for my pregnant wife, he replied with a chuckle. The girl's smile faded quickly as she realised that he was already taken. You're married? I didn't even know. They didn't say anything about it on Heroes Daily, she said sadly. Keep a low profile, he replied with a wink as he turned and walked back to the counter. How much for the tins? The girl mumbled, her shoulders slumping as she scanned the tins, and then told him the price as she slowly put them in a bag. Here, he said as he handed her the money. Keep the change. Really? She said excitedly, her mood lifting instantly. Thank you, Hawks. I'm a huge fan. Lovely to meet a fan, he said brightly. Good luck with the rest of your shift, he added as he picked up the tins in the bag and left. Well, hope that makes her happier. She was obviously crestfallen by my announcement of being taken, he thought as he took off. But I'm already married to the cutest girl in the world, not leaving her for anyone. He got back home and called softly to you as he walked into the bedroom. Baby, I got your... He stopped when he saw that you were fast asleep, curled up in the middle of the bed. This beautiful pregnant girl, he chuckled internally as he put the bag down and walked over, hopping up on the bed and curling up behind you as he put a wing over you, and that's how you both stayed until morning. When you woke up next, Hawks had gone to work and you had the day off, so you got up, had a shower, then opened a tin of food for breakfast. Not having much more to do, you texted Brian to come over. He was overjoyed that you'd texted him. After work, Hawks headed home, excited to see you again. As he touched down outside the front door, he could hear crying and wailing coming from inside the house, and he paused with his hand on the door handle. What on earth? He pushed the door open and saw you and Brian cuddled up on the lounge, wailing uncontrollably while watching the TV. Baby? Hawks called curiously. You turned your head and looked at him, tears streaming down your cheeks. He left him, you wailed to Hawks. Who left who, baby? The winged hero asked with confusion as he walked over. See, Brian wailed as he clutched onto you. It's so sad. Girl, my heart. What is going on? Hawks asked, looking from you to Brian and back again. Mother the goose, you wailed, pointing at the TV. You and Brian had somehow ended up on the Animal Planet, and they were doing reruns of the Martha the Goose story, and you were both crying messes. The pregnancy hormones making you, particularly, super sensitive. Love is love, Brian wailed as the lady on the TV said that they weren't allowing the man to see his goose. He deserves to be with him, you wailed, clinging to Brian again. Wait, what? Hawks asked with a confused chuckle. What's happened? Martha the Goose lived at the local pond, and she fell in love with this guy who would come and walk around the park each day, and then he would sit on the park bench with her beside him, and when she fell asleep he would leave her alone there, you wailed, sobbing uncontrollably. Abandoned! He abandoned her! Brian wailed hysterically. Sorry, yes, you're right, Bri. He abandoned her, you replied to Brian, sniffing heavily. And then they took Martha to a local petting zoo and they found out Martha was a male goose and love is love, Brian wailed, setting you off again. Okay, Hawks replied, holding his hands up defensively. I see, very sad indeed, he said as he backed away. He let you and Brian babble away in each other's arms as he pulled his phone out and rang Uncle Anthony secretly, with his back turned to you and Brian. Yeah, hey, it's me, Hawks said with a hushed voice into the receiver. Listen, I have Brian here and he's going on about that goose story again and... Oh, God, Anthony moaned. I'll come and get him. Where is he? Is he in the living room? Yeah, he and Yin, Oh, no, did he set her off too? Anthony asked with another groan. Yeah, she's pretty worked up, Hawks said as he glanced back over his shoulder at you and Brian on the couch. Ugh, Uncle Anthony grunted. Okay, give me a hot minute, I'll come and get him. Thank you, Hawks chuckled. Appreciate it. Not a problem, Hawks. My apologies, Anthony replied. Anthony arrived a short time later and picked up the still sobbing Brian and carried him to the door, his strong arms wrapped around his gorgeous little boyfriend. You wailed at being separated from Brian, and Hawks had to pick you up too and carry you around until you'd calmed down. I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment, you said sullenly from your comfy spot in his arms. You're pregnant, that's what, he replied with a laugh. It's just the hormones being weird. Don't worry about it. I still love you more than life itself, he said as he bent his head down and rubbed his nose against yours. Another 2 months passed and you now had a little baby bump that you were so proud of. You'd wear tight clothing as much as possible to exaggerate it. Work at the library was still going good, and you were getting more and more comfortable in your environment. You knew your regulars by name, and they loved how you just instinctively knew when they would come to the library, and you'd make sure that they had the books that they liked ready to go. It was a Thursday afternoon, and you'd put on a nice outfit to go and visit your mum. You walked into the respite building, and the receptionist smiled when she saw you. Good afternoon, Yin. Are you here to see your mum? She asked. You nodded with a smile, one hand on your belly. You look so gorgeous with a baby bump, she gushed as she looked over the counter at your tummy. Thanks, you said softly with a bashful smile. I'll let you go and see her now, she said with a smile. Thank you, you said as you headed for the elevator. As you rounded the corner, you came face to face with a high schooler, and he grabbed your arm quickly so that you didn't run into him. Oh, sorry, you said. Are you okay? The guy asked, his left hand on your right arm, feeling unusually warm. You looked up at him. He had mismatched eyes, one steely grey eye and one clear blue eye, and it took your breath away slightly as his clear blue eye settled on you from behind a two-toned fringe. Yeah, I'm fine, you said, somewhat awestruck by his presence. He didn't say anything, but just nodded at you, then let your arm go, and stepped around you to head for the front doors of the building. Whoa, you thought as you turned your head slightly to watch him leave. He has a presence about him. You refocused on getting upstairs to your mum and made it there in a few minutes. Mum, you called as you pushed her door open. Oh, hi darling, come in, she called, and you pushed the door open to see Ray Todoroki there as well. Good afternoon, Yin, she said softly with a smile. Oh, hi, Mrs. Todoroki, you said happily. Please, call me Ray, she replied with a smile. Then her eyes travelled to your tummy. Oh, congratulations, she gushed when she saw your pregnant belly. Oh, thank you, you said softly as you ran your hands over it. I'm going to be a grandparent, babe, your mum said to Ray. Oh, that's so exciting, Ray replied, clutching her hands together and looking at your mum lovingly. All my kids are too young to have children. My girl, Fuyumi, and boy, Natsu, have significant others, but there's been no talk of babies yet, she said sadly. And my youngest, Shoto, is still in high school. He was just here a minute ago. Did you see him on your way out? He's quite a striking young man. You can't miss him. Does he have 2 different coloured eyes? You asked her. Yes, and red and white hair, she added. Yes, I did actually. I bumped into him in the hall. He's a really good-looking young man, you complimented her. Oh, thank you. Yes, he's going to break hearts when he gets older, she said with a chuckle. Hey, he's probably already breaking hearts right now, you thought with an internal laugh as you smiled at her. So, sweetheart, have you felt any movements from your little bub? Your mum asked, changing the subject as she reached out and put her hand on your belly. Yes, I have, you said excitedly. Just little funny butterfly and tummy feelings. Your mum gasped excitedly. Oh, how exciting. You're married to Hawks, yes? Ray asked. You nodded happily. Do you know if your little one is going to have wings like Daddy? She asked. Yes, he already has wings, you replied. Oh, so you said he. Is it a little boy? She asked with a smile. Yes, that's what the blood tests and doctors have told us, he replied back to her. Do you have any names that you like, sweetheart? Your mum asked as she offered you a seat. Yes, actually, I have a few that I like. I haven't really asked Hawks if he likes any of them yet. Just some that I've heard and thought sounded cute, you said as you caressed your belly and sat down. What are they? Your mum asked with childlike excitement. Well, the first means chick, Hiyoko, and then there's Aru, which means winged, and I also like Fureto, which means flight, you said, thinking thoughtfully. But I guess we just have to wait and see which suits him best. Oh, I like Aru, Ray said with a loving smile. Aru's very cute, you replied. I also think Hyoko's cute too. Fureto has a very strong feel about it, and if your little one follows in his daddy's footsteps, he's destined for greatness, your mum said knowingly. You sighed with a smile. Who would have ever thought that I'd end up marrying the number 2 hero and having his baby? Life takes unexpected turns sometimes, Ray said, giving your mum a little cute look. Oh, and Ray, Mum told me that you and her are, Oh, she did, Ray replied with an excited look on her face. Yes, your mum's a beautiful person, she said bashfully. I'm very lucky to have met her. Oh, no, I'm the lucky one, your mum gushed, blushing a little herself. Apologies, a monotone voice said from the doorway. Mum, I left my phone here. You looked back over your shoulder. Shoto Todoroki was standing in the doorway, one arm up against the doorframe. Oh, Shoto, Ray said with surprise, looking up at him. I thought you had gone. Phone, where did you put it? I'll get it, he said in an even tone as he walked into the room, passing you to get to the bedside table. I overheard the conversation, he said as he picked his phone up and turned around, his steely gaze shifting to each of you in the room before his eyes settled on you. I believe congratulations is in order, he said in monotone calmness, his fringe falling over his right grey eye. Oh, thank you, he said softly, your voice getting caught in your throat. He then looked at his mum. I believe you are grateful for meeting Miss Lin? Yes, I am, Shoto, she replied softly with a smile. There's something I should tell you. No need, I understand, he said in a low, confident voice. Oh, you do? She asked, her hand scrunching into the bottom of her shirt in apprehension. You could feel the tension as he gazed at her. Oh no, I don't think she's told him that she's seeing my mum romantically, you thought. Yes, he said bluntly. Miss Lin has a similar life situation to you, and therefore you are able to relate on a deeper level. Yes, well, that's true, but he nodded. Okay, I will come again next week, he said to his mum. Mrs. Lin, thank you for taking care of my mum, he then said, turning to your mum and bowing respectfully. I need to meet Midoriya now, he added as he straightened and looked across to his mum. He's my special friend. Special friend? You thought. Okay, sweetheart, see you then, Ray said with a smile. Shoto gave you one more look, then left. He didn't quite understand, did he? Your mum said to Ray softly. No, she said with a small smile and shake of her head. He doesn't get some things. He was kept away from other children from a young age and trained. Her voice trailed off, and your mum quickly made her way over and put her arm around Ray. Come now, she said gently. Let's not bring up the past. You're doing so well. Ray nodded gently as she turned and buried her face into your mum's chest. There was such a beautiful connection between the two that you almost teared up. Just then your little one kicked inside you, and your attention was drawn to him. You reached down and lovingly stroked your belly. After spending a little more time there, you hinted that you should probably go. When's your next scan at the doctor's? Your mum asked. Tomorrow, you replied excitedly. It's the 20-week scan. I'm excited to see how he's grown. Let me know how it goes, sweetheart. Oh, and take a picture of the ultrasound screen and send it to me, your mum demanded excitedly. I want to see my little grandson. Okay, he said with a smile as he stood up to leave. I'll see you soon, Mum. Okay, darling, take care, she replied with a smile as she continued to cuddle Ray. Bye, Yin, Ray said softly. I hope to see you again too. You will, he said with a smile as he turned to go to the door. You waved goodbye one last time, then left, excited for tomorrow's scan. What about if we call him Nugget? Hawks asked cheekily as he both walked up to the doors of the doctor's clinic for the 20-week scan. As a middle name, or? You jeered back. Nah, Nugget Takami, he replied with a smile as he pushed the doors open and gestured for you to enter first. You snorted lightly. Ah, the hero couple, the doctor greeted you brightly. Come through and let's see how baby hero's doing, he said with a smile. He led you both into the examination room and Hawks helped you up onto the bed and arranged the pillows so that you'd be comfortable for the scan. The machine was set up and the scan began. Okay, the doctor said as he zoomed in on the baby's heart. There's a perfect little heart there, pumping beautifully, he mumbled softly as he looked at the screen. You smiled at Hawks and he smiled back. And here's one little hand, the doctor said, zooming in on it and counting the fingers. So this scan's just checking all the baby's features? Hawks asked of the doctor. Yes, essentially, the doctor replied as he continued the scan. We just want to make sure baby doesn't have any defects or missing pieces. Fair enough, Hawks said with a chuckle. The scan continued and dragged on and on. Everything okay, Doc? Hawks asked when he noticed the doctor's facial expressions had changed and he kept repeating one particular action over and over. Oh yes, he said in a distracted voice. Mrs. Takami, would you just hop up off the table for me and walk around a little bit? Your little one's in a difficult position for me to check one last thing and I need him to swivel a bit. Oh, okay, you said as Hawks helped you sit up and you got off the bed to walk around a bit. What are you looking for? Hawks asked the doctor. Oh, just your little one's wingspan, the doctor said with a smile. Anything in particular that you're checking? Hawks pried, feeling that there was something the doctor wasn't telling him. Oh, no, the doctor chuckled. Just routine, he lied. You walked back over and lay down again, letting the doctor recommence scanning. Ah, that's better, he said as he clicked some buttons. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Takami. If you don't mind, just stay here and I'm just going to bring in my colleague, he said as he stood up to leave. You looked at Hawks. Is everything okay? You asked nervously to your winged hero. I'm not sure, to be honest, Hawks replied, taking your hand in his. The doctor returned with his colleague, and the man introduced himself before sitting down, taking the probe in hand. Mrs. Takami, your doctor addressed you. I've just asked my fellow doctor here to come and check something for me, so that we have a second opinion, he said kindly. Second opinion of what? You asked apprehensively. The colleague doctor turned and nodded at his workmate, and the doctor looked back at you. Mrs. Takami, we've found something on the scan that may cause some concerns later on, your doctor said to you. You paled. What is it? You asked numbly as tears welled up in your eyes. Your little one has quite well developed and large wings, he said. Well, this is a good thing for when he is out of the womb. It's a concern when he's still in there. A tear rolled down your cheek as you looked at your doctor. Hawks squeezed your hand as he leaned down and kissed your forehead. We would like to do a few internal ultrasounds just to check and see how close your little one's wings are to the umbilical cord, he said. We certainly don't want the wings to slice it open. Hawks shot the doctor a very stern look and you let out a little whimper of despair. Let's not worry too much, the doctor said quickly. We need to assess the situation first. Mrs. Takami, do you agree to the internal ultrasound test? He asked. What does that mean? You asked with a wobbly voice. It means we have to insert the probe inside you, the doctor replied. Inside as in... Wait, up my... The doctor nodded. Is that necessary? You asked with a grimace. Unfortunately so, the doctor replied. It'll get us some clearer images. Oh, okay, if it's for the baby, then okay, you said, as another tear slipped down your cheek. The doctor nodded and gave you instructions before he placed a towel over your lower half and asked you to open your legs. Slowly he inserted the probe into you and you winced. Hawks looked mortified. The doctor was very professional and quickly took some internal pictures of your baby before addressing you again. Good news, Mrs. Takami. The wings are nowhere near the umbilical cord. Oh, thank God, you said with relief as you let out a heavy sigh. But, Mrs. Takami, we'll have to have a talk about the caesarean date. Usually we would go as close to due date as possible, but for you we might need to move it a week earlier or so, he said as he stood up and put the probe down before walking over to his desk to check the calendar. I have the 15th of January free, if that date suits you? Yes, you said quickly. Whatever is best for the baby, Doc, Hawks said with a gentle smile. The doctor nodded and wrote something down before coming back to finish up. Did you have large wings at birth, Hawks? He asked your winged hero. Nah, normal size for my age, Hawks replied. They're a good size now, though, he added as he spread them for the doctor to see. See? The doctor looked at them. That's a decent wingspan, he commented. Your little one will have larger wings than you, though, judging by the size they are now. Good to know. I'll have my work cut out for me when he learns to fly then, Hawks replied with a chuckle. On the way back home, you were very quiet. You okay, chicken? Hawks asked gently. He had a feeling that you were worrying about the baby. I don't know, he replied softly as he looked down at your belly and caressed it. Everything's going to be fine, Hawks said reassuringly. Trust me, baby. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you and our little baby are okay, he added as he leaned over and kissed the top of your head. Okay, you whispered. What do you think of Hyoko? You asked Hawks while you and he were eating dinner and watching TV that night. That's cute, Hawks replied as he bit into his chicken drumstick. It means chick, right? You nodded with a mouthful. Mm-hmm, you hummed. Then there's Aru. Ah, yes. Tsubasa no Aru, winged, Hawks replied as he took another mouthful and fiddled with his black ear stud with his other hand. Aru's cool. Yeah, I really like Aru, he said as he moved closer to snuggle to him. Any more? Hawks asked as he put his drumstick down and reached for his glass of drink. Fureto, you said as you tapped his glass to indicate that you wanted some too. Means flight, you added as he took the cup and took a sip. I feel like that would suit him the best, seeing as he's got a big wingspan, Hawks mused. I like all of them though, chicken, so I'll leave it in your hands, he added as he bent his head down to you and kissed the top of your head. 8 weeks passed and you were feeling more and more movement. Your belly was growing too. Where's my chicken? Hawks called out as he entered the house one afternoon. Here, you called happily as you looked up over your head at him from where you were lying on your side on the lounge. He walked over, leaned over the back of the lounge and gazed lovingly down at you. You look so gorgeous, Yin, he said lovingly. How have you been feeling? Good, just heavy, you replied as you caressed your pregnant belly. That's understandable, he said with a smile as he reached a hand down to your bump. You got a beautiful big bub growing in there. You nodded with a smile. Just then your little one kicked at Hawks's hand. Hey there, Hawks said with a little chuckle as he felt the bump against his palm. I haven't forgotten you, you gorgeous thing, he said as he pulled his hand back and headed to the kitchen for a snack. You want anything, baby? He called out to you. No, I'm fine, you called back. Hey, we have another scan tomorrow too. 28 weeks scan, huh? Man, that time's gone quick, Hawks replied as he pulled a packet of food out from the cupboard. The doctor wants to scan Bub every 2 weeks now until the 15th of Jan, just to make sure he's okay, he said, looking up at Hawks as he reappeared in your vision. That's good, at least he's onto it, Hawks said with a smile. Not long now till we meet our little boy. Only 11 weeks to go, he said as he opened the food packet. You looked at what he was eating. Want some? He asked, offering it to you. I'll just have a little, you said as you reached out and dipped your hand into the packet. So how's work been? He asked, as he then pulled the packet back to himself and dipped his hand in. Oh my God, okay, so today, you said excitedly with a mouthful as you tried to sit up. You know Mr. Fudge Packer, the one having an affair with Miranda from the flower shop, the one I told you about before? Yeah, he replied with a laugh as he took another mouthful of food. Well, today he returned the Kama Sutra book, you said with a mortified laugh, reaching out for the packet of food from Hawks and taking it from his hand to eat more. Seriously? Hawks asked with a laugh as he watched you eat his snack. Lucky man to be getting some action, he leered. He's so gross, though, you replied with a grimace as you looked into the packet to get more food out. Can I have some? Hawks asked, watching you eat his snack. You looked down and realised that you'd stolen his food and giggled. You're a food thief, Hawks laughed as he leaned over and kissed you. He hummed as he licked the crumbs off your lips. I'd eat you any day, he said lowly, his golden eyes smouldering into yours. You still want some action even when I look like this, you said with surprise, gesturing to your swollen form. Especially when you look like that, he replied with a smirk. You look even more gorgeous when you're carrying my baby, he replied confidently. I love you any way you look. The 28-week scan went well, and so did the 30-week scan, as well as the 32nd-week scan and 34-week scan. Time was flying by, and all of a sudden there was only a few days left until the due date for the cesarean, and you were starting to feel a little nervous about it all. You okay, baby? Hawks asked one morning when he saw you wince a few times. Yeah, I think, he replied as you held your belly. Whenever you move, it just kind of hurts, that's all, he replied sadly. Feels a bit sharp. Hawks frowned. Okay, I'm off to work now, but ring me if you need me, right? He said as he walked over and gave you a goodbye kiss. Okay, you replied as he returned his kiss. Love you, he said softly. I love you too, you replied with a smile. He smirked and turned to go, looking back at you through his feathers. If you're up for it, I'd like a little mummy-daddy time tonight, he said with a wink. We'll see, you replied. Okay, he chuckled. See you later, chicken. You waved as he left, then you went about your morning and headed off to work, just like any normal day. Throughout the day you felt a few kicks and scrapes here and there that caused you to clutch your belly a few times, and you had to stop what you were doing to push your hand against your bump to move whatever it was that was pushing against you from the inside. That afternoon you were exhausted and flopped down in the chair at home to rest. Hey chicken, Hawks greeted as he came through the front door. How you feeling? Sore, you said honestly. Only 5 days to go, baby, he said encouragingly as he walked over and embraced you gently, crouching near the side of the couch. I know, you sighed. I'm so scared about what's to come, though. I'll be with you all the way, chicken, he said lovingly. Don't worry. You nodded. It's all fine for you to say. You're not the one going through this, you thought, as you turned and buried your head into his shoulder. That night, after giving Hawks some much-needed attention, you fell asleep, tucked under his warm wing. It was about 1 a.m. that you woke suddenly when you felt the baby kick hard and something sharp stabbed you from the inside. Ah! You hissed as your body flinched. You felt something pop, then water gushed out of you. Oh, Keigo! You mumbled frantically. Keigo, I think I've just peed the bed. He was up in a flash. Why did you pee? He rasped, still half asleep. You should have told me you needed to go. I would have carried you. I'm still peeing. I can't stop it, you wailed as you sat up and more water gushed out of you, soaking your pants. Hawks quickly flicked the bedroom light on and you both squinted in the sudden brightness. You looked down at the bed and it was soaked with a faint pink liquid. Hawks, I'm bleeding, you gasped, trying to get off the bed, the water still gushing from you with every movement. You awkwardly pulled your pants off and then left them on the floor, intending to grab a towel and dry up before putting new pants and panties back on. Just then your little one kicked again, and you rolled over in your belly, his bony wing jabbing you in your rib cage. You gasped and squealed in pain. Hawks flew into action. Lie down, Yin, he said strictly. I'm calling the doctor. You nodded and tried to get back onto the bed to lie down, but it felt like something was caught up under your ribs and it was painful. Hawks came running back in with the phone, the doctor on the other end. It's pink, Hawks said into the phone, looking at the colour of the discharge on the bed. Then he looked at you. She looks like she's in pain, he said into the receiver. Are you in pain, Yin? He asked as he covered the phone and pulled it from his ear to ask you the question. You nodded, wincing again as the sharp thing stabbed you again. Yes, she's in pain, Hawks said into the phone. Contractions? I don't know. He looked at you again. Contractions, babe? He asked. No, there's just something in my... Just then, your womb contracted strongly and you let out a loud wail, startling Hawks. She's in pain! He panicked, yelled into the phone. You took some deep breaths in, staring at the bed, wondering what the heck had just happened. Okay, thank you. Yes, see you then, Hawks said quickly into the phone, then hung up, making his way over to you. There's an ambulance on its way, he said as he placed a hand on your back, unsure of what to do. You nodded. Just then you got another contraction. Ah! You yelled sharply. Hawks jumped back in surprise, slightly panicked by this unknown situation. It's okay, I'm a hero, he parroted, repeating the most well-known line he knew to say in a panicked situation. You looked at him confused. Well, you know, he said, gesturing wildly. Wait, clothes, hospital bag, he said quickly, as he grabbed for the half-filled bag that you'd started preparing earlier that week. I'm gonna throw up, you mumbled, quickly placing a hand over your mouth. You heaved rapidly a few times, then another contraction came and you yelled out again, but this time it was a more deeper, animalistic roar, and Hawks freaked out. Yin? Hawks asked as he kept his distance from you. Are you okay? You didn't respond, your eyes glassing over as you internalized. What the hell's going on? Hawks thought internally as he watched you helplessly. Another contraction hit and you roared out again. Just then there was a knock at the front door and Hawks raced to grab it. The ambulance had arrived. She's possessed, he yelled frantically at the first paramedic who arrived on scene. Where is she? The paramedic quickly asked. Bedroom, Hawks replied as he turned and followed the guy back to where you had been bent over the bed. You roared again as they both entered, and the paramedic attended you immediately while Hawks watched on, panicking quietly as he paced back and forth. "You're gonna be okay," the paramedic said gently to you. "John, bring the stretcher!" He hollered out the door. John arrived quickly with the stretcher, and they worked to get you onto it, which was a bit of a struggle. "She's dilated," the first paramedic said as he checked between your legs. 5 centimetres. "Oh my god, he just saw everything down there. Why is he looking between my legs? I'm so embarrassed. Is everything okay? My baby, is he okay? I have no pants on. Help! Help me! Why are they taking me in the ambulance with no pants on? Where's Hawks?" You screeched internally, your brain going a million miles per hour. Another contraction hit you, and another almighty bellow came out of you. "What is this noise? Oh my god." "Baby, hang in there," Hawks said, running beside the stretcher as you were swiftly taken out. You just looked at him, unable to speak as your body was overtaken by stress and pain. "The baby's panicking," John said, as he saw a telltale sign of a baby in distress, meconium oozing out of you. "We need to move quick," the paramedic said, as he pushed the stretcher into the back of the ambulance. Wait, bags!" Hawks called numbly, looking around wildly. "Hawks, we need to get your wife to the hospital immediately," John said to your winged hero as he ran to the driver's side of the ambulance. "Can you meet us there?" No, I want Hawks with me," you wailed internally from the back. "Don't leave me, Hawks." You watched as they closed the doors on you, with the paramedic who arrived first opting to stay in the back with you as you made eye contact with Hawks through the small glass window at the back of the ambulance. "Don't leave me, please don't leave me," you wailed internally as the ambulance started and drove away, leaving Hawks behind. John placed an oxygen mask over your face briefly to give you some oxygen before handing you a pipe with happy gas in it. "This is for the pain," he said. "You just bite down on the nozzle part here and take some deep breaths in." You nodded and took the nozzle in hand before shoving it into your mouth and inhaling deeply. The next, however long, was a bit of a blur as you were rushed into the emergency room and prepared for an emergency caesarean. "Where's Hawks?" you wailed internally as you faded in and out of consciousness. You could still hear someone wailing and crying in labour, but it couldn't have been you. You weren't there, were you? You were back home with Mum and Dad. Wait, why was Dad back home? He looked like Darby. Wait, did you leave the stove on? You hallucinated on the gas, vaguely hearing noises of doctors and nurses. Then someone stroked your forehead and you rolled your head to the side to focus on them. They looked so kind. "You look like a happy person. I want to be your friend," you heard yourself say to the person as they chuckled softly. "It's me, chicken," they replied. "Me is a nice name," you slurred, giving him a wonky smile. "She's hallucinating slightly from the gas, Hawks. She'll be okay once she's off it," you heard the doctor say from behind a screen that was covering the lower half of your body. "What's this doing here?" you asked as you tapped on the blue plastic. "That's to stop you from seeing the doctor cutting out the baby," Hawks said as he stroked your hair and kissed you on the cheek, making sure not to get in the way of the pipe that you were still holding in your mouth and sucking on occasionally. "He's cutting my baby?" you gasped, slurred. "I need to stop him." Hawks watched as you scrunched your face up. "What's wrong, chicken?" he asked. "I can't move my legs," you slurred. "The one on my left feels really heavy, but my 2 right ones are a little lighter." "2? You have 3 legs?" Hawks asked with a chuckle. "Yeah, don't you?" you shot back. Yeah, well," he started to reply. "Don't answer that," the doctor called to Hawks from behind the screen. "Was that God talking?" you asked Hawks when you heard a voice come from seemingly nowhere. "Yes," Hawks replied. "He's delivering our baby." "God is delivering my baby?" you gasped in awe. Hawks nodded with a smile. Then he went quiet as he listened to the doctor talking with his colleagues. "Everything okay, Doc?" he asked, still staying down behind the screen. Your little one has decided to get up under your wife's ribcage and his wing is caught," the doctor said. Just then one of the monitors that you'd been hooked up to started beeping wildly. "Doctor, she's bleeding internally," a nurse who was watching the monitor yelled. "Ah, damn," the doctor grunted. "Hey, me?" you asked softly to Hawks, still thinking his name was Me. "I'm just gonna have a sleep, okay?" you mumbled as you slipped unconscious. No, Yin, no, stay with me, baby." It sounded like everyone was talking underwater as your eyes closed. There was the cry of a baby, people shouting, beeping noises. "I just want quiet. Why can't everything be quiet?" you thought. Then slowly everything went silent, and you felt warm and comfy. The pain had stopped as well. There was a bright light, and you squinted as you shielded your eyes with one hand. "It's okay, Yin. a voice said to you. Your baby, Hiyoko, is okay. He is? You asked as you looked around. Yes, and you'll be fine too. Just sleep for now. You've done well, the voice said. Okay, you said as you closed your eyes. Suddenly everything went black and you gasped. She's back! She's back! A voice said loudly, and it's almost as if their voice reverberated through you and you coughed. Turn the defib off, you heard someone yell, and you opened your eyes. You looked around and saw clinical nurses and doctors everywhere. She's stabilising, a nurse called out from the screen of monitors. Oh, thank God, the doctor said with relief. Yin, can you hear me? Another doctor asked from beside you, and you rolled your head to look at him as you nodded. You winced as you tried to move, and he placed a hand on your shoulder. Don't move, Yin, he said softly. We'll be done soon, he added. You could feel something touching your stomach and pulling at it. Oh, they must be stitching me up, you thought. After the surgery, you were wheeled out into the hallway, down towards the recovery ward. The minute you exited the surgical ward, Hawks was by your side. Baby, he called softly to you, and you looked at him and smiled. You're okay, he said with the most relieved look on his face, tears streaming down his cheeks as he walked beside the hospital bed. Our little boy is okay too. He's in the nursery, he said. Oh, I have a baby now, that's right, you thought. When can I see him? You croaked, your mouth dry from the anaesthetics. I'll bring him up to your room once you're ready, Hawks said as he wiped his eyes. He's gorgeous, Yin, he really is. I want to see him, you wailed softly. Soon, beautiful, soon, he said with a smile. Once you were in the recovery room, Hawks went to get your little baby. He returned shortly, pushing the hospital crib. He still needs a name, babe, he said as he pushed the trolley in beside the bed, then pulled the baby cart out of the plastic sleeve hanging from the front of the crib. He weighs 3.8 kilo, 53 centimetres long, wingspan of 58 centimetres long, born at 3:10 a.m. on January 11th. Oh, you gasped as you looked in. He's so tiny. Your little one was wrapped up in the hospital blanket, with only his little head poking out. Hawks reached for the bed remote and slowly sat it up so that you were in a more upright position. Then he gently lifted your little bundle out and placed him in your arms. What do his wings look like? You asked Hawks as you gazed down at your tiny little baby. They're white, Hawks said excitedly, and massive. Really? You said. I want to see them. As you unwrapped your little one, you remembered the name of that the voice had called your boy, and you looked up at Hawks. Hiyoko, you said. His name's Hiyoko. Wow, that was quick, Hawks said with a laugh. Someone told me to call him that, you said sheepishly. Someone? Hawks asked curiously. Yeah, I saw a white light and someone spoke to me and they told me his name was Hiyoko. Just then you unwrapped your little bundle and his large white wings fell open from being wrapped up around him. Oh! You exclaimed with surprise. They are huge, aren't they? Hawks smiled. He'll be a great hero someday, he said softly. Just then little Hiyoko opened his eyes and blinked at you, his hazel green irises glowing as he tried to focus on your face. You gasped softly. Hawks, he's beautiful, you gushed as you looked up at your winged hero husband. His eyes are stunning. They're a mix of our eyes, he replied with a smile, gazing lovingly at you. You gazed back at him and all of a sudden you were overcome with emotion. You put a hand to your mouth as tears welled in your eyes. Hawks pushed the crib aside and grabbed for you over the rail of the hospital bed, burying his head into the crook of your shoulder as he broke down. I thought I was going to lose you, he whispered in a broken voice. What happened to me? You replied in an equally broken voice. Just then the doctor entered and Hawks pulled back from you. Yin Takami, the doctor addressed you softly. How are you feeling? I don't know, he replied honestly as you wiped your eyes. What happened, Doc? Well, he said with a sigh, your gorgeous little one here punctured your spleen with his wing, and you died for 3 minutes, but we got you back. Oh, wow, you said, bursting into tears again. Hawks was doing his best to hold it together, but was failing as tear after tear slipped down his cheek. The doctor then went on to talk about your bub and what you could expect over the next few weeks. The nurse will be in soon to show you how to breastfeed your little one, he said with a smile. He has a good appetite. We gave him a bottle to fill him up while we were still saving your life, and he drank the whole thing. You let out a little snort hiccup of laughter. He gets that appetite from me, you said with a chuckle as you rubbed your eyes. She steals all my food, Hawks chimed in as he wiped tears away. Just then little Hiyoko let out a little baby squeak, and you and Hawks immediately dove to give him attention, and the doctor smiled to himself. I'll be back in to check on you later, Yin, the doctor said with a smile. Congratulations on your little one. Thank you, he said, as you awkwardly picked up your baby and cuddled him to you, his white wings falling open over you. Little Hiyoko buried his face into your hospital gown, eyes shut and mouth open as he rooted around to try and find a nipple to attach to. What's he doing? You asked as you watched him trying to find something. I don't know. Is he hungry? Hawks asked, looking over the bed rail. I'm not sure, you replied. Just then the nurse walked in. Hello, Yin, she said, looking at your chart. I believe it's feed time, she said, gesturing to your little wiggly bundle. Do we have a name for your little bub yet? Hiyoko, he said proudly. Keigo Takami. That's a beautiful name, she said happily. Shall we feed him? Oh, he's hungry? You asked as you looked from her back down to him. Yes, he's looking for a nipple, she said with a smile. Let's get you set up for feeding then, hey? Hawk sat back and watched with wide eyes as the nurse instructed you on how to breastfeed Hiyoko for the first time, and in no time he was attached and feeding beautifully. He'll feed for a while now, the nurse said gently. I'll be back later. She left and you smiled at Hawks. Look at me, I'm a mum, you said proudly. He chuckled. You're doing amazingly, he said, looking down at your boobs. Gotta say, I was jealous of that nurse copping a handful as she was helping you get him attached, though. You snorted. He hummed, staring at your swollen boobs. These aren't for you, you replied. These are for Hiyoko. Can I have a turn after he's done? Hawks asked cheekily. No, you replied with a playful pout. Your winged hero chuckled and leaned in to kiss you. You did so well, baby. I'm proud of you, he said as he stroked your hair and looked lovingly down at Hiyoko. Are you looking at the baby or my boobs? You asked with a deadpan look on your face. Well, they're right there, so, Hawks said. You laughed. Later that evening, after you'd finished feeding Hiyoko, wrapped him in the blanket again, and put him back in the crib, Hawks got a call from Uncle Anthony and Brian. Hawks here, he said as he answered the phone. There was a pause, then he smiled. Yes, she's fine, and he's fine too. Another pause. Keigo Takami, he said as he looked up and gave you a wink. Yes, sure, come round, he added as he ran his fingers through his hair. Okay, see you soon. He then hung up the phone and looked at you. They're coming, be prepared for Brian, he said with a laugh. He's so overexcited, all I could hear was him screaming in the background. You giggled. Our little one have the best uncles ever, he said with a smile. After another half hour, Uncle Anthony and Brian entered the hospital. You knew that they had entered because you could hear Brian as he came down the hall. Where is he? You heard him ask the staff excitedly. Who? The nurse asked back. The most beautiful baby in this hospital, of course, Brian replied, with the most offended voice ever, like he felt personally attacked by the fact that they didn't already know that your Hiyoko was the most beautiful baby in the establishment. You then heard Uncle Anthony jump into the conversation and ask for you, and that's when Brian entered your room with the biggest rainbow-coloured blanket you had ever seen. Oh my God, you said with a laugh as he handed it to you. Where's my baby? He squealed with flapping arms. Where is he? Where is he? He's here, Bri, you said with shy excitement. Brian sashayed over to the hospital crib and did the most exaggerated gasp with melodramatic hand-to-mouth gesture you'd ever seen, then promptly burst into tears. Brian, what's wrong? Your uncle asked as he ran over. He's perfect! He's perfect! Brian wailed. Look at his little face! He's an angel! Can I give him a snuggly woggle? He said in a baby voice. Of course, you said with a little giggle. Brian very gently picked up the little sleeping baby bundle and whimpered as he cradled him gently, mumble singing a song by Beyonce. Congratulations, Yin, Uncle Anthony said softly as he walked up beside your bed and leaned over to give you a hug. Thank you, he said with a tear-filled smile. Are you okay? Tell us the story, he said, pulling back from you. I don't remember much of what happened, you said, scrunching your eyebrows together. I remember what happened at home and the ride in the ambulance, but then she was tripping and she told me she had 3 legs, Hawk said with a laugh. I did? You said with surprise, not remembering anything that you'd said while on the happy gas. Yep, and you friend-zoned me, Hawks added with a smug smile. I did what? O.T. I'm sorry, did you say friend zone? Yeah, she called me and said I looked friendly, so she wanted to be friends, Hawk said with a bright smile. Oh, honey bun, you're savage in labour, Brian said with a wry smile as he continued to cuddle Hiyoko. Can I have a hold? Uncle Anthony asked softly as he held his arms out towards Brian and your bub. Boo-boo, it's my turn now, Brian said, pulling Hiyoko closer to himself protectively. Uncle Anthony looked dejected. It's okay, Uncle Anthony, it's okay. You'll have your turn soon, you said as you reached out and patted his arm. So, story. Tell us a story, Uncle Anthony said, turning back to you. Okay, so my waters, were they my waters? You asked Hawks. He nodded. Broke at like 1 a.m., Hawks interjected. Thank you, he said, then continued. Then I was there was pain under my ribs and the ambulance turned up at 1:30 a.m., Hawks added quickly. Oh, thanks, he said again, then continued on. And they put me in the ambulance, then, noise, and then a white light, and someone spoke to me when I woke up, and now I'm here, you said with a confused look on your face. Hold up, Queen. White light, did you say? Brian asked. Never go towards the white light. Stay in the rainbow, doll. Well, I don't know what happened, you said hesitantly, looking at Hawks. Hawks had a strange look on his face and cleared his throat a few times before speaking. The nurse, he said softly, said you were bleeding internally. Brian gasped. And they forced me out, Hawks said in a small voice. You'd passed out. The monitors were going crazy. I didn't know what was happening. I was on the outside of the surgery doors. I saw them use the shock machine. The doctors did say I died, you said in a small voice, the tension in the room becoming heavy. Hawks looked at you again, tears pricking the corner of his sharp golden eyes. I almost lost the most precious thing in the world to me, he said in a wobbly voice. This set you off and you burst into tears as Hawks got up and ran over to you again, hugging you over the bed rails. You heard sobbing and looked over to see Brian bawling his eyes out. Uncle Anthony just looked terrified, not knowing who to console first. Seeing that Hawks was with you, he then opted to console his boyfriend, wrapping his strong arms around him while Brian still held Hiyoko. It's okay, Brian, it's okay, he said gently. I want a baby, Brian wailed. Wait, what? Uncle Anthony said with surprise. I thought you were crying about Yin. I was, but then I'm also crying because this baby's so precious, I want one, he wailed again. Lord, Uncle Anthony groaned. Look at him, boo-boo. Doesn't he make your heart explode into a million teeny tiny, itty-bitty rainbow-coloured pieces? Brian whined emphatically. We need a baby in our lives. Brian, you can't even keep a houseplant alive for a day. How would you go with a baby? Uncle Anthony deadpanned. What about the aloe vera plant? Brian asked in a sassy voice. That was a fake one, Anthony replied. Minor details, boo-boo, minor details. I still need a baby. Look at this precious little nug-nug, Brian cooed in a baby voice. Nug-nug? You asked with a chuckle. Yeah, Bambi, your man Hawks loves chicken, right? And he called you chicken, so this here's your little nugget. And because I'm Bri-Bri, he's gonna be my little nug-nug, Brian said, lifting baby Hiyoko closer to his face to give him a kiss on the nose. What is your baby's name? Uncle Anthony asked curiously. Hiyoko, he said proudly. Keigo Takami. Brian gasped. Lord, that is a beautiful name, he said as he shivered with gay delight. Where did you get that name from, honey? Well, when I saw the white light, a person spoke to me and they told me his name was Hiyoko, he said with a bit of a sweat-dropped look on your face. Brian sucked a scream in, making a high-pitched noise as his mouth hung open. Girl, you met Beyonce? He said in awestruck, flamboyant wonder. Hiyoko was named by our Beyonce, our saviour Beyonce. Hallelujah, amen. I knew he was special, he said knowingly. Just then Hiyoko opened his eyes and looked at Brian. Oh, he's awake, he said softly as he looked at Hiyoko. Brian did the sucked-in scream again and then started babbling words of adoration and wonder. Girl, his eyes, he said in delight. He is going to ruin boys and girls alike with one look. You giggled. Oh, pass me the blanket. We need to give him divine blessing, Brian added as he flitted over and lay baby Hiyoko down before unwrapping the hospital blanket to transfer him to the rainbow blanket. As he opened it, Hiyoko's large wings fell open and Brian gasped before jumping back. What's wrong? You asked quickly as he sat up and looked at Hiyoko. He's an angel. I knew it, Brian said as he waved his hands around. We are in the presence of a child sent from Beyonce. What? You chuckled, confused. All the signs are there, Brian said as he popped his hip out and put his hand on his waist. You heard a voice come down from a white light. You were told his name, and now he has perfectly white wings. You smiled, opening your mouth to say something. You can't tell me he isn't sent from heaven, Brian said as he flicked his hand out. Your Honour, this case is solid. You giggled. Well, I think he's from heaven, you said bashfully. I'm right there with you, Bay. Brian said again as he flicked his fingers and pouted. He stepped back over to baby Hyoko and gently wrapped him in the rainbow blanket, then pulled out a small vial from his pocket. No, is that... Brian, no, Uncle Anthony said sharply as he lunged towards his boyfriend. Hawks, help me, he shouted frantically as Brian struggled to get free. Wait, what's going on? You asked in a panic as Uncle Anthony wrestled with his man and Hawks made his way around to that side of the bed, on guard but not fully involved yet. Brian is going to try and bless the baby with holy glitter, Uncle Anthony said with horror. It goes everywhere. I told him not to do it again. He did it once before to another baby, and it was a nightmare. Unhand me! This is treason! Brian wailed pitifully. Hawks stretched his wings out menacingly, but had the most perplexed look on his face as he warred with what he should do, right then and then. Give it to me, Uncle Anthony demanded sharply. No, I must perform the blessing, Brian hollered, wresting the glitter vial from Uncle Anthony's clutches. Hawks, make an arrest, Uncle Anthony shouted at your hero husband. I don't even know what I'm arresting for, Hawks replied as he reached out to hold Brian. Honeyman, you know that I think you're fine as hell, but if you don't remove your hands from me this instant, I will cut a bitch, Brian seethed at a very apprehensive-looking Hawks. Bri, you called softly, please, could we perform the blessing once we get Hyoko home? The hospital isn't a good setting because of... You looked around wildly, trying to find a reason for the setting being inappropriate. The feng shui isn't good here and it will ruin the blessing. Everyone stopped and looked at you. Then Brian gasped. Oh my Beyonce, you're right. Forgive me, Lord, that was close. Only positive energy for this beautiful baby boy, he said as he quickly put the vial away, and Uncle Anthony and Hawks let him go. Uncle Anthony mouthed you a thank you behind Brian's back and you smiled at him. With the power bestowed upon me by Beyonce's clothing brand, Ivy Park, I rebuke thee, Brian said loudly as he flicked his fingers around over baby Hyoko as if to shoo flies away. Your baby looked at him confused. Hyoko looks very confused, Hawks said with a chuckle. He better get used to it, Brian said sassily. I'm his goddaddy, and I'm here to guide him in the truth. Please don't say goddaddy, Uncle Anthony sighed. Boo-boo, if I want to be a goddaddy, I'm going to be a damn goddaddy. Don't you rain on my parade with your jealousy, Brian said as he pointed his nose in the air. Did you know what you were getting into when you started dating this power pack? Hawks asked Uncle Anthony with a laugh. Yeah, I did, he replied with a little chuckle, and there is never a dull moment. Mm-hmm, Brian replied sassily over his shoulder as he scooped little Hyoko up and walked to the door. Okay, boo-boo, I'm ready to go now, he said airily. Brian, no, that is not your baby, Uncle Anthony groaned as he stalked over to Brian to take Hyoko from his arms. You and Hawks were chuckling away to yourselves as you watched Uncle Anthony try and control his boyfriend. After gently prying Hyoko from Brian's hands, Uncle Anthony finally got a turn to hold him, and then he welled up with tears as he gently rocked Hyoko back to sleep. Yin, he's amazing, he said in the softest voice he'd ever heard, gently bending his head to kiss Hyoko on the forehead. Oh, my ovaries, Brian wailed in a love-struck voice at seeing his boyfriend cradle a baby and showing some love. You don't have ovaries, Hawks said in a perplexed voice. Well, I don't need any more because they just exploded, Brian replied as he clutched his hands to his heart. Hawks chuckled. That first night in hospital, you were in physical pain every time you closed your eyes. You remembered snippets of the birth and surgery, and you struggled to get comfy. You okay, chicken? Hawks asked softly when he heard you groan from the reclined chair that they had set up for him in the room. It hurts, he said softly in a sad voice, and he got up and walked over to the bed, climbing in beside you. I'll call the nurse and I'll hold you while you sleep, he said as he kissed your forehead, then pressed the nurse's button. She entered soon enough and Hawks asked her to get you some pain medication, and then after you'd taken it, you snuggled off to sleep with him. That is, until Hyoko woke up at 1:15 a.m. for a feed. A small, helpless cry rang out through the quiet hospital room and you stirred. Groggily, you opened your eyes and pushed Hawks's wing down to peer over the top. What is... Oh, baby. You wriggled your way out from underneath his wing and gingerly hopped out of bed, waddling and limping around to the hospital crib to pick up little Hyoko for a feed. You unwrapped him and picked him out, walking over to the chair and sitting down to feed. As you sat down gingerly, you pulled your top up and flopped a boob out, fiddling around until you got him attached. He latched on and started sucking. Oh, God, this feels weird, you thought with a wince as the feeling of his little mouth sucking on your nipple sent a weird stinging pain into your breast. He fed for a bit, then fell asleep, unlatching and flopping back away from your boob. Oh, he's asleep again. You picked him up gently and wrapped him up, and then put him back in the crib and walked back around and hopped into the hospital bed next to Hawks. You had just drifted off when you heard Hiyoko squeak again. What does he want now, you thought, as you got up to him. You okay, baby? Hawks asked softly in his just woke up voice when he felt you stir and get up again. I think so. Hiyoko is awake again, but I just fed him so he can't be hungry, he said in a tired voice as you picked out your little bundle again. Hiyoko opened his mouth and started looking for a nipple, huffing softly with his mouth open. That's the hungry sign, isn't it? Hawks asked with a yawn as he sat up and looked at you and Hiyoko. You nodded. Okay, well, I'll feed him again, you said as you repeated the same ritual as before. Hiyoko fed for a small time, then fell asleep again, so you bundled him up and lay him back in the cot. Hawks gave you a cuddle as you hopped back into bed, and then settled down with you again. You had just drifted off slowly when Hiyoko called out again. You groaned as you stirred. Why does he keep waking up? You wailed softly as you got up to him again. You fed him again, and then once again he fell asleep, so you hopped back into bed. 15 minutes later, he was awake again. You burst into tears when you heard him. Baby? Hawks asked groggily. Is he awake again? I just want to sleep, you cried as you got up. Let me call for the nurse. She might be able to help, Hawks said as he pushed the call button. It was now 3:30 a.m, and the nurse walked in with a smile as you stood there looking dead with a baby in arms. How are you, Mrs. Takami? She asked pleasantly. I'm tired and Hiyoko won't sleep, you said bluntly, wiping the tears from your eyes. When did he feed last? The nurse asked, taking Hiyoko from your hands. Like 20 minutes ago, you croaked. How long does he feed for? She asked as she tickled Hiyoko's cheek. He immediately swung his head towards her hand and tried to latch onto her finger. Only a short time, then he falls asleep, you said as you watched her. He's still hungry, she said with a smile. Let me help you. She sat you down and helped you get Hiyoko attached again. Okay, when Hiyoko falls asleep, tickle his little foot or his hand to wake him back up so he feeds for longer, she said as she sat back and looked over at Hawks, who was fading very quickly in the hospital bed. Why don't they make boys do the breastfeeding? You grumbled when you saw Hawks drifting off to sleep again. The nurse chuckled softly. Every new mother asks that same question, she replied. It's because we can handle it. Guys wouldn't last one day as a breastfeeding mother. You smiled. Just then little Hiyoko fell asleep and the nurse gestured to him. Give him a little tickle, she encouraged. You tickled his tiny foot and he woke up again, sucking furiously and gulping the milk down. There you go, the nurse said softly. Just keep waking him up until you can't wake him anymore. Thank you so much, she said gratefully. Not a problem, the nurse replied as she stood to leave. He's only just new, so he'll need to feed more often, but after he finishes his feed, he should go for 2 hours. 2 hours? Only 2 hours? You wailed internally. Oh, well, I guess it's better than every 20 minutes. Little Hiyoko finally finished a good feed, and you put him back to sleep and flopped into the bed next to Hawks again. The next time you woke, it was the next day already, and you looked at the clock on the wall. 7:10 a.m. It's morning already? Oh my gosh, Hiyoko, is he okay? You pushed Hawks' wing off quickly and looked over at your baby who was sleeping peacefully in his cot. Oh, thank goodness he's all right, you thought. You sighed and lay back. Morning, baby, Hawks mumbled as he kissed your cheek when he felt you stir. How did you go last night? You just gave him the dirtiest glare and he pulled back a bit. What did I do? He asked apprehensively. You and your useless nipples, you grumbled. He gave you an apologetic look. I'm sorry, he said as he hugged you. I'll get up with you tonight and help as much as I can. Thank you, I'd like that, you said as you lay back down and shut your eyes. Just then Hiyoko squeaked and you groaned. Oh, here we go again. After spending 4 days in hospital, they gave you and Hiyoko a clean bill of health and you prepared to leave. True to his word, Hawks had gotten up with you at the night and had either offered to burp Hiyoko or given you a neck massage while you were feeding, which you greatly appreciated. All the very best with your new baby, the nursing staff congratulated you and you thanked them all again for their help. Where's my baby and mummy? Brian asked excitedly as you, Hawks, with Hiyoko made your way to his car. Right here, Brian, you said excitedly with a big smile. Oh, I am so excited to be the one to take you both home, he squealed. Hawks told me he'd fly home, so it's you and me and baby makes 3, babe. You smiled as he opened the back door of the car and you put the sleeping Hiyoko into the baby seat. Hawks gave you a goodbye kiss before taking to the sky and Brian helped you into the passenger side of the car. So, what's it like being a mummy? He queried as he flicked his non-existent fringe back. Honestly, it's hard, he sighed. Hawks tries to help, but he can't do very much. Oh, baby, Brian pouted. I'll stay over tonight and help, okay? I will make you hot drinks, carry Hoko, give you massages, change nappies. I'll be the best gay nanny you could ever ask for, he said as he waved his hand around. Really? He said with relief in a quivering voice as a tear slid down your cheek. Of course, honey bunch, he said excitedly. It would be an honour to nanny Beyonce's divine child. Then he saw you crying. Oh, Pooh Bear, don't cry. But I'm so happy, you wailed as you sobbed harder. Oh, my sweet bean, don't you worry about a thing. Uncle Bri has got you, he said as he placed a manicured hand on your leg and patted you reassuringly. Thank you, Bri. Once at home, Brian helped you set up while Hawks got food ready for you all. Uncle Anthony was going to pop by later to see how you're all doing, so it was a hive of activity at the house as everyone set up. No, sweets, the pink shades must be on a 30-degree angle facing away from the window, Brian tutted as he set up the last of the things in the baby's room. Hawks walked in and his eyes widened as he looked around the interior. This is a very progressive room, he said with a light chuckle. What do you mean by that? You said, a hint of sharpness in your voice, ready to jump to the defense if he made a comment about the colours in the room. I mean these, Hawk said as he walked over to the shelf with the original Destiny's Child albums and picked one up. What if Yoko just wants to listen to boring old lullabies? He asked with a closed-eyed, wide grin. You immediately felt bad for assuming that he was going to comment something else, and you melted with love for him. You take that back, Brian said sharply from where he was setting up the rocking chair and table. Sorry, Hawk said quickly and put the albums back sheepishly. This room looks amazing, by the way, he commented as he walked over to the cot to look at little Hyoko sleeping. Pink and green, fit for a queen, Brian said with a little Nene-esque hand movement as he gestured to some hanging shades that he had set up over the book corner. What time is Uncle Anthony coming over? You asked Hawk softly. Do I have time for a nap? I'm shot. Honey, go, Brian said as he flitted over and took you by the shoulders to push you out the door. You need to rest, Queen. I'll take it from here. Thanks, Bri, he said gratefully as Hawks gave you a little smile, watching as you were marched out of the door by Brian. You were promptly tucked into bed and left to nap as Brian and Hawks continued to set up the room and get food ready. A few hours later, Brian tiptoed in with Hyoko, who needed another feed. Thank you, Bri, he whispered huskily as he sat up and took Hyoko in arms. Sing hallelujah if you need me, Brian whispered as he gyrated his way to the bedroom door. You cracked a smile, then attended to Hyoko. Brian and Hawks were chatting in the lounge room when Hawks suddenly looked at the time. I'll just go and check on Yin. She's been very quiet, he commented as he stood up and walked into the bedroom. He peeked in, and you and Hyoko were fast asleep, curled up in the middle of the bed. Oh, he said softly as he walked over and picked Hyoko up gently, taking him back to his own cot so that you could sleep without fear of rolling on your little one. You woke up sometime later and felt around for Hyoko, immediately freaking out when you couldn't find him in the bed with you. Hyoko! He yelped, still sitting up and looking around. Hawks was in a flash. He knew exactly what had happened. He's in his cot, baby. It's okay. Hey, Yin, he called to you as you frantically searched for Hyoko in the bed. Cot? You asked. Oh, cot. I put him back there so that you could sleep a little more, he said with a smile as he hopped up onto the bed and bent his head to kiss your neck, using one hand to scoop around your lower back and pull your body down under his. Hawks, you squeaked as he gently groped a breast. Hawks, Brian is still here, isn't he? Mm-hmm. Hawks hummed in acknowledgement as he continued to kiss and fill you up. What if he walks in? You whispered harshly. He won't. He's looking after Hyoko, Hawks mumbled into your neck. Wait, ow, that hurts, you mumbled as he grabbed your other breast. They feel hot, Hawks commented. And they're sore, you added, scrunching your nose in discomfort. Is that normal? Hawks asked. I don't know, you replied. Maybe I should call the midwife. He nodded as he pulled back. Well, we have food for you out there when you're ready, he said with a smile as he backed off the bed and hopped off. Thank you, he said as you stretched and hopped off the bed to come out. As you walked out, Uncle Anthony entered the house, smiling happily when he saw you. How are you, Yin? He asked as he gave you a hug. You winced when your sore boobs hit his side. I'm okay, you said softly as you discreetly felt them. Why are they so sore and hot? You followed him back over to the lounge and sat down. Brian came flitting out of the baby's room and sat down next to his stoic, quiet man while Hawks brought some food over from the kitchen. You okay? Hawks asked softly when he saw you tenderly touching your boobs. sore, you whispered. Is your milk coming in, Yin? Uncle Anthony asked, and you went bright red in the face. Oh, this is so embarrassing. My uncle just asked a question about my boobs. I don't know. What is that? You asked sheepishly. It's when your breasts fill with milk, he stated calmly. It usually comes in day 3 or 4. I thought there was already milk in there, he said shyly. There is, but it's not much. This is the milk that will make Hiyoko fat and cuddly, he said with a smile. How do you know all this? Hawks asked him as he bit into some chicken. My first girlfriend was a lactation consultant, he said nonchalantly. You choked on air. Girlfriend? He said with surprise. Yeah, he said with a laugh. I thought I was straight. Turns out I'm not. Praise Beyonce for that, Brian said emphatically as he flicked a leg up over the other, nibbling on a biscuit. How long did you date her for? Hawks asked Uncle Anthony. 3 years. We're still good friends. Turns out she's a lesbian, he said with a chuckle. Oh, the more you know, Hawks said with a laugh as he continued eating. So, what do I do about the sore and hot? Yeah, you said, vaguely gesturing to your chest area. My ex always said to use ice, Uncle Anthony said as he hopped up and walked to the freezer to see what was there. Quickly he made up 2 Ziploc bags of small frozen peas and handed them to you. Put these in your bra. It'll take the pain away. The heat and pain should settle down in a few days once your supply is established. Then you'll be fine from there, he said authoritatively with a smile. What would I do without my beautiful gay uncles, you thought thankfully, as you went to go and put the Ziploc bags in your bra. The cold felt so good against your hot skin, and you walked back out with a smile on your face. Better? Uncle Anthony asked. Mm-hmm, you hummed as you nodded. After dinner, you and Brian chatted about the night's proceedings. You and your Hawksy Poo have a weirdo sleep together, and when my little baby boy wakes, I'll come and wake you for his feet, okay? Brian said as he flitted around the lounge room, tidying up. Okay, he said with a smile. And I'll get you a cup of tea to keep you hydrated and a bicky or 2, he added excitedly. I feel like Brian is going to enjoy doing this much more than me, you thought with a laugh. Later that night, you hopped into bed with Hawks, cuddling up under his wings as you drifted off to sleep. It was lovely to be back in your own bed, and you felt extra relaxed since you knew that Brian was keeping watch over Hiyoko. 1:15 a.m, Brian pranced into the room and gently woke you. Time for a feetsy poos for Nuggy Bundle, he whispered. A what for a what? You chuckled internally as you groggily got up and wandered into Hiyoko's room. You set yourself up and started feeding as Brian came totting in with hot drinks and some biscuits. Thanks, Bri, you mumbled gratefully. Any time, sweetums, he whispered as he flitted back out to go and do something else. You fed Hiyoko, then gave him a short cuddle before Brian came in and took him. You go on back and have a little sleep with your gorgeous hubby, and I'll put Nug Nug back to sleep after I change his nappy, Brian said as he cuddled a sleepy little baby Hiyoko in arms. You nodded and headed out of the room, making your way back to bed. 3:30 a.m, Brian was back in to wake you again, and you dragged your sorry ass out into Hiyoko's room again. As you sat down, you saw a little note stuck to the table beside the rocking chair. You are a queen. Own your throne, it read. You giggled to yourself. That's such a Brian thing to write, you thought. You started feeding Hiyoko, and when you had finished, you handed him over to a waiting Brian. You go and sleep, Mama Bear, he whispered happily. I'll put Nuggy back to sleep and wake you for the next feed. Thank you so much, you whispered gratefully as you headed back to bed. Hawks dragged you into himself when you climbed in, and you sighed happily as you drifted off to sleep. At 4:30 a.m, you woke to the sound of Hiyoko crying pitifully and flew out of bed. Bri, what's wrong? You asked in a raspy voice as you ran into the room. We're okay, honey bunch, Brian said frantically as he patted, bounced and shushed Hiyoko in arms. Is he hungry? You asked, walking over to him. I'm not sure, baby cakes. He wouldn't go back to sleep and he's been really upset and wriggly, Brian said sadly. Is he sick? You asked, trying to troubleshoot the problem. Hiyoko let out a little wail and scrunched his face up. He looks like he's in pain, you commented as you took him from Brian's arms. What's wrong, little Yoko? You asked your baby. Let me call Boo Boo, Brian said with a hand flick. He'll know what to do. 10 minutes later, Uncle Anthony arrived on scene. You are still bouncing and rocking Hiyoko, who is screaming constantly by now. Come here, Hiyoko, Uncle Anthony said calmly as he took him from your arms. He checked him over and asked you a few questions. I think he's just a bit colicky, he muttered to himself as he lay Hiyoko down on the lounge and then started to bicycle his legs. Hiyoko settled a tiny bit and then did a massive fart. "Oh, child!" Brian yelled as he waved his hand across his nose and touched his cheeks in shock. "Ah, that's better, huh?" Uncle Anthony said kindly as he picked up your now silent little one and rocked him in his strong arms. Hiyoko fell asleep instantly. "My hero," Brian gasped lovingly as he kissed his boyfriend on the cheek. "You go and sleep now, Yin," your uncle said to you. "I'll hold him for a while. That way he'll sleep a little longer." "Thank you so much," you said gratefully with teary eyes. "Oh, honey, you need sleep," Brian said sympathetically. "I can't stop crying," you wailed softly as you burst into tears again. Brian hugged you and stroked your head before sending you back to bed. The next time you woke it was 9 a.m, and although you had only had 4 hours of sleep, you felt surprisingly awake. You stretched and got up, leaving a still sleeping Hawks in bed. Brian smiled when you walked out into the lounge area. "How's Mumsy?" he asked as you plopped down next to him on the lounge. "Pretty good, actually. How's Hiyoko?" you asked, looking around. "He and Boo Boo are fast asleep in the rocking chair," Brian said as he hopped up and beckoned you to follow him to peek into Hiyoko's room. You looked in and saw your little baby snuggled up on Uncle Anthony's broad chest, both of them snoozing soundly. Such a beautiful sight made you clutch your chest and with a pained expression of love as you gazed upon the sleeping pair. You heard a soft sniff from beside you and looked across to see Brian wiping a tear from his eye. "Aw," you thought as you pulled him in for a hug, smiling as he rapidly fanned his face. Both of you backed away softly and then headed to the kitchen to make breakfast while talking about how sweet Uncle Anthony was. Another few minutes later you heard little Hiyoko cry for food and you had a letdown. "Oh, God," you gasped as you felt the milk rush to your boobs. "That feels so weird." You clutched them as you walked to Hiyoko's room. Uncle Anthony opened an eye as you approached, and he looked down at Hiyoko, who was starting to stir on his chest. "Thank you, Uncle Anthony," you whispered as you took Hiyoko. He nodded with a lopsided, groggy smile, his hair all sticking up on one side as he hopped up out of the rocking chair and left the room for you to feed in peace and quiet. The next few weeks were a steep learning curve for you and Hawks. Sleep deprivation, loneliness and hormones didn't make it easy for you, and Hawks copped the brunt of a lot of your depressive outbursts. He did try his best to help and give you the love and support you needed. Deep down you felt bad for lashing out at him like that, and you would apologise profusely after you'd calmed down. Uncle Anthony became the go-to whenever you had a baby-related question, and there were multiple times that he and Brian would stay over to help with night feeds. One day Brian called to say he was popping over for a little visit, and he sounded very excited. He rap-a-tap-tapped on the front door when he arrived, and you opened it expectantly. "Hi, Bri," you said happily. Babes, oh my God, okay, so," he said as he sashayed past you and flicked his hands around, squealing and dancing on the spot. "What is it, Bri?" you asked with a giggle as you followed him back to the lounge with Hiyoko in arms. "I'm getting a baby," he blurted out excitedly. "You're what?" you gasped excitedly. "A baby," he screamed, doing jazz hands either side of his head. "A miniature French bulldog." "Oh, a puppy," you said with a laugh. No, babes, a baby, my baby," he corrected. "Oh, of course, sorry, Bri," you said apologetically. "Do you have pictures? When are you picking him up?" "I get him next week," Brian said excitedly, still jumping up and down on the spot. "I don't have pictures, but I will bring him over right away." "I'd love to meet him," you said with a smile. "Oh, honey, you'll be the first to meet him," Brian said excitedly as he reached out and took Hiyoko from your arms. "You're getting a baby brother, my little nug-nug," Brian squealed, kissing Hiyoko all over his chubby cheeks. "Oh, God, you're so edible," he mumbled lovingly to your baby, and you swelled with pride. You continued to chat about how this getting a baby came up, and Brian told you that he had been bugging Anthony so much that he finally caved, and they both started looking for a puppy together. "Is Anthony excited?" you asked as you got a drink for you and Brian. "He's just happy if I'm happy," Brian said as he took a sip of the drink that you'd handed him. "And I told him that nothing would cure my clinically diagnosed depression unless I had a baby." "Oh, Bri, I'm so sorry, I didn't know you had depression," you said sadly. "It's okay. I am well on the way to mending," he replied as he took another sip of his drink. Just then there was a knock on the door and you got up. "Hi, Yin. Is Brian here?" Uncle Anthony asked as you opened the door. "Yes, he is. Congratulations on your pup," you said with a smile. Uncle Anthony chuckled. "Should have known that he'd come over here at a hot trot to tell you about it," he said as he entered. "Where's my little Hiyoko?" Brian held up Hyoko above his head, and all you saw was this little baby pop up from over the top of the lounge. "Hi, beautiful boy," Uncle Anthony said in his deep voice, and Hyoko squeaked and smiled as he flapped his large white wings gently. Uncle Anthony walked over and took Hyoko from Brian to snuggle him, and then you and Uncle Anthony talked about how the getting of the puppy had come about. "Oh, God," Anthony groaned. "This hot mess here kept carrying random objects around the house claiming that they were his babies and refused to give them up until I agreed to get him a real one." "That is a huge exaggeration," Brian said as he flicked his non-existent fringe out of the way. "Bri, you tried to breastfeed the dead aloe vera plant. And do you know why it died, Boo-Boo? Because you kept taking it off me and wouldn't let me feed it," Brian exclaimed, waving his hand in the air. "And let me guess, Yin, you heard about Brian's clinical depression?" Uncle Anthony asked you. Yeah, I did actually," you replied. "Well, it was a handwritten note written in sparkly glitter pen saying, 'I am depressed, I need a baby,'" Uncle Anthony deadpanned. You covered your mouth quickly to stifle a laugh, and Brian sighed heavily. "Meanie," he pouted as he took another sip of drink. "So, after a few weeks of this, I gave up, and now we're getting a puppy," Anthony said. You smiled apologetically. "Well, this puppy's going to have the best daddies ever," you said with a smile. "You bet your sweet little baby it'll have the best daddies ever," Brian muttered, still a little salty that he had been called out like that. The next week came quickly, and Brian and Anthony arrived at the house with their newest little member. Hyoko had just gone down for a nap, and you opened the door to them. Brian had this little greyish-blue bundle in his arms, and he looked the proudest person in the world. The bundle had his head tucked up underneath Brian's arm, so all that you could see was his back. "Aww," he said softly as you let them in. "Can I see him?" Brian gently pulled the little pup's head out from under his arm to show him to you. "Isn't he beautiful?" Brian wailed as he held him out. The poor little bundle looked like he'd been in a fight or something. One of his eyes was a little bit swollen and protruding, his bottom jaw didn't line up with his top jaw, and he had tufts of random fur growing in all directions on one leg. "Oh," you said sadly when you saw him. What happened?" "Nothing happened. He's perfect," Brian said excitedly as he walked in past you to the lounge. You looked at Anthony for an explanation. "He's the runt of the litter. He was going cheap," Uncle Anthony whispered. Brian fell in love immediately. "Oh, God bless Brian," you whispered lovingly as you watched Brian dote on his little puppy. "What's his name, Bri?" you asked as you and Anthony walked over. "Norman," Brian said lovingly. "Norman Rumi Sir Blue Ivy Lynn, baby for short." "Aren't they all Beyonce's children's names?" you asked. "Yes, my puppy is blessed to have these names," Brian replied, snuggling his somewhat odd-looking bundle. "Can I have a cuddle?" you asked with a smile as you walked over to Brian. Hold up, honey," Brian said quickly as he held a hand up to you and put his ear down to Norman's nose. "Was that my smoochy poo? She can cuddle you? Okay then, go be a good boy." Then he handed the quivering little pooch to you, and you immediately snuggled him close. "Oh, he's..." Your voice trailed off. "Weird looking. Brian, I told you to get one of the other pups instead," Uncle Anthony deadpanned. "Excuse me, bitch. I'm sorry. Do we have a problem here?" Brian asked sharply as his smaller frame squared up to Anthony's towering form. No, we don't. I'm sorry," Uncle Anthony said quickly. "I am ashamed of you. How dare you judge our baby by his looks? You know beauty is on the inside," Brian seethed. "Oh my God," Brian snapped. "Wow, he is terrifying when he's in go mode," you thought as you stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do at that point. Uncle Anthony looked truly remorseful and just stood there looking at his rainbow rocket pocket of a boyfriend. "I said I'm sorry, Bri," he whispered dejectedly. Brian huffed, then wrapped his arms around Anthony's middle, snuggling his face into his taller boyfriend's chest. "Forgiven, boo-boo, but don't you dare forget where I stand," he said as he turned around to look at you snuggling his baby. He then flitted over and started sweet-talking his little pup, who looked up at him and wiggled his little bottom excitedly in your arms. "That's right, my little Bubsy, who is the most cutest little papa bubba in the whole wide world," Brian baby talked, squishing the little pup's face in his hand. "That's right, it's you." You giggled internally. This is going to be the most loved little pup ever, you thought proudly. "Mama, I'm home," Hawk sung softly that evening as he entered the house. He was mindful of keeping his voice down because he didn't want to wake little Hiyoko in case he was sleeping. "Hi, Daddy," he replied coyly as he entered, and a devious smirk crossed his face as he stalked over to you. "I've been missing your body on mine," he growled lowly as he got to you and snaked an arm around your lower back, pulling you into him as he bent his head to your neck to kiss and nibble your soft skin. You giggled and struggled to get free. Mama, you're coming with me," he snarled sexually as he picked you up and marched you off to the bedroom. "Keigo, no!" you whisper giggled, squealing softly as he dumped you on the bed and crawled over you. He kissed and bit you gently along your collarbone, causing a wave of goosebumps to shimmer along your arm and legs as his stubble brushed your skin. "I need you," Hawks whispered, looking up into your eyes with his piercing golden ones, a look of desperate desire flashing in them. You swallowed thickly, a familiar tingling sensation residing in your core. We haven't done it since Hiyoko was born. What if it hurts?" you whispered fearfully. "I'll be really gentle," he promised, snaking a hand up under your top. Just then Hiyoko called out, and he sighed and hung his head. "Just can't catch a break," he said with a sad smile. "Baby, can we go out one day? Just you and me? I miss you," he admitted, his saddened gaze dropping as he hung his head a little. "Oh, Keigo," you said sympathetically. "Yes, of course. I'll get Brian and Uncle Anthony to babysit Hiyoko one afternoon, and we can go anywhere you like." Hawks brightened up. "That would be awesome," he said happily. That night you texted Brian about Hawks needing some attention, and he replied right away, stating that your Hiyoko and his Norman needed some sibling bonding time, so it would work out perfectly for you and Hawks to have a date while he and Uncle Anthony took the kids out together. You chuckled and rolled your eyes. The date was set for that weekend, and you and Hawks had decided to go into town for the afternoon at the local cafe, while Brian and Anthony took Norman for a walk in the park nearby and carried Hiyoko in the baby carrier. The date afternoon finally arrived, and you dressed up a little for the occasion. You were excited to be going on a date with your man. You knew you both needed a little time together. Hawks hummed smugly from his spot on the arm of the lounge chair as you walked out of the bedroom in your outfit. "Let's have this date between the sheets," he whispered into your ear once you had approached him. "I'm going to end up having 10 babies, aren't I?" you deadpanned from where he was shamelessly groping you while holding you in his arms. "Is that a bad thing?" he leered, nibbling on your earlobe. "All right, mister, keep it in your pants," you said with a chuckle as you pulled back from him and started making your way to the front door. "Brian and Anthony will be here soon, so I'm just going to unlock the door," you said over your shoulder. "Is Hiyoko still sleeping?" Hawks asked you. "Yep," you replied. "He's due to wake up soon, though." Just then a little cry sounded from the baby's room, and Hawks jumped up. "I'll get him," he said happily as he pushed off the arm of the lounge chair and headed to Hiyoko's room. You unlocked the door as you heard the car pull up. "They're here," you called to Hawks as you opened the door and waited for Brian, Uncle Anthony and Norman to come up to the front door. You could hear Bri praising Norman for being such a good pup during the ride, and then looked out to see Uncle Anthony pouting at not being praised. "I'm seeing a lot of similarities between Uncle Anthony and Hawks these days," you thought with a chuckle. "I'll make sure to give Hawks my undivided attention today. He's definitely taken a back seat since Hiyoko came along." You looked back over your shoulder and saw Hawks carrying your little boy in arms, smiling down at him as he walked. "He's a good dad. I've just been so caught up in everything that I've forgotten to tell him he's still my number one," you thought. Hawks looked up and smiled at you lovingly as he approached you. "We have the cutest baby chicken," he said as he held Hiyoko up for you to see. Your little bub was about 3 months old now, and really was a very gorgeous baby. He smiled up big when he saw you, and blew bubbles with his little mouth, his large wings vibrating slightly. It was something cute that he would do when he was happy. You melted and reached out to him. "Hey there, you beautiful nugget," you said as you took him from Hawks and pressed his little button nose to yours. His gorgeous, clear, hazel green eyes captured you, and he flicked his wings around with excitement. "Ah, my little nuggie!" Ryan screamed excitedly when he saw you and Hiyoko at the door. "Come, Norman, let's get your brother," he said as he catwalked his way to the front door in exotically bright designer shades. "Hi Yin, hi Hawks, hi Hiyoko," Uncle Anthony greeted as he approached the front door with baby carrier under one arm, following behind his boyfriend and baby pup. "You've been elected to carry baby Hiyoko, have you?" you asked with a giggle to Uncle Anthony. Yes, because apparently I'm taller and Hiyoko will like the height because he's part hawk, Uncle Anthony said, repeating what Brian had said earlier. Well, Hiyoko loves you too, so that makes sense, you said to Uncle Anthony with a chuckle. You handed over your little bundle to him, and he gave him a cuddle and a kiss before walking to the car to put him in the baby seat. You started to follow when Hawks wrapped an arm around your waist from behind. Not so fast, chicken, he said in a mischievous low voice over your shoulder, his stubble brushing your cheek and neck. What do you mean? Rocket launch! Hawks yelled with glee as he grabbed you with both arms and shot into the sky, your screams following like a vapor trail. Hawks, I swear to God, I'll... Magic lamp is there if you want to rub it, Hawks interjected with a cheeky eyebrow wiggle as his eyes met yours. I'll rip it off, you hollered. He chuckled and kissed you as he flew towards town. A few minutes later, Brian and Uncle Anthony made their way to town in car. Boo-boo, I just want to drop by Jasmine's so I can show her Hiyoko and Norman, Brian said to Anthony as he reached over and rubbed his boyfriend's arm. Sure, babe, Anthony replied as he looked in the rear-view mirror and smiled at Norman, all strapped up in his puppy seat. Norm, baby, is Hiyoko sleeping, Smitchy Poo? Brian asked as he swiveled his head around to talk to his little bundle in the back seat. Babe, I'm sure he is, Anthony replied. He'd be calling out if he was awake and uncomfortable. The baby seat was facing in reverse, so neither Brian nor Anthony could see the happily snoozing Hiyoko. Once in town, they pulled up in a parking spot and hopped out. Anthony very gently picked up the still sleeping Hiyoko out of his seat and slipped him tenderly into the baby carrier, snuggling him into his chest. Boo-boo, you look so good with a baby, Brian said with love-struck eyes. I wish I could get you pregnant. Bri, please, Anthony said with an embarrassed blush. How can you say that with a straight face? Filters don't get in the way of truth, Brian said sassily as he gently put Norman down on the ground and clipped the rainbow glitter lead to the pink collar with King Norman printed in jewels on it, and then the two sashayed and strolled casually down towards Jasmine's salon. As they approached, they heard Miranda's obnoxious voice from inside. Oh, Beyonce, give me strength, Brian groaned as he fluttered his eyes closed and put his hands together as if in prayer. Easy, Bri, Anthony said lowly. She better not be all up in my girl's face, or I'm going to have words with her, Brian said tersely as he sashayed his way to the door. Jazzy Poo, he sung as he entered the shop. Both Jasmine and Miranda stopped mid-conversation to look at Brian and Anthony. Hi, sweetheart, Jasmine's deep voice called pleasantly. Miranda just gave Brian a cold stare. And hello to you too, Miranda, Brian said in an obviously dead voice. What brings you here? I am here to lodge a complaint, Miranda said as she crossed her arms across her chest. Jasmine's clients park out the front of my shop when they should be parking elsewhere to make room for my customers. And I say again, Miranda, this is a main street. There are no designated parking areas for shops here. People just park where they like or where they can get a spot, Jasmine replied calmly. It's first in, best dressed. No, Jasmine, Miranda replied, narrowing her eyes at the gorgeous girl before her. You need to tell your clients to move on or I'll call the police on them and have their cars removed. Do it, bitch, Brian interjected. Bri, Anthony gasped. I said what I said, Brian replied sharply, his eyes never leaving Miranda. You're being a petty hoe, Miranda, and I'm here to tell it to your face. Miranda did a dramatic gasp and burst into fake tears. I'll have you arrested, Brian, she wailed melodramatically. People like you need to be removed from this town. I'm sorry, Brian said with a raised eyebrow as he popped a hip out. People like me? Yes, like you, she replied sharply. Care to explain, Miranda? Jasmine said in a calm voice. There was a tense silence as Miranda debated whether or not to say what she meant. Then she spied Anthony with the sleeping Hiyoko in the baby carrier on his chest. Is that a baby? She asked suddenly. Yes, it is, Miranda, Anthony replied bluntly. You two shouldn't be allowed to look after a baby. You'll turn it gay, she said in the most ignorant voice that they had ever heard. Anthony immediately lunged at Brian to hold him back and only just managed to get to him before Brian threw hands. Say that again. Say it again, bitch. I dare you, Brian seethed loudly. Get your hands off me, Anthony Bruce Lynn. This bitch needs to be put in her place, he spat as he tried to break away from Anthony's grasp. I know, Bri, I know, but I don't want you to get slapped with an assault case, Anthony said lowly. I don't care at all, Brian replied darkly. Okay, bitch, you listen to me now, he said, pinpointing Miranda. The ignorance radiating off you reeks more than your cheap perfume. You can't catch being gay, unlike your stupidity that is catching, he said sassily. You need to check yourself before I check you for you. You gay people are ruining our society, Miranda snapped back. You know who is ruining our society? Cheating hoes. That's who, Brian shot back. Yes, that's right, honey. I'm talking about you. We all know what you've been doing behind your man's back, Brian said with a smirk. Miranda blushed with embarrassment. So I suggest that you head back to your den of lies before I call your man up and spill the tea, Brian said with a snap of his fingers. At least this little baby here is coming from a loving home and will know his worth. Miranda pursed her lips as she stared Brian down. You got 3 minutes to disappear, sweetie, Brian said with a fake smile. She huffed loudly and stormed past everyone to the door. You'll be hearing from me, she snapped to Jasmine. Brian immediately pulled his phone out and rang her husband, staring Miranda down as he waited for her man to pick up. Hello, Jav, Brian said in a happy tone, and Miranda paled. Don't, she gasped as she raced over and snatched the phone from Brian's hand, hanging up immediately. Okay, I'm sorry, she said in a broken voice. I won't come over here again. You bet your overpriced flowers you won't, Brian replied with a flamboyant darkness as he took his phone back from her. She turned and left quickly. God, this place is so full of bad energy now, it's not even funny, Brian said with an exaggerated shiver. Quick, Queen, you need to get out of here before it puts a damper on your crown, he said to Jasmine as he ran over to the spray bottle on the counter, with Norman running beside him. Begone, thought, he hollered as he sprayed mist all over the salon. Bri, it's fine, Uncle Anthony said in a panic as he tried to stop his flamboyant man from wetting everything in the store. Did you actually call her man? Jasmine asked Brian curiously. You bet your perfect self I did. I don't threaten to do something unless I know damn well that I'm going to follow through, Brian said as he popped his hip out and held his hand up, then closed his fingers over to his palm. At the small cafe nearby, you and Hawks were chatting up a storm. He was telling you stories from work that he had backlogged from when Hiyoko had been born that he hadn't had a chance to tell you about yet. And then he yells, I'm going to kill you with cake. Oh my God, you scoffed with a laugh. Well, I mean, it was his quirk after all. Yeah, but the best part was he actually started making cake from random parts of his body, pulling ingredients out with this really super evil grin on his face, and I honestly couldn't take him seriously, Hawk said with a laugh. I started giving him directions and it threw him off his game. You laughed, quickly covering your mouth to stop yourself from being too loud. I yelled, No, wait, that's too much sugar, Hawk said with a carefree laugh as his golden eyes shone. And he gave me this really mortified look. You continued to laugh. Then, when he eventually threw the cake at me, I reached back for my feathers and sliced it open with the blade feather mid-air. You should have seen the look on his face. I was like, did you not know I had a weapon? And he just shook his head really sadly. Oh, you said with a chuckle. Poor guy, he must have been so deflated. No, but when my sidekicks arrested him, he said that he was more upset by the fact that I had just completely ignored his cake and had just let it fall to the floor. They told him that I was more of a chicken man anyway, and that's when he broke down. Man, you really do meet all types, you said with a warm smile as you leaned forward on the table, quietly stoked that you had such a hot, funny hero for a husband. He chuckled lightly and leaned forward as well, a cheeky, needy look in his eye. You felt his leg graze yours under the table and you blushed with excitement. How about we get out of here and head back home, huh? He asked slowly with a smirk. Just you and me. You gave him a coy smile and looked away, as if disinterested. I don't know, you teased. I mean, have you got what it takes to get me going? Oh ho, he said with interested surprise. Is that a challenge? Just then, Brian and Anthony stormed into the cafe, and you could tell immediately that Brian was pissed. What happened? You asked as he approached the table, with Norman doing a little puppy gallop beside him. That bitch! Brian spat angrily. I need to calm down, he added, fanning himself rapidly. You looked past him to Anthony, who was walking up with an awake and happy Hiyoko in arms. It's a long story. We'll tell you all the details later, but Miranda from the flower shop said something really stupid, and it's really set Brian off, Anthony sighed. She was way out of line. Oh, that's terrible, you said sadly as you stood up and reached out to hug Brian. Girl, I'm about to snap, Brian said emphatically. I'm going to walk up into her shop and snap the head off of every one of her daisies. Brian, please, Anthony replied. She's not worth it. You're damn right she's not worth it, he seethed. Hawks took the happy Hiyoko from Uncle Anthony's arms and held him up happily, making a little weird chirping noise which Hiyoko seemed to love a lot and was squeaking and smiling in return. You glanced at Hawks. He seemed a lot happier now that you and he had had some alone time to reconnect. Did you want to go home, Bri? You asked the livid glitter bomb. Yes, I need to cleanse myself at my shrine, he said dramatically as he continued to tut around almost as if he needed to go to the toilet. I'll bet it's a shrine to Beyonce, you thought. You looked over at Hawks to see what he would say. Yeah, I'm good, he said with a smile. Let's go. You nodded, a little saddened that you and Hawks had only had about a half hour of alone time together. Once back home, Uncle Anthony told you about what happened. You were just as upset as Brian at that point, and all of you engaged in a bit of a bitch session about Miranda. After everyone had calmed down a bit, Brian pulled Hawks aside. Just a friendly note before we start the chapter. This one in the original book has a scene, an adult scene, so I have cut that out and I have faded my voice out as it starts and faded back in to continue on the chapter after it's finished. So the reason for there being just a bit of music randomly in the middle of this chapter is to indicate that something happened between Hawks and Yin, and then we continue on with the rest of the chapter, keeping it very PG and happy for everybody. Honey bunny, I'm sorry I cut your date short today. Could we do a little DLC? Brian asked as he wiggled his fingers to the side of his head. What kind of deal? Hawks asked with a bit of hesitancy. Well, honey bun, you know what happened today, and you know how I feel about Miranda. And I was wondering if you could get me a little help in getting her just desserts hand delivered to her hoe ass, Brian said with an exaggerated wink. What did you have in mind, Brian? Hawks asked cautiously. You wouldn't happen to have the number of a private investigator, would you? Brian asked innocently, batting his eyelashes. Oh, yes, I do actually, Hawks said with a devious chuckle. I like this idea. I'll make it happen. I thought you were going to ask me to turn a blind eye while you broke into her shop and snapped the daisy heads, he said with a laugh. Oh, trust me, boo-boo, I definitely entertained that idea, Brian said as he popped a hip out and placed his manicured hand on it. But I'm smarter than that, and I want her to go down like a ship on fire. Hawks laughed. Oh, remind me to never go up against you then, he chuckled. Oh, schnookums, you're special, Brian replied with a wink. In return for your help, would you like another date soon? Actually, Hawks replied with a glint in his eye, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking Hiyoko for maybe an hour or two tonight. Brian studied Hawks's face for a second, then chuckled deviously. Baby boy, I see you, he leered. You got some blue balls that need attention. Don't worry, I'm going to make sure you get some. Thanks, man, Hawks said with a chuckle as he put his hand out for a handshake, and Brian slapped it before doing an elaborate finger wiggle while pulling his hand away, influencing his own personal handshake style. Later that night, after Brian and Anthony had gone home, you were just finishing up feeding Hiyoko when Hawks called out. How you going, baby? He called from the kitchen. Almost done, you called back. Hiyoko finished feeding and you burped him before gently rocking him off to sleep and popping him down in his cot. All done, he said happily as you walked out of the room. Hawks was leaning back against the counter, a familiar carnal look in his eye as he watched you walk towards him. You look suspicious, you said with a chuckle, eyeing him dubiously. He's here, Hawks said lowly. Who's here? You said with confusion in your voice as you looked around. Just then there was that telltale rap-a-tap-tap on the door, and you looked at the door then back to Hawks. Brian? Why is he here? You asked. Hawks chuckled knowingly and pushed off the counter, strolling to the door with hands in pockets, his arm muscles drawing your attention as he walked. Hey, wingman, Hawks greeted with a smile as he took one hand out of his pocket to open the door. Hi, you gorgeous man, you, Brian replied as he sashayed into the house like he owned the place. Where's my nug-nug? He squealed as he clapped his hands excitedly. He's sleeping, Bri. What brings you back here? You asked curiously with a smile. Well, Brian said with a hand flick. I would tell you, but that would ruin the surprise, he said with an exaggerated wiggle of his eyebrows. I'm here to snuggle Hiyoko away for an hour or so while you and your man have some quality time together. You glanced at Hawks, who was leaning up against the front door frame with his shoulder, legs crossed across at the ankles and hands back in pockets. He gave you a very sly half smirk and winked at you, which made you blush furiously. "Oh," you said softly, your words catching in your throat as your heart rate increased. "So I'll just snatch this little sleeping bean and be off," Brian whispered with exaggerated lip movements as he tiptoed to Hiyoko's room. You stayed where you were, watching as Brian took your sleeping bundle out towards the front door. "I'll just take him for a little walk back to our place, and in a few hours I'll bring him back," Brian said with an exaggerated wink at you. Oh, it's almost as if he knows what Hawks wants to do to me," you wailed internally with embarrassment. Hawks and Brian exchanged knowing smirks as Brian left with Hiyoko, and you looked at Hawks for an explanation. "Does Brian know what you have in mind for tonight?" you asked your man as he approached you purposefully, like a lion locking onto its prey. "He sure does," Hawks said lowly with a smirk as he got to you and grabbed you around the waist, pulling your body against his. You gasped as he kissed you roughly and neatly down your neck, your body giving in to him already. It had been such a long time since you two had been in an intimate embrace like this that you didn't realize just how much you had been craving it. You ran your fingers over his exposed biceps and down to his forearms, feeling the slightly raised veins on his arms as he kissed you across your collarbone. He snaked one arm up behind you and reached up into your hair, curling his fingers into your locks and pulling firmly on your head so that it would fall back so he could drag his tongue up your neck, kissing along your jawline. You had no other option than to let him bend you to his will as you slid your hands back to his biceps and flexed your fingertips into them, moaning softly while he kissed you. "Oh, I want you so bad," he growled softly into your neck. "Oh, I want you too, Keigo," you whispered back, head still tilted up by his fingers in your hair. "Oh," he groaned again. "Let's take this to the bedroom." He let go of your hair and picked you up against his body, your lips crashing against his as you furiously made out while he carried you to the room. Clothes were removed quickly, amid huffs and kisses, and he threw you down on the bed, the two of you in just your underwear as you wrapped your legs around his lower half, intertwining your legs with his as your hips rocked together. His hands were all over you for a bit as he lay atop you, feeling up your sides, then sliding around firmly holding your face while your tongue slid and wrestled together and your hands dragged down his back from where his wing bones came out. Presently he tucked his wings in and rolled, pulling your body up over his to straddle him. After your little romp together, Brian arrived back with a still sleeping Hiyoko in arms. "He's been sleeping like a good little prince that whole time," Brian said happily as he gently placed Hiyoko back in his cot. "Did you all babies have fun?" He leered at Hawks and you. "Definitely," Hawks replied with a bright smile. You blushed and fiddled with your shirt. "Okay, well, I'ma head home and have me some Anthony then," Brian said as he popped a leg up and pranced to the door. "Oh, I didn't need to know that," you wailed internally, trying not to think about what Anthony and Brian got up to in their spare time. Hawks chuckled. "Enjoy," he called softly as Brian left. "Oh, I will, sir. No need to tell me what to do," Brian replied with a cheeky smirk and a hair flick as he strutted out the door. "Toodles!" "Oh my God, how embarrassing. He knew what we were doing," you wailed softly to Hawks. "I wouldn't worry about it," Hawks said with a laugh as he wrapped an arm around your shoulders. "He's not the type to be put off by knowing what we get up to in the bedroom." "Yeah, but still," you wailed. "Actually, speaking of," Hawks said, changing the subject, "Brian offered to look after Hiyoko tonight in return for me getting him a private investigator for the whole Miranda thing." "Oh my God, really?" you gasped. "Is he going to expose her and Mr. Fudgepacker's affair?" "I'm guessing so," Hawks said with a cheeky smile as he turned and led you to the bedroom to turn in for the night. "I've got something else that I'll do as well, just to really put a nail in Miranda's coffin." "Really? What's that?" you asked excitedly. You'll just have to wait and see," Hawks said cheekily as he bent down and gave you a kiss on the forehead. "Let's get to sleep before Hiyoko wakes up. He's usually up for a feed around 3 a.m, yeah?" "Yep, like clockwork," you groaned. "Who knows, he might just sleep longer tonight," Hawks said hopefully as you crawled into bed. You lay down and Hawks snuggled in behind you, resting his wing over you both as you drifted off to sleep. You fell into the deepest sleep that you'd ever had and woke to sunlight streaming in through your window. "What time is it?" you croaked loudly as you sat bolt upright in bed, pushing Hawks' wing off your body. Whoa, chicken, Hawks rasped as he rubbed an eye. What happened? Hiyoko, is he okay? He didn't wake up for his feed last night. Hawks sat up and jumped off the bed, running to Hiyoko's room before you could even hop out of the bed. He's okay, he's still sleeping, Hawks said softly with relief as you approached him at the side of the cot. Oh, thank God, you sighed quietly. Hawks hooked an arm around your waist and pulled you into his side. Happy anniversary, baby, he whispered lovingly as he bent his head down to kiss you. Has it been a year already? You whispered in shock as you both tiptoed out of Hiyoko's room. Yep, one whole amazing year, full of adventure, Hawks said brightly. Wow, that's gone quick, you said as you reached for your very swollen breasts and winced. God, I hope Hiyoko wakes up soon because my boobs are going to explode. Hawks chuckled and strolled to the kitchen. You want a hot drink? He asked as he opened the cupboard. Yes, please, you said happily. Hawks strolled happily into work later that morning, smiling and waving at his colleagues as he made his way to his office. Now to get a private investigator for Brian, and gotta call someone else too, Hawks thought deviously as he got to his room and entered. He casually sat down at his desk and reached for the work phone and rang a number. Yeah, hey Bill, it's Hawks here, he said happily into the speaker as he sat back in the chair. Good, man, how's the missus? There was a pause as Bill replied. Good to hear. Hey, listen, I need a business audited, Hawks said as he sat forward and reached for a pen and paper. Nothing in particular, just want to make sure it's up to scratch. 3 weeks passed and a private investigator had been tailing Miranda and Mr. Fudgepacker, getting lots of very juicy and very incriminating pictures of their sordid affair. It was early one afternoon and Brian was headed into town to get his hair done at Jasmine's salon. He had taken Norman as well because those two had become inseparable. You gonna be a good baby for Daddy? Brian baby talked into the rear view mirror, looking at his little pup in the puppy seat. The little oddball wiggled his bottom in response and Brian smiled. Of course you will, you're perfect, he exclaimed as he pulled up in the parking spot and hopped out. After a short walk to the salon, he entered with his usual greeting. Hey girl, hey, he called as he snapped his fingers in a Z shape. Hi Pooh Bear, Jasmine's deep voice called back as Brian sashayed in and kissed her on the cheek, then the other. How's the little baby? Jasmine asked as she crouched slightly to look at Norman, who was tucked happily into Brian's Gucci tote bag. He is doing amazing, as you can see, Brian said flamboyantly. He's adorable, Jasmine said with a perfect smile. Right, Brian agreed as he popped his hip out. Now, babes, what are we doing today? Jasmine asked as she straightened and looked up at Brian. Girl, I'm gonna need you to work your magic. My hair is atrocious, Brian moaned as he strutted past Jasmine and sat down in the chair. So, what are we doing today then, Pooh? Jasmine asked as she walked up behind Brian and ran her fingers through his hair to see what she was working with. Well, he said as he sat his bag down on the floor with Norman still tucked inside. Let's keep the long undercut because I am vibing it so hard right now. And maybe just a little balayage. Just zhuzh it up a little smidge, he said as he pulled all kinds of faces and dramatic hand movements. Jasmine nodded as she continued to play with his hair and see where it needed a little tidying up here and there. Honey buns, you got any tea? Brian asked suddenly. I am 100% here for a long session, so let me get comfy. Oh, of course, baby boo-boo. Let me flick the kettle on and I'll get everything ready for you, Jasmine said with a beautiful smile as she turned and walked off. Brian leaned forward and picked up a celebrity mag to have a little look through while he waited for Jasmine, and she was back in no time. Did you hear about Doris? She asked as she pinned the plastic gown around Brian's neck and sat it straight. No, Brian gasped. What happened? She made the best cookies. Oh, my Rihanna, they were amazing. She got done for possession of marijuana, Jasmine said with a still surprised look on her face. Oh, God, Brian gasped as he touched his fingers to his chest. It's always the little white-haired ladies. You know, when I saw her with Bertha from the arts and crafts shop, I had a feeling she was with the wrong crowd, he said as he pointed his nose in the air. Ooh, hot water's ready. Let me get you the tea, Poo-Poo, Jasmine said as she went back to the kitchenette and got a cup of tea for Brian and herself. Thank you, sweet bean, Brian called as she reappeared with the tea and a biscuit. The two continued to chat and gossip as Jasmine applied the bleach mixture to the ends of Brian's hair to lighten it up a little. Once the paste was applied, both Brian and Jasmine picked up their cups of tea to have a little break while they waited for the dye to set. They were deep in conversation when all of a sudden they heard a loud yell from outside. "Ooh, what's going on?" Jasmine asked as she stood up and walked to the window with tea still in hand. "What is it?" Brian asked as he walked up beside her, holding his cup of tea as well. "It's over, Miranda!" Jeff, Miranda's husband, shouted as he stormed out of her flower shop. "No, wait, it's all lies. I don't know who told you, but it's lies. Why would I cheat on you? I love you," Miranda wailed as she chased him out of the shop. "Ooh, girl," Brian hissed as he sipped his tea. "This is what I came for." "I have photos, Miranda. I have physical evidence that you have been unfaithful," Jeff screamed back at her. "They've been photoshopped. Someone's trying to frame me," she wailed, clutching onto his coat and falling dramatically onto the sidewalk so he couldn't leave. This is good tea, babe," Brian said to Jasmine as he took another sip, the two continuing to watch the drama from the salon shop window. "I'm taking everything," Jeff hollered. "I'll make sure you don't get a cent, you lying, cheating witch." Good tea," Jasmine said softly in her rich voice as she took another sip. Jeff grabbed his coat and ripped it from Miranda's hands as he opened his car door and hopped in, slamming it shut in her face. "Abuse! You punched me!" she screamed as she banged her fists on his car window. "I'll tell them you abused me and raped me and assaulted me," she screamed. "No one will ever believe you, ever again." Jeff smiled at her, then pointed to Jasmine and Brian in the salon window. Miranda looked to where he was pointing and paled as both Jasmine and Brian smiled sweetly and gave her a little finger wave back. "Witnesses!" Brian and Jasmine heard Jeff yell from inside his car before starting it and driving away. "He's damn right we're witnesses," Brian muttered as he stared Miranda down through the window while slowly sipping his tea very loudly. Miranda stood there seething on the side of the road, her narrowed eyes locking onto Brian. "I dare her to come over here," Brian said lowly. Miranda turned and took a step towards the shop, and Brian put his tea down. "Boo-boo, watch my baby, please," Brian said sternly to Jasmine as he made his way to the door with his hair still covered in the lightning product, purple plastic cape billowing out behind him as he sashayed angrily to the salon door. "Oh no," Jasmine gasped as she put her tea down and jumped after Brian. "Honey, please," she begged as she tried to grab for him under the cape. "Let me go. I'm about to sit her ass in the curb," Brian hollered. Miranda was close enough to have heard Brian and she yelled back at him. "Come on, you coward," she goaded. No, stop, she's baiting you," Jasmine wailed. "Unconscious people can't talk," Brian yelled as he yanked the salon door open and made to step outside. Just then a car pulled up outside Miranda's shop and a man hopped out. "Excuse me, Miranda?" the man called. Miranda spun around at hearing her name. "What?" she snapped at the guy who produced a clipboard. "Hello, I'm from the council, here to do a business audit," he said as he pushed his glasses up on his nose a little. "Do you mind if I head into your shop?" Miranda was gobsmacked. Audit? Who ordered an audit on my shop? It was this man, wasn't it?" she yelled, turning back and pointing at Brian. "No, ma'am, this is a routine check. Your shop hasn't been audited since it was opened 7 years ago," he said calmly. "Now, if you don't mind." Miranda grumbled something under her breath, and with an embarrassed blush on her cheek, she sauntered back to her shop to let him in. Brian was still seething at the front door of Jasmine's salon, annoyed that he didn't get to throw hands. "Pooh Bear, come with me. It's fine. Let it be," Jasmine said soothingly in her deep voice, as she gently turned Brian around and walked him back into the salon to sit down, where the timer was ringing urgently on the bench to signal that time was up for the product to be in his hair. "Positivity, love and light," Brian whispered softly as he held his hands in namaste, inhaling deeply. Norman let out a little yip from his place in the tote bag, and Brian leaned down to pat him gently on the head. "Amen, baby, amen," he said to his pup. Later that evening, Hawk strolled into the house and chirped loudly. You and Hiyoko were in Hiyoko's room, playing on his mat when you heard Hawk's call out. Hiyoko squeaked in greeting and tried to swivel his head around to see where his daddy was, and beamed brightly when Hawks entered through the doorway, the little bub vibrating his wings excitedly once he saw his winged father. "I love when he does that," you chuckled to Hawks, as your hero hubby walked in and crouched down to where you were sitting on the mat and kissed you passionately on the lips. "Why can't I get enough of these lips?" he asked slowly, as he took your chin in hand and kissed you a few more times. "Daddy, not in front of Hiyoko," you giggled, as he got more and more heated. Hiyoko chirped excitedly from beside you, demanding attention from his dad. "Hey, Nugget," Hawk said brightly to his little boy lying on the mat. Look at your wings, he added when he pulled his head back a bit to get all of Hiyoko in his vision. You're growing so fast. I should take him to see Mum again, you said suddenly. She hasn't seen him since he was a newborn. He's almost 4 months old now. How about you take him tomorrow? I have some paperwork to do, and then I'll drop it off at the police commissioner's office. But I can come with you for a bit. Then I'll get the paperwork done, Hawks offered. Oh, she'd love to see you again too, he said with a smile. Awesome, it's a date, Hawks said as he picked Hiyoko up and tossed him gently into the air before catching him again and rubbing his nose against his. The next day, you, Hawks, in his hero costume, and Hiyoko arrived at the front of the mental respite building. I wonder if Ray is there. I can show Yoko to her too, he said with a smile at Hawks, who had his little baby in arms. Dunno, he replied, but I'm sure she'd love to see him. You made your way into the building and up to your mum's room. Mum? You asked as you pushed her door open. Yin, she said excitedly, and Hawks, and my little boy, hello, gorgeous, she gushed as she reached out and took Hiyoko from Hawks's arms. Oh, you've grown, she said excitedly, and look at those wings. He'd better get used to the comments about his wings, Hawks said with a chuckle. It's his most defining feature. But don't forget those beautiful hazel green eyes, your mum said, with loving awe as she gazed into them, mesmerised by their colour. Mum, make a little chirping noise, you encouraged softly, and she held him out and made this little beep, 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 beep noise. Hiyoko gave her a beautiful big gummy smile and vibrated his wings in response. Oh, she giggled as she pulled him back into herself and snuggled him. You're too cute. You grinned and looked at Hawks, who smiled down at you and pulled you into his side. Told you we make beautiful babies, he whispered to you. Oh, hello, Yin. And Hawks, a voice said from behind you, and Hawks, and you looked to see who it was. Ray, you gasped excitedly. I'm so glad you're here. We bought Hiyoko. Oh, please let me see him, she said excitedly as she entered the room. Oh, isn't he precious? He's simply perfect, your mum gushed as Ray approached her. The two mums gushed over Hiyoko, and he lapped up all the attention, smiling and blowing bubbles randomly. You told Ray about the chirping thing and she did it, which Hiyoko replied, much to her amusement. You were all enjoying a chat when Hawks's phone rang and he excused himself to answer it. When he came back in, he pulled an apologetic face. Sorry to break up the happy moment, but I got to get some paperwork to the police commissioner, and he's at the jail, which is close to here, so I need to leave now. I need to get going as well, Mum, because I've got Yoko. He's due for a nap soon, he said sadly. We'll come again soon, though, he added with a smile. Oh, okay, don't leave it too long. I want to see my little boy again soon, your mum said sadly as she handed Hiyoko over to you. We can come again next week, you said as you took your little boy in arms and made tracks to leave. It was only a short flight to the jail, and Hawks touched down gently at the front, letting you and Hiyoko off. Want to stay here or come in? He asked. I'll come in. I think I'll feel a bit weird standing out here with a baby in my arms, he replied sheepishly. Fair enough, he chuckled. You both entered and headed for the police commissioner's office. This place is creepy, he whispered to Hawks. Nah, I've been in worse, he replied calmly as he strolled beside you. You're safe with me, baby girl. After handing the paperwork to the commissioner, you and Hawks headed back out and were walking down the halls to go outside when you saw an inmate being moved from one cell to another. He was being led down the hall towards you and Hawks, his hands shackled and his head down. You didn't pay much attention to the person and just kept looking down at the floor as you continued to walk beside Hawks. Just then the commissioner called out to Hawks from behind you both. My apologies, Hawks, you forgot to sign the last page, he said as he stood in the hallway. Ah, damn, Hawks replied as he turned around. I'll be 2 seconds, he said to you as he walked off. Stay here. You felt uneasy but nodded as Hawks walked off down towards the office again, watching his back as he disappeared down the hall. Just then you heard the footsteps of the officer and the inmate approach you, and you heard a voice call your name. Yin? The male called from ahead of you. Wait, who is that? How does he know my name? His voice sounds familiar, you thought, with surprise as you swiveled your head around to look at him. Your blood ran cold as you locked eyes with your father. You hadn't seen him in so long, but just hearing his voice was enough to trigger you, and you froze in place, your heart spiking immediately. You clutched Hiyoko to your chest and stepped back against the wall, pressing your back to it. Yin, baby, my girl, please, your dad begged pitifully. No, you whispered as your bottom lip began to tremble. Yin, you've been brainwashed by everyone. I'm the only one who can love and protect you. Please help me so I can help you, your dad begged. It's not true. It's not true, you said almost inaudibly. Keep walking, the officer who was leading your father said gruffly as he pulled on the chains. Your dad sighed heavily and followed the officer, keeping an eye on you as he came up beside you. At the very last second, your dad yanked on his chains and lunged at you, quickly touching you with his quirk. Suddenly you felt overwhelming guilt. Guilt towards what had happened with your dad, guilt at trying to keep Hiyoko away from him, guilt at this whole situation, and you just froze in place. As the officer turned to control your dad, he dropped his guard, distracted by the sudden jerk on the chains, and your dad took the opportunity to yank himself free of the guard's hand, touching the officer with his quirk in the process. The man screamed and backed away with his hands up, as your dad then grabbed for baby Hiyoko in your arms. No! You screamed, tears streaming from your eyes. I'm sorry, but please give him back. I'll be taking him now, your dad said darkly. You kept him from me. Shame on you. What kind of daughter are you? Stay here, you worthless child. Don't follow me, he spat, the guilt eating you alive as he turned and started running down the hall with Hiyoko in arms. No, don't give in. It's his quirk. It's his quirk. Quick, change it. Run, Yin, run. Get Hiyoko back. You touched your arm, activating a different emotion. Forgiveness, you thought, choosing a word to negate the feelings that you felt as you started to give chase down the hallway after your dad, finding it hard to breathe from the stress. Hiyoko, I need to get Hiyoko back, you wailed internally. Hawks! You cried out. Hawks, help! Your panicked voice echoed through the hall, and Hawks heard, immediately dropping the pen and running to the door before flicking his wings and taking off, shooting down the hall and around the corner. He caught up to you and immediately read the situation, flying on ahead and grabbing Hiyoko roughly from your dad's arms. Your dad quickly touched the hero with his quirk as Hiyoko was wrenched free, and Hawks suddenly spun mid-air, looking down at Hiyoko with disgust. Your blood ran cold. No, you whimpered as you slowed your run, worried that Hawks would do something to your baby while under the influence of your dad's quirk. There was a tense pause before Hawks spoke again. Yin, can you please touch me with a different emotion? This feels really weird, he said darkly. You can still think independently through my quirk? Your dad asked Hawks with amazement. You quickly ran past your dad and touched Hawks' outstretched hand. Protectiveness, you thought. Hawks arced up, touching down just in front of your dad as you ducked behind him, your man still cradling Hiyoko in the crook of his arm as he reached back with one hand and plucked a blade feather from his wing. Oh no, you gasped, covering your mouth with fear. You mess with my boy, you mess with my wife, you mess with me. You've messed so much you're about to meet your maker, Hawk said menacingly as he spun the blade in hand and flicked it back so that he'd be able to do a quick upward stroke and slice your dad open with one swipe. Suddenly a whole team of officers arrived on scene and apprehended your dad, putting him in an anti-quirk handcuff immediately. Hawks handed Hiyoko over to you as he put his blade feather back in, and your little bundle had been completely unfazed by the whole thing and smiled at you as you took him, much to your relief. I told you I'd pay. I'll get even, your dad growled at Hawks, and your hero went to reply, but you interjected. Don't talk to him, he said to Hawks sharply. He's well and truly shown me that he hasn't changed a bit. You gave your dad a sharp stare before spinning and marching towards the exit, Hiyoko in arms. Come on, Daddy, you called over your shoulder. We'll be late for Hiyoko's nap. Your dad's jaw dropped and his head swiveled around Hawks to look at you as he realised that the daddy that you were referring to was not him, but Hawks. His shocked gaze then shifted and fell on a very smug-looking Hawks. Told you your girl would call me daddy one day, your hero said with the most smug voice he could muster as he turned and followed after you, a throaty chuckle emitting from him as he strolled away from your dumbfound father. That night you broke down. The stress of that situation weighed heavily on your shoulders. I almost lost our baby, you sobbed into Hawks's chest. I'm so sorry. I'm hopeless and useless and terrible. How could I have been so stupid to let that happen? Baby, he purred softly as he held you close and stroked your hair. I don't blame you one bit. No one is angry at you. You're beating yourself up too much. No, but I should have been smarter, you cried. I know him, and I shouldn't have listened to anything he said. Chicken, he controlled you for how many years of your life? You never actually had counselling over it, so you've come this far on your own, Hook said gently. Then I fell straight back into his trap, you grumbled, sniffing heavily. But then you realised what was going on and you pulled through, again, on your own, Hook said proudly. You're strong, Yin. You're amazing, and I love you. Don't ever write yourself off, he added as he turned your face towards his. Tears continued to stream down your cheeks as you looked up into his sharp golden eyes. Hiyoko's fine. You got yourself out of that quirk haze and all has ended well, Hawk said softly as he wiped your eyes and kissed your lips. And do you want to know some more good news? News of what? You asked, sitting up slightly. You know that audit of Miranda's shop, the one Brian told you about? Hawks asked smugly. Yeah, he replied dubiously. Well, she got done for a heap of things and has had to close down her business. Turns out Mr. Fudgepacker was helping her dodge taxes, so he's been done too, Hawk said with a chuckle. Oh, wow, you said with surprise. Brian will be so excited to hear that. The next 3 months flew by and Hiyoko was now a little over 6 months old and starting to try and move around. He could pull himself along the ground with his chubby little arms and would kick his legs out the back to try and propel himself, but he could only go at a snail's pace. Thankfully, because even at his slow pace, you could look away and then look back again and he'd be gone, so you'd spend the next 5 minutes searching for him. It was in the last 3 days, though, that you'd noticed him starting to try and raise his wings up to flap them. His wings were getting a lot larger than his body, and you were kind of grateful that he didn't quite possess the strength to lift them high enough to flap them, because you could just tell that once he got a few strong wing strokes going, he'd be airborne in a flash, and who knows what would happen then. At the last checkup, his wingspan had grown to 152 centimetres from tip to tip. Even the doctor whistled his impressiveness. Got yourself a little angel here, look at those big white wings, he said. It was now a Wednesday night and Brian had been texting you about a festival that was going to be put on Thursday during the day, and you really wanted to go with him, but you didn't want to drag Hiyoko out with you because you knew you'd be so focused on your little bub that you wouldn't enjoy yourself to the fullest. So after putting Hiyoko down for that night, you walked out into the lounge room and sighed heavily as you flopped onto the lounge. What's wrong, chicken? Hawks asked sympathetically from where he was doing his paperwork on the kitchen table. I want to go to the festival tomorrow with Bri, you pouted. Then go, he said happily. What's stopping you? Hiyoko is, you sighed. Why is he stopping you? Hawks asked curiously. Well, if I take him along, I know I'm going to be so focused on him that I won't be able to enjoy myself at the festival, you said sadly as you smacked your face into the lounge cushions. I'll take Hiyoko tomorrow, Hawks said happily. Your head shot up from where you had face planted and you looked at him. Really? You said excitedly. You'll stay home with him? No, I'll take him to work with me, Hawk said with a smile. But what about hero work? You asked, your face falling slightly. Nah, I'll call it an office day, Hawk said with a dismissive hand wave. I got heaps of paperwork to do, so that's fine. We'll just stay in my office all day. You probably won't get much work done, though, he said warningly. What do you mean? Hawks asked with a light chuckle. Nugget will just roll around on the ground, pull his toes up to his mouth while I do paperwork. Then we'll stop for lunch and I'll take him out for a bit and he'll have a snooze in the backpack while I do more paperwork and then we'll come home, Hawk said with a confident smile. That easy, huh? You replied smugly. Okay, sure, take him with you tomorrow and you do just what you said you'd do, okay? Why are you acting like it's not going to happen? Hawks asked with a cheerful laugh. Trust me, it'll be easy. Oh, will it now? You said as you sat up. Okay then, you write down on a piece of paper how the day's going to go tomorrow, and then I'll write out what I think is going to happen, and then when the day is done, we'll compare notes. Oh, Hawk said with a lopsided smile. Let's do it, and can we put a wager in? You and your wagers, he said with a chuckle and an eye roll. What's your wager? I think you know what my wager's going to be, Hawk said lowly as he rested his elbow on the table and sat his chin in his hand with a cheeky eyebrow wiggle. You snorted. Okay, my wager is if my write-up is closest to what actually happens tomorrow, then you have to dress up in whatever I tell you to dress in for a day, you said as you got off the lounge and walked over to Hawks. Done, he said happily. Here, he said, handing you a pen. Right away, baby. You started writing, reading out what you thought was going to happen on the day. Thursday, you mumbled as you wrote it at the top of the piece of paper. Hiyoko will crawl under the desk and get stuck because of his wings. Hawks scoffed. I don't think so. He can't move fast. I'll see him, he said confidently. You smirked and kept writing. He will then get into everything and you will end up handing him over to someone for them to hold him so you can at least get a little bit of work done. Hawks chuckled disbelievingly again, so you continued to write. Lunchtime, you underlined. You'll give him something that is too hot and he'll cry, then sneeze on the first mouthful and you will be covered in it. Hawks laughed. That is way too specific. I feel like you're going to sabotage me and put something in his food to make him sneeze. You ignored Hawks' comment and kept writing. Please just sleep already, you wrote in big letters. What's that supposed to mean? Hawks asked as he leaned forward and read it. You'll see, you replied slyly as you handed the pen over to him. Okay, now, how do you think the day is going to go? Okay, well, first of all, Hawks said as he took the pen from your hand and put it on the paper to write, he will be the centre of attention and everyone will want to see him, he said as he wrote it down. Then I'll get up to the room and I'll put him down on his play mat beside the desk and he'll kick around and play with his toes and blow bubbles and smile and giggle and all that stuff and I'll get heaps of paperwork done, Hawk said cockily. Okay, then what else? You asked smugly as you crossed your arms across your chest. Then it'll be lunchtime, so I'll take him down to the cafe and we'll get free food because he's so cute, Hawk said smugly. You laughed. Then I'll come back up to the room and heat up his food in the microwave and feed him. Then he'll be so full and tired that he'll have a sleep and he will sleep for 3 hours and I'll get the rest of my work done and then we'll come home, Hawk said proudly, putting the pen down. Aha, is that so? He replied with a lopsided grin. Yep, he said confidently as he handed the pen back to you. It'll be a piece of cake. You smirked. Okay, so can I tell Bri that I'm coming with him tomorrow on my own then? You asked. Of course, baby, Hawk said with a smile. I'll take Hiyoko and we'll have an amazing day together and I'll prove you wrong. I'm looking forward to hearing how you go, you said with a chuckle. Take videos, okay? I'd love to see how this goes. Easy done, baby girl, Hawks replied with seductive eyes. I'm determined to get my prize, so I know Hiyoko is going to be an amazing little boy for me. I see, you said with a chuckle as you walked off to the kitchen. This is going to be so much fun. Hey, hold up, baby, Hawks said as he got up and trotted over to you. Just in case my day doesn't work out how I planned, can I have my wager early? He leered as he scooped an arm around your waist. That's not how it works, you screeched as he kissed you down your neck and nibbled on the soft part of your shoulder. It was now Thursday, the fated day, and you got ready to go out with Brian while Hawks got Hiyoko dressed and ready for their day together. You had offered to do the usual morning routine with Hiyoko, but Hawks wanted to prove that he could do it just fine by himself, so you resigned the responsibility to him and took your time getting ready. Nugs, hey, hold still, I can't put you... Oh, look how clever you are. You can now nom on your toes, you heard Hawks comment to your little bundle and you smiled to yourself from the bedroom. How are we going out here, you asked as you walked out. You looked over to see Hiyoko in only a nappy and pants, his chubby little hands wrapped around his ankle and his nubby toes in his mouth as Hawks was on hands and knees over him on the floor, chatting away. Keigo, you're supposed to leave at 8:30 a.m, yeah? You asked as you glanced at the clock. He hummed as he continued to pull faces at Hiyoko, making the little bub giggle and babble. Well, it's 8:35, you deadpanned. Sorry? 8:25, Hawks asked, not looking at you as he remained heavily distracted by Hiyoko. No, 35. 35, as in, you're running 5 minutes late already, you said bluntly. Late? Late! Hawks said in a sudden panic as he finally realised what you had said. We'd better get going, Nugget, he added as he stood up and picked the half-dressed bundle up. Wait, hang on, Yoko's only half-dressed, you said with a laugh as you reached for Hiyoko's shirt that was draped over the armchair. You skillfully put it on and handed him back to Hawks, then made sure everything was in the nappy bag and kissed them goodbye. Hawks took off into the sky with Hiyoko in arms, and the little bundle squealed with excitement and tried to flap his wings, so Hawks held him with his arms extended beneath him, letting Hiyoko practice. All too soon they arrived at the agency building, and Hawks tucked Hiyoko into his arms as they entered through the doors. Oh my gosh, the receptionist gasped when she saw Hawks with his little boy in arms. Oh, he's so cute! Hawks beamed with pride and held Hiyoko out for her to take him, and she squealed with excitement as she snuggled the winged baby's chubby cheeks against her face. Oh wow, Hawks, is this your baby? Another colleague asked as she approached the receptionist and Hiyoko. Oh my ovaries, he's too much! The two women fawned over the baby, while Hawks stood there proudly with a lopsided grin on his face. Slowly more and more people came over to oogle Yoko, and Hawks pulled his phone out. Okay, everyone, he said as he turned around and held his arm out to take a selfie with them behind him. Smile for the camera! Everyone looked up and smiled, pulling faces and throwing up the peace sign, while Hiyoko stared at the lady who was holding him. Hawks took the photo and then switched to Snapchat and started recording with his arm still outstretched. Hey Jill, he called to the lady who was holding Hiyoko. Make a chirping noise. What? She asked with a laugh, looking at the back of Hawks's head while he continued to smile into the camera. Hiyoko, the receptionist, and the others still in the background. Just do it, he encouraged. She looked at Hiyoko, who was still staring at her side profile. Chirp, 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 she said awkwardly. Hiyoko immediately brightened and made a little excited squeak and then vibrated his wings in response to her noise, and the crowd lost it. Hawks burst out laughing as a chorus of "Ohs" and "ah" erupted, the video screen shaking slightly with his laugh. I'm sending this to the wife, he said with a chuckle as he turned around and addressed the group, who were making the chirping noises again to get Hiyoko to vibrate his wings. There was so much noise and random people pushing forward to see him that he suddenly burst into tears, overwhelmed by the attention, his bottom lip popping out as he wailed. Okay, Hawk said sympathetically. The star has had enough, I'd better take him, he said, taking him back from the receptionist's arms. Oh, sorry little man, she said sadly. I hope I get to hold you again soon, once you've calmed down. I'll bring him back down a little later, Hawks promised as he patted and consoled his little one, pushing through the crowd towards the elevator. Thanks all, he called over his shoulder as he left. He hopped into the elevator, then headed up to his level, getting out and walking to the office. Well, it was a heavy start today, wasn't it? He commented to the now calm Hiyoko. Don't worry, you'll get used to all the attention. He got to his office and pushed the door open, then shut it behind them, sighing happily as he walked to the desk and popped the rather large and overfilled baby bag onto the desktop. Okay, he muttered to himself. Now to get out the playmat, hey Nugget? He fished around in the bag till he found the fabric cover, then pulled it out and flicked it out with one hand and lay it down on the ground beside the desk. Here you go, he said with a satisfied grin as he plonked Hiyoko down in the middle of it. Hiyoko turned his head over his shoulder and whimpered, bottom lip quivering slightly as his big eyes begged for his daddy to pick him back up again. What's up, bud? Hawks asked as he looked down at his unhappy little bundle. It's nice on the mat there, he said as he walked around in front of Hiyoko and crouched down to play with him for a bit. Hiyoko finally relaxed and started playing with the feathers that Hawks had plucked out, waving them around in the air with his chubby little hands. Hawks smirked and stood up. I'll be right here, okay? He said as he sat down at the desk, keeping one eye on the bundle of chubs that was sitting on the mat. Hiyoko sat for a bit, playing with the feathers, and Hawks pulled his phone out to send the picture and Snapchat video to you. He unleashed his ultimate move, Hawks captioned the Snapchat video, and chuckled to himself as he watched it over again. He hit send and then got into the messages and sent the photo to you. Well, looks like the first thing I said would happen, happened, he typed, adding the smug face and a red heart. 1 point to me. See, I knew he'd behave for me today, Hawks thought smugly. He hit send and then turned the phone screen off and looked over casually to the playmat. It was empty. Hiyoko? Nugget! He said suddenly, standing up quickly to look around the room. Hiyoko had practically vanished. Where the hell did... Suddenly there was a little squeak of pain that came from underneath Hawks's desk, and he quickly pushed his desk chair back to kneel down and look under. There was Hiyoko, wedged up under there, his large wings caught between the desk leg and the set of drawers. Oh no, okay Nug, stay there, I'll get you out, Hawks said as he half crawled under and tenderly tried to pry Hiyoko's wing free so he could get him out. Well, let's just not let you know about that one, hey? Hawks thought with a grimace as he got Hiyoko out and sat him on the mat again. It didn't take long for Hiyoko to flop over onto his stomach and start pulling himself along the floor, flapping his wings occasionally to try and lift himself up. Hiyoko had just made it to the cupboard when Hawks got to him and picked him up, carrying him back to the mat. You move quick for someone that technically can't move, Hawks said with a chuckle. Hawks sat him back on the playmat and then walked over to his desk. No sooner had his backside hit the chair than Hiyoko was off again in a different direction. What? Nugs, come on, man. What are you doing? Hawks sighed as he lazily deployed a feather to go and collect Hiyoko and bring him back to the mat. Hawks then spent the next 20 minutes constantly deploying feathers to drag Hiyoko back to the mat while he half-assed trying to do his paperwork. Hiyoko was starting to get very cranky at being dragged back all the time and screeched loudly when he was placed back on the mat that last time. Hawks looked over at him. What now? He asked. Here, he added as he passed Hiyoko a closed pen to play with. Hiyoko took it and was immediately focused on it like it was the most intriguing thing he'd ever seen in his life. Ah, perfect. It is very interesting, isn't it, Nugs? Hawks said with a lopsided smile. You just keep looking at that for a while I finish this paperwork. Hiyoko was absolutely fascinated with the pen for a minute and then plopped it on the ground and crawled off. He was so silent that Hawks only heard him when he heard the faint sound of wings flapping, and at the last minute he saw Hiyoko lift off the ground, shoot forward and crash straight into the wall. Oh no! Hawks gasped as he jumped up and ran over to Hiyoko, who was a crying bundle on the floor. Hey, it's okay. Here, shh, Daddy's got you. Hawks quickly checked his little boy over, but Hiyoko was fine. The crying appeared to be more from shock than anything else. Hawks carried Hiyoko back to his desk and sat down with the boy in his lap, hoping to maybe get more work done that way. But to his dismay, Hiyoko kept pulling at the papers, ripping them off the desk and scrunching them or throwing them on the floor. Hawks sighed and lifted Hiyoko up, hoisting him in the air and playing with him for a bit. Just then there was a knock on the door. Come in, Hawks called as he looked over to the door, Hiyoko still hoisted up in the air at arm's length. Oh, hey, Jill, Hawks said happily when the receptionist entered the room. Oh, Baba, the receptionist cooed when she spied Hiyoko again. Could I take him for a bit, Hawks? She asked as she walked over. The girls downstairs didn't get to see him and they feel left out. Sure thing, Hawks said happily. He's due for his nap in about 20 minutes, but if you bring him back before then, he should be fine. He handed Hiyoko over to the receptionist, who happily took him in her arms and bounced gleefully out the door with her little baby bundle. Ah, Hawks said with a smile. Now to get some work done. He quickly sat down and started writing furiously to make up for lost time. Just then his phone buzzed and he pulled it out. You had replied to his message. Ha ha, you're very funny, Daddy, so you have 1 point, you replied with an eye roll emoji. What about the other points? You added with a smug face. They'll come, Hawks replied with the same smug face emoji. How's he going? You then asked. Awesome, he's loving it here, Hawks replied. Can I see him? What's he up to? You asked. Hawks froze. Oh, I can't send a picture because he's not here. He's with the receptionist. She did say that I would end up handing him over. I kind of got to quickly finish this paperwork while he's happy. I'll send a picture soon, okay? Hawks sent back. He's with someone else, isn't he? He replied. Well, I mean, I didn't hand him over. She came and took him, Hawks replied sheepishly. I knew it, you sent with the crying, laughing face emoji. 1 point to me, sucker. Now he just has to get stuck under your desk and I'll be in lead with the points. Hawks sent back a shocked face emoji. Wait, he said. Has it already happened? You asked. Hawks texted back. 2-1, you sent. Damn it, he replied, smiling while he was texting. He was enjoying the fact that you were so hyped about this, and he was just happy to be texting you. Okay, well, I gotta get work done, baby, so I'll text you later, okay? Love you. Hawks out. He completed the text with a chicken head emoji and a love heart emoji. He put the phone down and was about to start writing when the receptionist returned. Sorry to be back so soon, but Yoko just soiled his nappy and it's come out the side a bit, she said, holding a very pleased Hiyoko out, who flapped his wings lightly and blew bubbles when he saw his daddy. Oh, okay, Hawks grimaced. Thanks. He stood up and walked over, taking Hiyoko and holding him at arm's length while striding over to the nappy bag. Gently he lay Hiyoko down and pulled out the wipes, tissues, nappy rash cream and new nappy. Okay, he sighed as he slowly undid the nappy. Hiyoko was having a blast, flailing his legs around, gurgling, babbling, while his daddy tried to hold him down so that he wouldn't kick too much. Just as Hawks got the nappy open, Hiyoko stuck his little foot in it and Hawks screamed, scaring Hiyoko, who kicked and wriggled in fright, then burst into tears. Oh, man. No, come on. It's okay, Nugget. Hey, shh. I just need to get your nappy changed. Oh, my God. It's everywhere. Hawks exclaimed as he looked down and saw the nappy contents all over Hiyoko's leg and into the pants. Hawks froze. How the hell am I supposed to clean this up? He screamed internally. With a great deal of difficulty, he managed to get Hiyoko all cleaned up and in a completely new outfit and nappy, and then put the soiled clothes in the bag that you'd packed for that. She's thought of everything, Hawks thought with a smile. He looked at his watch. Oh, buddy, you're late for your nap, but you don't look tired, he commented. Let's go for a little walk, hey? Early lunch. He picked Hiyoko up and got set up with the baby backpack, plopping Hiyoko into it and then heading downstairs. When he finally made it to the local cafe, he was exhausted. So many people had stopped him to see Hiyoko that if he stopped moving, Hiyoko would wriggle and fuss, so he had to keep bouncing slightly to keep the now overtired bundle happy. He got lunch quickly and then walked back to the agency as quickly as possible. He got back to his office and looked at Hiyoko sideways in the mirror. The little munchkin was finally asleep. Oh, thank God, Hawks thought as he walked over to his desk. I should probably get some of this work done as fast as I can. With the backpack still on, Hawks gingerly sat down and started writing furiously. He got one page done, then Hiyoko woke up again. Awake already? Hawks asked when he felt Hiyoko wriggling around and chirping from behind him. But you only had 10 minutes. Hiyoko squeaked heavily and tried to get out of the backpack in response. Whoa, okay, hold on, wait up, I'll get you, Hawks said as he took the backpack off and picked Hiyoko out. His phone vibrated and he pulled it out of his pocket. It was you. He's just had his nap and he's awake and happy, Hawks replied, sending a picture of him and a smiling Hiyoko. Oh, my boys, you replied when you got the text. How long did he sleep for? About 10 minutes, Hawks replied. That's definitely not long enough, you sent back. Good luck with that. You two chatted a little more, then Hawks excused himself to go and eat his lunch and heat up Hyoko's food too. Hiyoko was getting hungry by now, so Hawks pulled the baby food out of the bag and put it in the microwave. He figured it would be better off feeding Hiyoko first, then having his own lunch afterwards. He heated the baby food up and stirred it, making sure it wasn't too hot because he didn't want you to get any more points under your belt if Hiyoko sneezed it everywhere. Okay, buddy, ready for lunch? Hawks asked as he walked over to the mat. Hiyoko was squealing with excitement by now. He knew what the sound of the microwave meant, and he was starving. Hey, Hawks laughed as he sat down and lifted the bowl up out of reach of Hyoko's chubby hands. I'm coming, just wait a minute. He brought the bowl down from above his head and was about to start feeding Hiyoko when he remembered that he should put a bib on the bub first, so that food wouldn't get all over his clothes. Bib, I need a bib, he mumbled as he leaned over and looked into the bag for one. As he leaned over, Hiyoko grabbed onto the side of the bowl and tipped the contents into Hawks's lap, some of it getting on his chubby face as well. Ah! Hawks yelped as he flicked his wings to get up quickly. Hiyoko burst into tears at being covered in food, and Hawks quickly got to work cleaning them both up. Thankfully, you had put another set of clothes in the bag, so he changed Hiyoko again and then looked for more food. Sorry, buddy. We don't have any more food, but we have rusk sticks, he said apologetically as he pulled a stick out and handed it to his boy. Hiyoko took it in his hand and started nomming on it hungrily. The less he got from the stick, the more he whinged, and in the end, Hawks had to share soft parts of his now cold lunch, which he did so with a lot of reservation, as it was his favourite food, chicken. I hope you appreciate how special you are that I would share my chicken with you, he said as he gave Hiyoko a look. After lunch, Hiyoko wanted to explore again and set off, pulling himself around the room, while Hawks got another paper finished. That was now 2 papers done for the entire day, whereas normally he would finish more than 15. Hiyoko was flapping his wings more and more, and a few times he managed to lift off the ground and crash into something again, which kept Hawks on his toes. By 3 p.m, Hiyoko was starting to whinge and cry for no reason, so Hawks put him in the baby backpack and walked around the room to get him to sleep, but Hiyoko fussed and struggled to get out, trying to free his wings so he could try and escape. Why won't you just fall asleep already? Hawks groaned after trying to get Hiyoko to sleep for the past 45 minutes. Then he paused. Oh, Yin did say I'd say something like that, didn't she? He thought. He shook his head with a sigh. Yeah, she certainly knows her boy well. Just then the receptionist returned. How you going, Hawks? Can I take Hiyoko again? She begged. Yes, please, he said desperately as he took the backpack off and handed it to her. He needs to sleep, so just strap him on and walk around till he passes out. Oh, sure, she said as she put the backpack on and adjusted the straps. I'll have him asleep in no time. Thank you, he said in a defeated tone. She smiled and left with Hiyoko, who shut up the minute she walked into the hallway. There was so much to see that he completely forgot to whine. Hawks quickly sat down to do some more paperwork and the phone rang. He groaned as he reached for it. Hawks here, he said in a dead voice. After a long, useless phone call, he then tried to do some more work. He had just picked up the pen when another colleague walked in with more paperwork. You've got to be kidding me, he deadpanned. Hawks, I'm back, the receptionist called cheerfully as the colleague left and she entered the winged hero's office. No, Hawks said in a tired, broken voice. No, please take him for a bit longer. I really need to get... He's done another poo, she said apologetically as she turned side on so Hiyoko could smile at his daddy from the backpack. Hawks burst into tears as he flopped his head down on the desk. Are you okay? The receptionist asked with concern as she quickly came across to place a hand on him. He hasn't slept at all, and I've got nothing done, and I dropped his lunch and it went everywhere, and... Oh, the receptionist purred gently. You sound like a mother with a newborn. Is this your first time looking after him all day? Yes, Hawks sobbed. Okay, well, when you get home tonight, you tell your wife how much you appreciate her and her hard work because she does this every day. Hawks nodded solemnly. I will. I definitely will, he promised. She's so amazing. I can't believe she does this daily and doesn't break down. Mothers are superhuman, the receptionist replied as she took Hiyoko out of the backpack. Here, I'll change him and put him to sleep while you get some work done. You are my new favourite person, Hawks said as he wiped his eyes. You owe me, she said. Then she set to work sorting Yoko out. That night you got home just after Hawks did, and you walked through the door and smiled at him as he sat looking absolutely smashed on the lounge. He straightened and tried to look more alive when he saw you. Where's Yoko? You asked him as you walked over. Sleeping, he said with a forced smile. How did you go today? You asked dubiously. Oh, amazing. It was easy. He did everything I said he would, Hawks lied. You are so lying, you replied with a giggle as you stopped in front of him. Okay, I am, he said as he broke down. He wouldn't sleep, and then he was getting into everything. I dropped his lunch, and you chuckled sympathetically and climbed onto his lap, cradling his head between your boobs as he continued to offload to you. Oh, not so easy, huh? You asked smugly as you stroked his head. You're an amazing mummy. I don't know how you do it. I'll never take all your hard work for granted again. You're superwoman, he said honestly as he turned and looked deep into your eyes. You kissed him gratefully. Thank you, he said softly. That's a really lovely thing to say. How was your day? Hawks then asked you. Oh, it was amazing, you said excitedly. I left with just my handbag and... Wait, just a handbag? No massive nappy bag stocked with every conceivable item? Hawks gasped dramatically. Yes, can you believe it? You replied, playing along with his little charade. And then I got food, and I didn't have to share it with anyone, and I ate it hot. Hawks gasped jealously. You giggled and continued. And I didn't need to keep an eye on the clock for nap times. I could just enjoy my day. I am so jealous, Hawks deadpanned. You both chuckled, and you hugged him again. So, he said, as he pulled back from the hug. My wager? Ah, buddy, I definitely won today's bet, so you got to go in the outfit of my choice, you said with a cheeky grin. Oh, man, Hawks moaned, so my wager doesn't even come in second place? Nope, you said as you shook your head with a smile. Unless you want to take Hiyoko to work again tomorrow. No, please, no, Hawks wailed dramatically. You laughed and hugged him again. Okay, I'll let you off the hook for tomorrow, he said with a wink. You tried to get off Hawks's lap, but he refused to let you off, wrapping an arm around behind your back as you moved backwards. No, don't go, I was enjoying that cuddle, he said as he tried to kiss your neck. I know you, Keigo, it goes from cuddle to rumble in less than a second, you squealed as you struggled to get free. At my trademark top speed, baby, he leered. The next day, Hawk strolled into work in a sequins dress that you had picked out for him, working the outfit like he owned it. The receptionist looked up when she heard the very familiar click, click, click of heels on the tiled floors and smiled, ready to greet the owner of the heels. She nearly choked on her own saliva when Hawk sashayed up to the desk in his get-up. Morning, Jill, he said brightly as he struck a pose. Good Lord, Hawks, what on earth? I lost the bet from yesterday, he said brightly. This is what the wife wanted me in. Well, she has great taste as far as dares go, the receptionist chuckled. Thanks, Hawks said as he turned and popped a leg up behind him. Gotta go be a hero now. Ta-ta! The receptionist watched speechlessly as he strutted off down the hall to the elevator and waited for it to come down to his level. Everyone made comment when they saw him in the dress, but he handled it like a champ, doing curtsies and flamboyant hand movements just for added flair. How are you going to take down villains in that outfit? Someone asked him as he made his way to his office. Ah, it'll be easy this way, he cajoled. I won't need to use my quirk or anything. I can just stun them into silence with this killer outfit. The person laughed as Hawks struck a vogue pose. I'd pay good money to see that, they replied. Hawks chuckled and waved them off as he entered his office to catch up on yesterday's paperwork. An hour later, there was a knock on his door. "Hawks, we need you in the debrief room. We have a case," one of the officers that worked at the agency said. "Sure," Hawks said as he stood up. "Hawks," the officer said with surprise. "That outfit's, gorgeous." Hawks finished his sentence for him. Hawks laughed. "I lost a bet," he said with a smile. "Whoever you bet with, they must really hate you," the officer said with a laugh. "It was my wife," Hawks replied. "Oh, sorry, aren't you worried about your public image?" the officer asked, changing topics as he looked Hawks over. "Nah," Hawks said dismissively. "Couldn't care less, to be honest. If anything, this outfit's going to get me more attention." "You got that right," the officer agreed, as Hawks strutted past him in his heels. "What's this case?" Hawks asked curiously as the officer caught up to him, and he and the officer walked side by side to the debrief room. There's a villain going around burning people, basically cremates them," the officer said frankly. Hawks's brain immediately clicked into gear. "And you want me to find this person?" Hawks asked the officer. "Yeah," the officer replied, glancing back over his shoulder as someone wolf whistled to Hawks. Hawks looked over his shoulder and shot the wolf whistler a finger hearts while pulling his dress up a little to show off a leg. "God, Hawks," the officer groaned. "Really?" "Fan service," Hawks replied with a laugh as the wolf whistler cackled away in the background. They got to the debrief room and Hawks addressed the group. "Morning, fellas," he greeted to the room of men. They just stared at him in his dress, speechless. Finally the head officer spoke. "You've got your hair done differently today, Hawks," he commented gruffly, and the room fell apart laughing. That seemed to break the ice, then the debriefing continued. "There have been a few cases recently of a villain who possesses a fire quirk and he's going around disintegrating people," the debriefing officer said. "Witnesses say that they see blue or white flames and smell burning flesh, but they never see the villain." "Any ideas, Hawks?" the officer in charge asked the dolled-up hero. "Yeah, maybe," Hawks replied with a smirk. "Leave it with me, I'll check it out." "Okay, thank you," the lead officer said. "Don't snap a heel out there, yeah?" "I'll try not to. These shoes are borrowed from my wife's uncle," Hawks said with a laugh. "Sorry, uncle?" one of the guys asked. Hawks nodded. "Listen," he said, holding a hand up. "I've made a living off chasing down criminals and villains alike. I've come up against so many different types of people, and I can honestly say that I would not like to be on the receiving end of this particular uncle's wrath," he said with a chuckle. "He's not to be messed with." "With heels that high, I'm inclined to believe you," the officer replied. "Anyway, gentlemen, I'll take my leave for now and I'll go and find this villain so I can show him my outfit," Hawks said with a cheeky smile as he catwalked out the door. After casually flying around town, listening to conversations below with his wings and flashing his boxes to countless people, Hawks located the villain in question. The villain, Darby, was just about to incinerate someone when a drag queen dropped from the sky and landed in a hero pose right in the middle of the alleyway beside him. Darby dropped the victim and the poor man scurried off as Hawks and Darby squared up. "What the actual hell are you wearing?" Darby asked in the most done voice he could muster. "You're not even going to compliment the shoes?" Hawks asked, acting offended. "You look like a hooker," Darby sneered. "How much for a blowjob?" "You couldn't afford my prices," Hawks replied airily. "What are you doing at this end of town, honey?" he asked as he walked over to the building wall and leaned up against it. "Had a meeting with Nunya," Darby replied, as his tired turquoise eyes watched Hawks cautiously. "Nunya?" Hawks asked, tilting his head curiously. "None of your damn business, you cross-dressing weirdo," Darby said with a slight scowl. "Well, it is my damn business when you're going around making campfires out of people," Hawks replied back, trying to find pockets in the dress to put his hands into, but instead just ended up rapidly sliding his hands down the outfit repeatedly, getting more and more frustrated that he couldn't tuck them in anywhere. "Why doesn't this thing have any pockets?" he snapped. Darby smirked. "Okay, princess, I gotta go, but thank you for dropping by," Darby said sarcastically as he turned to go. "Yo!" Hawks called out after him. "Not done with you yet." "Yeah, you are," Darby replied tersely, looking back over his shoulder. "My boy turns 1 on the 11th of January, Hawks said. "Come to the party." "That's still 6 months away. As if I'd go. You really thought I cared?" Darby said in a dead voice as he turned and walked away. "You're more stupid than I thought." "You know my address," Hawks called out casually to the retreating Darby. "Hiyoko would love to meet Uncle Staple." "Screw you," came the reply. 2 weeks later, you were at home with Hiyoko. He had just finished his breakfast. It was playtime now and you lifted him out of his high chair and gave him a cuddle. Okay, Nugs, you go play while Mummy has some breakfast of her own, you said as you plopped him down on the floor. He immediately got on all fours and started crawling around, finding toys to play with while you walked to the kitchen to make yourself something to eat. You had your back turned to him when you suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings, and you glanced over your shoulder to see what was going on. There was Hiyoko, now airborne, and flying over the kitchen table. "Oh my gosh," you gasped, quickly dropping what you were doing and running over to where he had flown. He crashed straight into the lamp on the opposite side of the room and crumpled to the ground. No, you uttered in a panic as you got to him. "Yoko, what are you doing?" you wailed as you picked up your crying bundle. "You can't fly yet, you'll hurt yourself." Thankfully, he hadn't done any damage, so you calmed him down before carrying him with you back over to the kitchen to finish making your breakfast. "Okay," you said as you got your food ready, still holding him in the crook of your arm. "You got to stay with me, I can't put you down in case you try and fly again." Hiyoko seemed happy in your arms for a little while, but then he started to wriggle to get free. You held him for as long as possible, but as his struggling became more desperate, you plopped him down on the ground by your feet as you sat down to eat breakfast. Off he crawled at the speed of light, and before you could get up, he had flapped his wings furiously and lifted off the floor, shooting over the lounge and crash landing into the cushions on the other side. "Hiyoko!" you gasped. He was laying there upside down, looking through his little legs at you with a goofy smile on his face, and you scowled. "No, don't fly anymore, sweetheart, you'll hurt yourself," you said sternly. "What am I going to do with you?" You picked him up and sat him down at your feet again, bringing an abundance of toys with you to try and keep him entertained, but he had found his wings now, literally, and was determined to fly. Time and time again you had to quickly stop him from trying to fly because he'd either crash heavily into something or knock over something, but by lunchtime you were getting desperate. "I need to call Hawks," you thought as you quickly grabbed Hiyoko by his wings and held onto them so he couldn't flap. You waited until he had stopped trying, then dashed for your phone, grabbing it quickly, then dialing Hawks as fast as humanly possible. He picked up immediately. "Keigo, I need help," you said in a very panicked voice as you tried to run over to stop Hiyoko from flying again, but as you got to him, his wing flicked up and knocked your phone out of your hand, breaking it and cutting the connection. "Ah!" you grunted. "My phone!" Just then Hiyoko took off and smashed into the window, shards of glass going everywhere as he made his escape. "Yoko, no!" you screamed, running towards the smashed window and getting glass all in your bare feet. "Ah, no, you sobbed, watching him helplessly as Hiyoko took off into the sky, flicking his wings wildly in all directions. You could hear him crying as he flew off into the distance, and your guts twisted in fear and despair. Just then Hawks arrived and shot through the front door. "Baby," he called loudly. "Hiyoko's flown away," you screamed, your heart going a million miles an hour. Get him! "Are you hurt?" Hawks asked you quickly. "Yes, glass in my foot, but don't worry about me. Get Hiyoko," you screamed. "Call Bry," Hawks said quickly as he turned to leave. "But my phone's smashed," you wailed. Hawks quickly threw his phone to you and you caught it. Then he took off and you rang Brian to come and help you. Hawks shot up into the sky, his keen eyes scanning everywhere for his little boy. In the distance he spotted Hiyoko, still flying, haphazardly, but flying nonetheless. At his trademark top speed he tucked his wings back and shot towards his flying bundle. Not wanting to risk spooking his baby, he did a sneak attack and went high above Hiyoko and then dropped down, plucking him out of the sky as he dived onto him from above. Hawks quickly tucked Hiyoko's wings in while he wrapped his boy in his arms. "Gotcha, you little renegade," he said with a smile. "You gave Mummy and I quite a fright. Time to get you home." Little Hiyoko was a mix of emotions, still half crying but also excited that he had flown. By the time Hawks arrived back at the house, Brian was there tending to your feet. "I'm going to have to take this brave little bean to the hospital," Brian said as he waved his stethoscope around. "Where did you get a stethoscope from?" Hawks asked with a laugh as he presented Hiyoko towards you and Brian. You gasped when you saw Hiyoko's face, and Brian screamed sharply. "Beyonce, he's bleeding!" Brian gasped, flailing his arms dramatically. "His pretty little face is all scratched up." What? Hawks asked. Then he spun Hiyoko around to look at him. Poor Yoko had a deep gash across his forehead, and the blood was running into his eye. "Oh, wow," Hawks exclaimed. "Okay, don't panic. Brian, I just said don't panic." But Brian was already a mess, grabbing for his phone and calling emergency services. "Hello, operator, this is a national emergency," he screeched into the receiver when the person on the other end picked up. Hawks quickly took the phone from Brian and handed Hiyoko over to him. "Hello, Hawks here. Please disregard that last comment from my panic-stricken uncle," the winged hero said calmly into the phone. "We are fine here, but we may need an ambulance, please." After very calmly explaining the situation, the operator on the other end dispatched an ambulance. You and Hiyoko had to stay overnight at the hospital, and Yoko had to have a few stitches in his forehead, but by the end of it all, everyone was fine. The doctor suggested a wing brace for Hiyoko that would prevent him from flying. He would still be able to stretch his wings and flap them, but he wouldn't be able to get airborne. At his age, he shouldn't be able to possess the strength or wingspan to fly, the doctor said, but because of his impressive wings, he can most certainly fly. We do need to keep him grounded a little longer, though, until he understands what he's supposed to do, the doctor added. I believe your husband is the winged hero Hawks. He may be able to give a little more insight into life with a flight quirk, but if you have any further problems, here is the number of a flight physio who can help guide you. Thank you so much, she said, as you looked over to Hiyoko, who was happily playing with the tape that they had stuck to the ends of his wings to stop him flying in the hospital. When Hawks came to check up on you that night, you chatted to him about Hiyoko and flight. I didn't get enough strength in my wings to fly until about age 3 or 4, Hawks said, thinking back. But I could try and come home a little earlier in the afternoon each day and take him out for a fly. It would get that flying itch out of his system, and he might be happier to stay grounded in the house. That's a good idea, actually, he said with a smile. I think he'd really enjoy that. Just a little side note before we start. At the time that I wrote this book, we didn't have a name nor description of Hawks' mum, so I made up my own. So this is not canon. I just thought it would be really cute that she's the only one that can handle Hiyoko. We didn't know if she had wings or not wings or what the go was, so now we do know. But yeah, again, this was just made up by myself, so just roll with it. The next day, Hawks came home early to take Hiyoko out for a fly. The poor little thing had felt very much grounded by the brace on his wings and had been very restless all day. Okay, Nugget, let's stretch those wings out, huh? Hawks said brightly as he picked up his little bundle and walked to the front door with him in arms. We'll be back for dinner, Mama, he called over his shoulder. Be careful, you replied. Careful. What does that word mean again? Hawks commented to Hiyoko as they left. You shook your head with a smile. Once outside, Hawks took the brace off Hiyoko, and the little one immediately flapped his wings as Hawks put him down. Hey, bud, easy there, Hawks said with a chuckle as he stood back. Hiyoko took to the skies, and Hawks laughed as he took off after him. The two had a great time in the air, flicking around upside down, dive-bombing and racing, right up until the sun had nearly set. How'd you go, Daddy? You asked Hawks when he and Hiyoko returned. We had so much fun, didn't we, Nugs? Hawks asked the pooped-out little bundle. Hiyoko gave you a very tired smile. Okay, well, dinner's ready, he said as he turned and led the way in. Little Hiyoko ate his dinner like it was the last meal on earth, and then he had a bath and was put to bed early because he was falling asleep as you were drying him after his bath. Man, he was exhausted, you said with a chuckle as you exited Hiyoko's room after putting him to sleep. You walked over to where Hawks had flopped face down on the couch, and the winged hero stirred slightly. Looks like you're wasted too, you added with a chuckle. That kid can fly, Hawks said as he lifted his head from the cushions and gave you a dead look. You laughed. I'm glad you two had fun flying out there, you said with a smile as he sat down at the end of the lounge. Hawks pushed himself up and turned around so that his head was in your lap, perfectly placed for you to stroke his hair. Hiyoko will need to learn that he's not to fly in the house, he said as you raked your fingers through Hawks's hair. He could damage his wings otherwise. Hawks purred as his eyes rolled shut. I might need to enroll him in a flight care group or something so that he can go flying heaps and get it out of his system, you commented. Sounds good, Hawks replied drowsily, under the spell of your fingers in his hair. I'm happy to take him out each afternoon, but he'll be climbing the walls during the day if he's not taken out. Yeah, he said thoughtfully. I'll ring around a few places tomorrow. Over the next few days, you rang a few training places to see if they would take on an almost 7-month-old baby with a winged quirk. Most places jumped at the opportunity when it was revealed that it was the winged hero Hawks' son. They all wanted the publicity and the bragging rights, but then when it came for them to take him out for a fly, they couldn't keep up with him. I'm sorry, ma'am, the last instructor said. He's a very spirited child, and his large wingspan gives him a steep advantage. No one can keep up with him. Okay, thank you, he said with a heavy sigh as he put the brace back on Hiyoko's wings. That night you talked to Hawks about your problem as you sat with him on the lounge. No one's fast enough to keep up with Yoko, you said sadly. Hawks listened quietly, thinking to himself. I may be able to find someone for you, he said with a small smile. I'll contact them now and see if they can come by tomorrow afternoon. Okay, you asked suspiciously. Who is it? Someone I'm not supposed to be in contact with, Hawks replied with a devious but nervous smile. But since when do I play by the rules? You raised an eyebrow at him, and he chuckled as he reached across and patted your knee. Trust me, okay? It'll be fine, he replied with a reassuring smile. The next afternoon you waited impatiently for the person to arrive, and around 4 p.m. there was a soft knock at the door. Ooh, wonder who that could be, you said with a smile at Hiyoko, who was playing on the floor. You walked to the door and nervously opened it. Hello, an older lady with a pleasant face and piercing golden eyes like hawks said. Hi, you replied softly. My name is Mrs. Takami, she said with a warm smile. You're... you said in a shocked voice as your mouth fell open. She nodded. It's so lovely to meet you, she said as she stretched her golden wings a little. Same, you said softly, still not knowing quite what to say. May I come in? She asked gently. Oh, sure. Yes, of course, he replied as he stepped back and let her in. My son told me briefly about your troubles with finding a flight instructor, she said as she spied Hiyoko and walked over to him. Your little one looked up and smiled brightly when he saw Mrs. Takami and her wings. He vibrated his little wings gently and let out a few little chirps of greeting. Oh, you're so much like Kei when he was a baby, she said with a little chuckle as she bent down and picked him up. You hung back a bit, nervously wringing your hands together. You've raised him so well. Yin Takami. Wait, you already know my last name. It's the same as yours. Duh, he said with an embarrassed laugh. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? She asked gently with a smile that could light up a Christmas tree. Well, I'm your daughter-in-law all of a sudden, he said with a swept-drop look on your face. I haven't even met you up until now. Well, I'm just glad we met, and you've given me such a beautiful grandson too, she replied. Hiyoko seemed very happy in his grandma's arms, and happily played with the buttons on her top. Oh, okay, he said bashfully. Thank you. Do you mind if I take him out to stretch his wings? She asked. Sure, he replied. You're welcome. He loves flying. She smiled. Just like his father, she replied as she looked down at Yoko in her arms. She strolled to the door and you followed her, helping her to take the brace off. Hiyoko spread his wings and flapped them eagerly. Okay, little one, she said as she tossed him up in the air. Instinctively he flapped his wings and she shot up into the air beside him. You covered your mouth with worry, but she seemed to be very experienced and knew how to handle the wayward winged baby. You watched as they disappeared out of sight and then went back inside. Just then Hawks turned up. Your mum came, you blurted out as he entered. He laughed. I'm not supposed to be in contact with family since the government's given me a new identity, Hawks said. But if she could handle me as a child, then she can handle Hiyoko. She most certainly knows how to deal with him. I saw it with my own eyes, he replied. Hawks fell silent and looked up, a strange expression crossing his chiselled face. They're coming back, he said softly, as he then looked at the front door. I haven't seen her since I left. You watched as he walked slowly to the front door. As he got closer, there was a soft knock on the sturdy wooden frame, and he opened it. Hi, Mum, he said in an emotionally raw voice. My boy, you heard her reply in a teary voice. I wasn't allowed to contact you, and Hawk started, but was interrupted by her arm around him while she still held on to Hiyoko with the other. You choked up a little at seeing them embrace for the first time in what you knew to be was ages. Come in, he finally said in an emotionally strained voice. Please, stay for dinner at least. Oh, I don't want to intrude. Mum, I'm cooking. It's fine. All I ever wanted to do was help you out. That's why I left and joined the program, so I could send you money, he said as he turned and walked quickly towards you. So let me make you food tonight, okay? He called over his shoulder. You looked at his mum, and she was smiling fondly at his retreating form. I'll cook tonight, baby. You and Mum just relax, yeah? He added as he walked past you to the kitchen. You said nervously as you watched him quickly pull pans and cooking utensils out of the drawers. Are we having chicken? His mum asked as she walked over to the lounge and sat down, plopping a very tired little Hiyoko on the ground. You stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do, and just randomly picked your nails. Yin, come have a seat, his mum said, turning to you and giving you a warm smile. Hawks looked up and smiled at you. Okay, he said softly as you shyly walked over and sat down on the lounge, leaning down to pass the toy to Hiyoko. Oh, I should put his brace back on, you said as you stood up. No need, Yin. He's too tired to try and fly now, and plus he needs to learn that flying is for outside and not inside, so every time he tries to fly indoors you need to reprimand him, Hawks's mum said with a nod, her wise golden eyes peering at you. That was the rule in our house, Hawks said from the kitchen. No flying in the house or I'll take Endeavour away. Endeavour? You asked, confused. Yes, Keigo was, and probably still is, a big Endeavour fan, Mrs. Takami said with a small chuckle. He had an Endeavour figurine as a child. Really? You asked as you looked over at Hawks. Guilty, he said with a lopsided smile as he continued to move about the kitchen. What was Hawks like as a child, you asked his mum curiously. No, wait, he's probably still exactly the same as now. Mrs. Takami laughed. Oh, I have stories, she said deviously. Hey, now don't go telling embarrassing stories, Mum, Hawks said with a laugh. Isn't that my job? She replied with a melodic chuckle. You smiled and she looked from Hawks back to you. He was a quiet child, a thinker. You never knew what he was brewing up in that brain of his, she said with a loving sparkle in her eye. Okay, so he hasn't changed much then, you commented as you smirked across at him. He's not quiet now, though, but you still have no idea what he's thinking. His mum laughed. You seem quiet yourself, Yin. How did you and Key meet? She asked. Your heart rate spiked and you stuttered out an answer. Well, it's not very interesting, he said with a nervous laugh. Work. We met at work. You met at work? She asked. Are you a hero too? No, I was the payroll officer, he said with a smile. And I used to walk her to her boss's office each afternoon because I knew she was too shy to walk there on her own, Hawks added as he put oil in the frying pan. He's always put others before himself, Hawks's mum commented to you. Yes, he's always protected me, he said with a smile. I'm actually having a conversation with his mum and I haven't said anything stupid yet. Yay! You screamed internally with excitement. And now you have the most beautiful little one, his mum said as she leaned down and passed Yoko another toy. The flying nugget, you said happily. Hawks's mum burst out laughing. Is that his hero name? Or, she asked amid chuckles. Oh, how embarrassing. I shouldn't have called him that, you thought with a grimace. That's going to stick. I like it, Hawks called from the kitchen. Yep, definitely going to stick now, you groaned internally. As the night continued on, you got more and more comfortable around Hawks's mum. She seemed to be an even-tempered, lovely lady, and you could see that Hawks took after her a lot, personality and looks-wise. After Hiyoko went to bed, you, Hawks and Mrs. Takami arranged Hiyoko's schedule. I'll take him for a fly in the mornings and you can take him in the afternoons, she said to Hawks. He needs to build up wing strength so that he can hold his wings up or they'll end up dragging on the ground and he could damage them. Hawks nodded. We'll do our best to make sure he builds his back muscles up. Make him a better version of me because mine aren't broad enough, Hawks said as he flexed his wings. I'm sure I could have fixed that if I'd trained. I didn't realise there was going to be so much work involved when it came to owning a pair of wings, he said quietly. I know I'm flightless, but I'll do my best to be strict with his flying lessons. You're a great mum already, Yin, Mrs. Takami said lovingly. Hiyoko is lucky to have such wonderful parents. The months flew by and Hiyoko learned that flying was for outdoors only. You'd been very strict with that rule, and because he was flying more now, he burned up lots of energy and became a very chilled and easy to look after baby. He loved Nan and looked forward to her coming to taking him flying each morning. Ready for Grandma? You'd ask and his face would light up. He was 11 months old now and just started to try and walk. Sometimes he would try and cheat and use his wings to lift him up, but you'd sharply reprimand him and he'd tuck them back in again. As the date of his first birthday arrived, you sat down with Hawks to make plans. Who should we invite? You asked him one night. Well, Bri, Uncle Anthony, Norman and Mum, definitely, Hawks said as he made himself and you a hot drink. Okay, well, I'd like to invite my mum too, and maybe Auntie Ray, you said thoughtfully. Should we invite the other Todorokis as well? I've already invited Uncle Staple, Hawks said with a smirk. Who is Uncle Staple? You asked confused. You hadn't been there for the conversation between him and Darby. Toya, he said with a laugh. Oh, you replied. Yeah, okay, I get it now, he added with a chuckle. I'm fine as long as he doesn't try and kidnap me and Hiyoko. He won't, I promise, Hawks said with a smile. Is he coming with everyone else? You asked curiously. Because he's a villain, so like... Well, I invited him and he said he wouldn't come, but I know he will. He'll probably wait till everyone's gone though, Hawks said as he picked up the drinks and brought them over to you. Okay, so that'll be 12 people, including you, me and Hiyoko, you said, adding everyone up. Sounds good to me, Hawks commented as he took a sip of his drink. It'll be a low-key event, you said as you took a sip of your own drink. Hiyoko will have his nap in the afternoon anyway, so maybe if we do something mid-morning? Yeah, okay, Hawks agreed with a smile. I'll get the cake. I swear to God, if it's a roast chicken, Hawks, you warned, narrowing your eyes at him. Ah, damn it. Thought I'd be able to get away with it, he said with a playful smirk, clicking his fingers with faux annoyance. What do I do with you? He said with a sigh. Kiss me, he replied as he puckered up and landed a kiss on your lips. Can you believe our boy is going to be one already? He said with amazement as you finished the kiss and snuggled into his side. Time flies when you're married to the winged hero, Hawks said softly as he bent his head down and kissed you on the top of your head. Very funny, you replied playfully. It was now January 11, and you were busying yourself getting the house set while Hiyoko was out flying with Grandma. What time is everyone coming? Hawks asked as you ran past him to put toys back in Hiyoko's room. 11:30 a.m., you called over your shoulder to him. Ah, okay, he replied as he sat back and leaned against the end of the kitchen counter, tucking his hands into his pockets. You reappeared and went to go past him, but he shot an arm out and grabbed you around your waist, halting you immediately. Hey, he purred. You're running too much. Come and give Daddy some attention, he said as he scooped you towards himself and snuggled his head into the crook of your neck. Not now, Daddy. I've got so much to do, you wailed as he playfully struggled to get free. We got time for a little rumble, if you're up for it, he whispered huskily into your ear before kissing you firmly down your neck. Not now, we have people coming in 1 hour, you squealed. If anything, you should be helping me. Oh, I'll help you all right, Hawk said in a mischievous voice. Come to the bedroom. There's something I want to help you with. No, you giggled, struggling out of Hawks's arms and dashing over to the fridge as he followed you. Can you make the drinks? You asked as you spun around and pushed the bottles into his chest. Okay, fine, but I'll get you later, he said with a cheeky smile as he took the drinks from you and walked over to the bench. In another half hour, everything was set. Okay, ready now, you said with a smile. I'll just get Hiyoko sorted when he and Grandma get back, then we can start. Just then there was a rap-a-tap-tap on the door and you smiled. That's Brian and Co. with the cake, he said to Hawks. Let him in. Hawks strolled to the door and opened it. Hey, Brian said from behind a very large cake box. Got the best cake in town for my little birthday boy. I bet you did, Hawks said with a chuckle as he let Brian, Anthony and Norman inside. I was going to get the cake from Simon's, but his gay ass puts too much butter in the buttermilk cream and it's too soft, Brian said as he sashayed in and put the cake box down on the table. So I went with Taya. She is a doll and she can cook. He said as he popped an arm out and shivered with delight. I thought you and Simon were friends, Uncle Anthony commented after hearing Brian talk smack about Simon and his buttercream. Oh, we were, Brian said as he clicked his fingers. But then he told me he liked Sherry Pie from RuPaul's Drag Race, and I was like, oh, please, she's not a queen to look up to with all that scandal. No, thank you, he said as he pointed his nose in the air. Hawks raised an eyebrow at Anthony, and the taller male just shook his head apologetically. Anywho's ears, where's my baby boy? Brian squealed. He's out flying with Grandma, but they should be back soon, Hawks said with a smile. Just then, Hiyoko and Mrs. Takami arrived back at the house and entered. Oh, my Beyonce, it's an angel, Brian gasped when he saw Mrs. Takami with her golden wings. Oh, she chuckled, you flatter me. Oh, not at all, honey bunch, I only speak the truth, Brian said as he sashayed over to give her a kiss on the cheek as greeting. Mrs. Takami was flattered and chuckled again. Well, it's my pleasure to meet you. Bri, Brian said quickly with a bright smile. And this is my boyfriend Anthony. Boo-boo, I do the introductions, Uncle Anthony whispered lowly from behind Brian. Not today, you don't baby cakes, Brian says he took Hiyoko from Mrs. Takami. And how's my widow nug-nugs? Brian baby talked as he took the little 1-year-old in arms. Oh, Lord, you're heavy. You're such a big boy now. Just then you entered the room and greeted everyone. I'll just take Hiyoko quickly and change him into his birthday outfit. Then I'll be back, he said as he retreated with him in arms. While you were away, your mum, Auntie Ray, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto all turned up. Hey, bro, Natsuo called to Hawks as he entered the house. Hey, dude, Hawks said brightly as the white-haired guy strolled over and put his hand out to do their elaborate greeting. Hi, Anthony, your mum greeted her brother. Can I please introduce you to my girlfriend, Ray? Brian screamed with excitement when he heard the introduction your mum had just made, and the two couples chatted happily. Hawks, where's your little one? Fuyumi asked the winged hero, butting into the conversation that Natsuo was having with him. Oh, Yin's getting him ready. She'll be out with him soon, Hawks replied with a smile. Then he looked past her to the very quiet Shoto, who was standing behind her. Hey, Shoto, he said with a smile. Oh, Hawks. Hello, Shoto fumbled, a light blush across his cheeks as he tried to work his way through his slightly star-struck haze. Suddenly you appeared with Hiyoko and everyone fell apart at seeing the birthday boy. Come to Nana, your mum said with a smile as she held her arms out. Hiyoko smiled brightly and vibrated his wings lightly in recognition when she took him, and the party began. Everyone seemed to be getting along and chatting animatedly, which put you at ease, as it was a bit of a mixed bag of visitors. Would you like a hand, Yin? Fuyumi asked as she approached you in the kitchen. Oh, yes, please. This chip and dip needs to go out, you said as you opened the fridge and pulled the dips set out. As you handed them to her, you spied her younger brother, Shoto, sitting on the lounge away from everyone. Oh, he must be feeling left out, you thought, as you gave Fuyumi some instruction for the dip and then sent her to the table. You felt sorry for Shoto, so you quickly picked up a tray of food and walked over to him. He looked up as you approached. Would you like some? You asked the handsome young jewel-haired man. He just nodded softly and reached a hand out to take some food that you presented. Thank you for coming today, he said with a soft smile. It's my birthday today as well, Shoto replied, his mismatched eyes watching you keenly. Oh, happy birthday, you said happily. I'm meeting with friends later, he added, chewing on the food that he had taken. That sounds nice, you said, making small talk. Just then, Hiyoko crawled over and pulled himself up on the lounge beside Shoto, sitting on his left side. The winged 1-year-old smiled up at Shoto and scooted closer to him, snuggling into his side. Shoto stiffened slightly at being cuddled, but then a very small smile graced his lips, and he looked down at Yoko fondly. He probably likes this side of me because it's warmer, Shoto commented to you. Is it part of your quirk? You asked Shoto. He nodded. This is my fireside, he said as he held a hand out in front of Hiyoko and released a small flame in the palm of his hand. Hiyoko's eyes widened and he pointed at Shoto's palm. Dada! He babbled excitedly. Every time Hiyoko went to touch the flame, Shoto would deactivate his quirk and it would disappear, and you giggled as you watched with the utter amazement and confusion on Hyoko's little face as the flame disappeared every time he went to touch it. After watching for a bit, you then excused yourself to go and take the food around to others. You glanced back over your shoulder as you left and saw Shoto had started to make ice cubes with his right palm and was giving them to Hiyoko, who was trying to lick them. Well, they both look happy, you thought with a smile. Found a babysitter for Hiyoko, Hawks commented with a chuckle as you approached him. They get along well, you replied as you looked back at Shoto and Yoko again. The lunch went well, and then came time to sing happy birthday to Hiyoko before he went down for his afternoon nap. You and Fuyumi cleared the table and set things out for the cake as Hawks called for Shoto to bring Hiyoko over. The jewel-haired hero in training picked up the little boy awkwardly and carried him over to you. Show you carry Hiyoko the way Toya used to carry you, Natsuo said with a laugh, and there was an awkward pause between all the members of the Todoroki household. Natsuo, Fuyumi hissed in a whisper. What? He replied with a laugh. Don't bring him up now, she said lowly as she glanced around. Hawk smiled softly. I'm sure that he'd want us to talk about him, he said gently to Fuyumi. He'd be expecting me to trash talk him, Natsuo said again, shoving his hands in his pockets and grinning cheekily. Ray shot him a look and he pulled an apologetic face. Sorry, Mum, he mumbled. Hawks' mum arranged the cake with the help of Brian and then lit the candles as Shoto continued to hold Hiyoko. Dada! Yoko screeched excitedly when he saw the flame. Mrs. Takami, do you want to take? Shoto asked gently, indicating for you to take Hiyoko from him. Oh, no, I want you both to stand there next to the cake because you share the same birthday, he said to Shoto with a smile. This is for you both. Oh, Shoto said softly, his jewel-coloured fringe swaying as he looked from you back to the cake. Thank you. Hawks started the singing of Happy Birthday, and everyone joined in, while poor Shoto stood there awkwardly with Hiyoko in arms. Once everyone had finished singing Happy Birthday, Shoto helped Hiyoko blow the candles out, and you asked Brian for a knife. He was about to hand one to you, when he looked past you and gasped, clamping his hand to his mouth. What is it? You asked him, as you turned to see where he was looking. Hawks was down on one knee, with a little sign that said, Will you marry me? You gasped and burst into tears. Is that a no? Natsuo asked loudly. No, it's a yes, yes, you babbled in a wobbly voice. Everyone clapped and cheered as Hawk stood up and closed the gap between you two, grabbing you in a warm hug, engulfing you in his arms. I know we're already married, but we need a proper wedding, now that this saga with your dad is all cleared up, he whispered into your ear. You cried with happiness. Today had been the most perfect day. It was getting later in the afternoon, and slowly the guests started to leave. Brian, Uncle Anthony and Norman left first, followed by Hawks' mum, then your mum and Ray, and then the 3 Todoroki siblings. Finally everyone had left and you closed the door as the last lot walked out. What a day, you said as you flopped down onto the lounge. It's been fun, Hawks commented as he sat down beside you and snaked an arm around your middle to pull you in for a hug. Just then there was a knock at the door and Hawks smirked. I know who this is, he said lowly as he got up and strolled to the door. Hey honey, you're late, Hawks said with airy cheekiness as he pulled the door open. Piss off, you should be grateful I showed up at all, Darby replied dryly from the other side. I knew you'd come, Hawks replied smartly. That's what she said, Darby replied quickly. Not to you, she didn't, Hawks clapped back. You're a dick, Keigo, Darby said with a snarling chuckle. Sorry, you want my dick? Hawks replied mischievously. Small things are a choking hazard, Darby replied as he stepped in past Hawks and entered the house. Sorry, did I invite you? Hawks jeered playfully, very much enjoying the banter that Darby was offering. Hey Yin, great day for a kidnapping, Darby said as he strolled over and sat down on the lounge opposite you, slinging one arm across the backboard and spreading his knees apart casually as he smirked at you. No thanks, you deadpanned. He let out a low chuckle. It would be more interesting than living with this overgrown chicken, he said. Oi! Hawks called from the kitchen, where he was getting a drink for him and Darby. Stop offering my wife better deals. I just asked her to marry me today. I don't need her to change her mind. Did you say no? Darby asked you. I said yes, you said with a happy smile. Well, you're lost, babe. You could have run with a villain, Darby said with a smirk, his turquoise eyes making you catch your breath slightly. Stop making passes at my wife, Hawks said as he banged his hand on the kitchen bench to attract Darby's attention. Darby didn't look at him but raised a hand up, and Hawks threw a can of soft drink at it, which Darby caught without looking and lowered it down to open it. You two are pretty in sync, you commented, having just seen the two communicate with just a bang on the table, meaning, here comes your drink. When we were in the government program, we needed to come up with code words and noises to sneak food and drink to each other when someone had stolen something extra from the kitchen, Hawks said as he strolled over and sat down on the lounge next to Darby. This fatty here always ended up with the most spoils. That's because you were a simp and would do anything for me, Darby replied as he tipped the can up and drank it. If I asked for something, you'd always get it for me. I'm not even going to try and fire that accusation, Hawks replied with a laugh. You know I topped you, though. He means top bunk, Darby said quickly to you. We roomed together. He was on the top bunk, I was on the bottom. He's always been on the bottom, Hawks jeered playfully. Keep going like that and I'll burn your feathers off, Darby said darkly, eyeing Hawks from the corner of his eye. You could see this was all in fun, and you secretly liked watching Hawks rile the patchwork villain up. Just then you heard Hiyoko call out from his cot. Well, birthday boy's up, you said happily as you turned and walked to your little boy's room. You picked him out of his cot and carried him to where Hawks and Darby were sitting on the lounge. Hiyoko locked eyes with Darby and just stared at him. Slowly you put him down, and he hesitated before crawling over to the scarred villain. Don't come over here, squirt, Darby said to him blankly. Oh, Darby's scared of a baby, Hawks teased. I don't do kids, Darby replied gruffly. Hiyoko seemed unfazed though and crawled right over to him, using Darby's leg to give himself a leverage to stand up. Dada, Hiyoko said brightly as he stood up and pointed to Darby from his position at Darby's kneecaps. Not your father, what the hell? Darby said lowly. He says dada to everything, it's not just you, Hawks said with a laugh. Is he walking yet? Darby asked. Trying to, Hawks replied as he took a sip of his drink. He'll walk if you hold his hands. Darby stood up and reached down, holding onto Hiyoko's hands gently. All right, little squirt, walk, he commanded, turning and walking back as he kept himself hunched over to hold the little one's hands. Hiyoko stepped one chubby foot in front of the other as he walked slowly after Darby. Yeah, there you go. Smarter than your dad, that's for sure, Darby said with a smirk at Hawks. Low blow, dude, low blow, Hawks replied playfully as he took another sip of his drink. Dada! Hawks babbled with a little baby giggle as he continued to take exaggerated marching-type steps after Darby. You're good with him, Darby commented. Give up villainy and become a nanny. Screw you, Darby grunted. The villain nanny, Hawks continued, holding his hand up and moving it slowly from right to left as if he were painting out a Hollywood sign. Scaring your kids into compliance. Or, villain nanny, you might just come home to a pile of ashes, Darby sneered evilly. Well, that went dark real quick, Hawks said with a shudder. It's true, though, Darby grunted with a smirk. Your family, minus Dad, was here earlier, Hawks commented to Darby, who had now walked the length of the lounge room and had turned round to bring Hiyoko back. I saw them, Darby said in a quiet voice. It's Shoto's birthday today. I know, Hawks said tenderly. Do you think he'll ever tell him who you are? Dunno, Darby said gruffly, clenching and unclenching his jaw as he fought back the emotion. Hawks noticed and dropped the subject. All was quiet and you quickly said something to break the tension. Well, do you want to stay for dinner, Darby? You asked randomly. Nah, I'll go soon, Darby replied. Thanks, though. Whoa, now how come she gets a thank you? Hawks said with surprise. Everyone that's not you gets a thank you, Darby replied with a smirk at Hawks. After chatting a little longer, Darby said his goodbyes and left. Yeah, he's still that good old Toya I grew up with, Hawks commented with a chuckle as he walked back over to you and Hyoko. He might just end up dropping the whole villain thing. Doubt it, but it's always good to be positive, he said with a chuckle. Over the next few days, you and Hawks started planning your wedding together. You wanted something that was pretty specific, and he was just happy with anything. You pick the month, and I'll pick your lingerie outfit for the wedding night, he whispered into your ear one night as you two were cuddling before sleep. You actually want me in something? You asked cheekily. I thought you would have wanted me in nothing. Good point, he replied. I've changed my mind already. You squealed and giggled as he rolled you onto your back so that he could attack you with kisses. Who are you having in your wedding party? You asked him quickly, changing subjects at the speed of light. I haven't thought that far, he admitted. What about you? Well, I feel like Brian should be my maid of honour, you said. He will be so happy with that title, Hawk said with a chuckle. Just make sure he doesn't try and steal the spotlight. True, you said with a laugh. I'll ask him tomorrow. In that case, I'll ask Uncle Anthony to be my best man, Hawk said. Oh, they'd love that, you said with a smile in the darkness. The next day you both went to visit your uncles. You had a feeling that Brian already knew why you two were there, and he seemed extra happy to have you come visit. Come in, baby cakes and Mr. Handsome, he greeted brightly. I'm just giving Norm Baba some food. You and Hawks followed him into the kitchen and saw Norman in a doggy high chair with a bib on, eating some organic something or other that Brian had found. You stifled a chuckle. This is the most spoilt puppy ever, you thought with a giggle. So Smoochies, what brings you here? Brian asked as he sashayed around. Well, you said with a big grin, we came to ask you and Anthony a question. Brian gasped, screamed, and flicked his fingers around in gay panic. Okay, hold up, let me grab my mans, he squealed as he ran to the hallway and called for Anthony. Boo-boo, you need to come here, right now, it's life or death. Anthony came rushing in, looking around wildly. What is it, Bri? He asked in an urgent voice. Is it the ladle again? Upon seeing you, he calmed down. Wow, that certainly got you here quick, you said with a chuckle. Well, last time life or death was a spider on his pink and orange stir-in-the-love ladle, and let me tell you, you do not touch that ladle, Anthony said solemnly. He is 100% correct, Brian said with a knowing head nod. Okay, well, now that you're both here, he said with an excited smile. Brian, he said, addressing the bubbly blonde. Brian reached across and grasped Anthony's hand like they were about to hear the announcement of the winner of a competition. Will you be my maid of honour? You asked him. He burst into tears and turned to sob on Anthony's shoulder. Oh, Bri, are you okay? You asked sympathetically as he stepped forward to hug him. Yin, he's been practicing his reaction to this question ever since Hawks proposed to you, Anthony deadpan. Boo-boo, don't call me out like that, Brian wailed. You burst out laughing. Bri, you're gorgeous, you said with a chuckle as you hugged him. Yes, of course, I'll be your maid of honour, he replied. He's been practicing that name as well, Anthony added. Brian looked over and gave him a dirty look. Hawks, honey, you can revoke the question that you were going to ask him, Brian said to Hawks as he buried his head into your shoulder with embarrassment. The poor, taller male looked so deflated. But I want to be the best man so I can see you in a pretty outfit, Anthony said softly with a blush across his cheeks as he bowed his head slightly. You melted and Hawks chuckled. How can I deny this man such a beautiful sight, Hawks said with a smile. Anthony, I'd love to have you as my best man, if you'll accept. Of course, Uncle Anthony said brightly. It would be my pleasure. It's settled then, you said with a happy smile. Does that mean I get to use my quirk? Brian gasped excitedly. Oh my gosh, what is your quirk? You asked Brian excitedly. My quirk is heavily regulated, so I've got to put in some formy-warmies, Brian said as he popped a hip out. What is it, though? You asked curiously. I'm a designer, Brian said with a flamboyant hand flick. I'm best jeanist, only gayer. So you can project threads from your fingers, you asked. Yes, indeed, Pooh Bear. I can bring them out any type of thread that I like. Silk, nylon, cotton, he said as he listed them on his fingers. I can detach them too and make outfits, which is why I need to ask permission to use it first. I made Hyoko's blankie from my quirk too, Brian added. Oh my gosh, I had no idea, you gasped excitedly. Would you make my wedding outfit? Honey, it would be a pleasure, Brian gasped excitedly. I'll send in a form tonight so we can be approved well ahead of time. Oh, that'd be fantastic, you replied. This is going to be the best wedding ever. "Oh, you bet your sweet little cheeks it's going to be the best wedding ever," Brian replied. "As your guide of honour, I'll make sure it's the most perfect day ever for you. And for you too, Hawks," he added, winking at your husband. "Oh, before I forget, would Norm like to be the flower boy?" you asked. Brian broke down again. "He practiced that too," Anthony said from behind him. "Beyonce, I swear on your fine ass, I'll end this man if he exposes me one more time," Brian groaned loudly. "It's okay, Bri, it's okay," you said with a laugh as you consoled him. The months flew by, and it was getting closer and closer to wedding day. As time ticked on, Hiyoko was growing up as well, and was starting to say words too, which he thought was very cute. Until one day. "Would you like a blueberry bar, Yoko?" you asked your toddling bundle of cute. He smiled, stood up from where he was playing with it on the floor, and waddled over to you, reaching his chubby little hands out to accept the snack bar with both hands. "What do you say?" you asked him as you pulled the bar back a bit. He just looked at you with a blank expression. "You say please," you said with a smile. "Peace," he said proudly. "Good manners, Nuggy," you praised him. "Okay, here's your bar." You gave it to him and he vibrated his wings softly with delight as he bit down on the end of it and munched away, returning back to his train set. A few moments later he was back for more. "More, Mummy?" he asked with a cute little head tilt, small crumbs dotting his mouth. "Okay, sweetheart," you said as you got up and walked to the cupboard. You pulled out another bar and unwrapped it, then turned to him again. "What do you say, Bubba?" you asked. Another blank expression. "You say please," you said with a smile. "Peace," he said with a grin. "Okay, here you go," you said as you handed him the bar. "Beautiful manners." He turned and trotted off, and you smiled as you looked back to the cupboard to close it, promptly slamming it on your finger. You swore loudly, then you froze, and slowly turned to look at Hiyoko. He swore very proudly, smiling at you from his train set. You paled. No, don't say that, Yoko. That's a naughty word." He swore again. "Hiyoko, I told you no. You can't say—" He swore again. "Mummy, Mummy," he replied gleefully. "Oh no," you groaned. "What have I done?" You turned away and just ignored him, and after saying it a few more times, he stopped and sat down to play with his toys again. "Oh, let's just hope he's forgotten about it," you thought as you watched him play. "I seriously need to stop swearing around him. He picks things up so quickly. I need to warn Hawks too." Hiyoko seemed to have forgotten all about the bad word and didn't say it again, much to your relief. You had basically forgotten about it by the time the Hawks came home. "I'm home," he called as he entered that afternoon. "Daddy's home," he called out from the laundry. Hiyoko, who had been playing in the washing basket beside you, tipped himself out and got up, running out the door to the lounge room to greet his daddy. You heard a very loud and proud swear word come from Hiyoko's mouth as he screamed it at the top of his lungs. "Oh no," you gasped. Mama," Hawks called loudly. "Did Hiyoko just say what I think he said?" "I'm so sorry," you apologized as you came running out. "I slammed my finger in the cupboard door earlier and I accidentally swore and now he's picked it up. I've been trying to get him to say please all morning and then I swear once and it's stuck," you wailed. "Mummy said a bad word," Hawks chided as he picked Hiyoko up and started walking towards the couches. "We don't say that word, do we? No, we only say—" As he was about to finish his sentence, his foot caught on the edge of the mat and he stumbled a bit. "Oh no," he gasped, swearing as he stretched his wings out to save himself from falling. Then he realised what he had said. No, I mean..." Hiyoko very proudly smiled and swore, copying the same word that Hawks had just said, his bright little smile adding to his pride. No, don't say that. That's a bad..." Hiyoko repeated it again happily. "That's on you, Daddy," you said with a chuckle. "I'm sorry, it just slipped out," Hawks said with an apologetic look on his face. "Well, same with me," you replied. "I didn't realise how quickly he was going to pick swearing up." "Same," Hawks said sadly. "Okay, we need to trick him. Then we need to be careful with our words in the future." "How are we going to trick him?" you asked curiously. "Here, I'll show you," Hawks said as he put Hiyoko down and went to walk away, pretending to trip on the mat again. "Lamp!" he yelled, using it like you would a swear word. "Lamp!" Hiyoko replied with delight, giggling as Hawks hopped around pretending to grab his foot in pain. "See?" Hawks said, winking at you. "Oh, okay, let me try," you said excitedly. You walked towards Hiyoko and fake tripped. "Hello!" you said loudly. "Hello!" Hiyoko echoed you, giggling and clapping as he did so. "Perfect," you said to Hawks. "Problem solved." Later that night, your mum stopped by. She was being allowed to be out on occasions, and she had just been to Uncle Anthony's and Brian's for dinner. "Where's my little man?" she asked as she entered the house. "Oh, perfect timing, Nana," you said excitedly as you pulled Hyoko's pyjama top on and zipped it up at the back. "He's just about to go to bed. You can read him a bedtime story if you like." "Oh, I'd love to," your mum said as she walked over. Hyoko turned his head to look at her and shot her a beautiful big smile before swearing. Your mum nearly tripped on her own foot. "Hyoko!" she gasped. "Mum, I'm so sorry," you wailed. "He's picked up some bad words and we're trying to break him out of it. We thought he had stopped, but obviously not." "Do you have any treats for him?" your mum asked. "Yes, some vitamin chew lollies," you replied. "Would you mind if I talked to him for a second?" your mum asked. "I don't mind at all. Go ahead," you said as you ushered Hyoko towards her. "Where are the lollies?" she asked. You quickly got them for her, and she sat down on the lounge with him. In 15 minutes she had him saying, "Please, thank you," and "Well, welcome, you're welcome," and not a swear word in sight. "You're amazing, Mum," you said gratefully. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome, sweetheart. Don't forget that I've been around a lot longer than you have, and I've been through all this before," she said with a laugh. "I find it hard to believe that you swore, Mum," you said with a laugh. "Oh, not me, your father," she replied. "He had a foul mouth sometimes." "Did I pick up any swear words from him?" you asked. "Yes, you did," she said with a laugh. "You were around 3 years of age, carrying a packet of chips, and you accidentally dropped them and then just stood there, staring down at them for the longest time before you suddenly said, 'Well, S-H-I-T, she said, spelling out the swear word so Hyoko wouldn't copy it again. You burst out laughing. "Well, I'm glad he's gone now because A, he won't be able to manipulate us anymore, and B, I won't pick up any more swear words from him," you said playfully. "Ah," she replied with a smile. "I don't regret anything. My life has been much better without him in it, but had I not been put in the mental respite hospital, I would never have met Ray." "That's true, I guess," you replied with a smile. "And in a way he helped me meet Hawks, and now we're together." "Oh, speaking of together," your mum said as she stood up with Hyoko on her hip, "how are the wedding plans going?" "Really good," you replied happily. "We're all set. Norm's going to be the flower boy pup, and we're getting Hyoko to lead him down the aisle." "Oh, how precious," your mum gushed. "I can't wait for the wedding day." "Same," you replied happily. "Won't be long now, only a few months to go." "Then you can fall pregnant on the honeymoon and give me another grandchild," your mum said excitedly. "Mum," you gasped. "Oh, mate, that's so embarrassing." "Sorry, did I hear an order for another grandchild?" Hawks asked as he walked into the lounge from the study where he had been finishing off paperwork. "I'm sure I can help with that request." "No, thank you. Oh, this is so embarrassing," you wailed, covering your face with your hands. Your mum and Hawks chuckled as he walked over and wrapped you in a hug. "I'm joking, baby, I'm joking," he chuckled. The months kept on rolling by, and before you knew it, it was wedding day. "Oh gosh, I'm so nervous," you said to Brian as he opened the front door to you. "Come on in," he sang excitedly as he stepped back to let you through, then turned and strutted down the hall to the kitchen. "Okay, so I have tea, coffee, hot chocolate, and so many other options. I have everything your little heart desires," he said excitedly as he flitted around the room. "Oh, I'm just so nervous I can't drink anything right now," you said softly as you wrapped your arms around your middle. "Oh, honey bunny, it's just Hawks, and you're already married," Brian said with a reassuring smile. "I know, but it's the thought of all the other people standing there looking at me as I walk down the aisle that's making me anxious," you replied with a grimace. "Baby, but you know everyone there," Brian said with an excited chuckle. "Don't worry, I'll be there every step of the way," he added as he flitted over and took your hand in his. "Okay, now come with me. Let me make your outfit on you so it's tailor fit, and then Jasmine's coming to do your hair and makeup," he added as he flicked his other hand up and held it up as he sashayed down the corridor. "I'm so excited to see you use your quirk," he said to Brian as he led you by the hand down to the back room. "And I'm excited they approved it," he said as he waved his hands effeminately in the air. "Okay, now, I know we've discussed what look you're after, but I just want to go over it one more time." You smiled and he let him lead you to the stool, which he got up onto so that he could work his magic on you. "Okay, so this is what I was thinking," you said, then detailing the type of outfit that you were after. "Uh-huh," he said as he popped a hip out and rested his dainty closed fist on his chin, thinking hard. "Okay, sweetheart, it's time to take those rags off. Let me get you them riches," he said as he clapped his hands commandingly. You stripped off, keeping the bare essentials on, and then stood there awkwardly as Brian sashayed around you, holding his fingers up as if framing a photo and muttering things to himself. After sizing everything up, he stood back and held his hands together in prayer. I would like to invite love, success, happiness, inner peace, clarity, and Beyonce into my work today. Amen, Brian prayed. He struck a pose and then opened his eyes and pointed his fingers at you. Suddenly, in a poof of smoke and glitter, reams of thread and fibres shot from each of his fingertips and made their way towards you, weaving themselves and knitting together in the most intricate and beautiful way possible. Brian slowly moved around you, continuing to make your outfit, fitting it perfectly to your form and bringing out your best assets. After completing your outfit in record time, he then asked you to slowly turn for him so that he could see his work. Aha, oh yeah, work it, girl. He sung as you turned slowly. Brian, I can't take you seriously, you laughed, covering your face with embarrassment. Girl, let me grab this big-ass mirror over here so you can see your fine self, he said as he tippy-toe ran, with arms bent at the elbows, over to the mirror in the corner of the room. He dragged it in front of you, and for the first time you could see what you looked like. Oh, wow, you gasped in awe. Bri, you're so talented. Anything for my precious bean, he said with a smile. Norm, baby, come see your gorgeous auntie, he called. As if on command, little Norman trotted into the room and looked at you. Arf! He squeaked, wagging his little nub of a tail excitedly. That's exactly what I think too, baby, Brian said, looking down at his little bundle of puppy at his feet. Okay, it's your turn, Norm sweets, Brian said as he knelt down to his puppy. You stay still now, sugar. He quickly and gently knitted together a little puppy tuxedo, fitting it onto his little one neatly. There you go, sweetness. Now you're all ready to be the flower boy now, he said as he clapped his hands excitedly. Hello, is the Queen here? A deep voice called out from the front door. If you're meaning your amazing self, then yes, come on in, Pooh Bear, Brian called. Looks like your makeup and hairstylist is here, Brian said to you with an exaggerated wink as he stood up and walked out to greet Jasmine. Okay, Jazzy, honey, let me cover your eyes for the big reveal, you heard Brian say. She's ready already? Jasmine gasped. I work at the speed of Beyonce, Brian replied as he covered her eyes and walked her into the room. Jazzy Pooh, allow me to introduce the Queen, Brian said excitedly as he uncovered Jasmine's eyes and stepped back. You were still standing on the stool, big grin plastered on your face, and Jasmine opened her eyes and focused on you. Oh, heavens, she gasped with amazement. Yin, you look stunning. Right, Brian exclaimed from behind her. You've done an amazing job, Bunny, Jasmine praised as she turned to Brian. Oh, you flatter me, Brian said bashfully with a sly hand flick. Keep going. The two giggled together like schoolgirls, then turned their full attention on you. Here, honey, let me help you down, Brian offered as he quickly trotted over to you and took your hand to help you down off the stool. Thanks, Bri, you said gratefully as you stepped down. Okay, honey, I have everything ready to go, Jasmine said as she led the way to the kitchen. Bri, do you mind if I spread myself out a little here? She asked in her deep voice as she walked into the kitchen and gestured for you to sit down in the chair that she had pulled out. Not at all, baby cakes. You take all the space you need, Brian replied as he sashayed past, sassy hand up as he made his way over to the counter to get nibbles and drinks ready. I know you said that you're too nervous to drink, but I'm going to make you have something because, Lord, I wouldn't be able to handle it if you fainted while walking down the aisle, Brian said as he waved his hands about animatedly. I won't pass out, I promise, you said with a laugh. I am not taking any chances, Brian said as he picked up some food on a plate and brought it over to you. Hold up, let me get you a drink, he said excitedly as he ran back to the counter. He's been so excited for this day to come, Jasmine said softly with a smile as she pinned your hair back and wiped your face down, ready to apply the makeup. I bet, you replied with a smile. Hey, Bri, you are 100% welcome to take the spotlight today. I really am not a spotlight person. Oh, you know I'm a bust-it-down Thotiana when it comes to the reception dance, Brian called from where he was mixing drinks at the kitchen sink. Okay, baby cakes, ready to make you look like Beyonce at the Super Bowl? Jasmine asked you. Wait, Brian screeched suddenly, flicking his hands up before running over to you and Jasmine. I need to pray. There are a lot of prayers happening today, you thought with an internal laugh. I'm going to pray a prayer for every damn thing today. Ain't no bad juju or karma going to get their stank eye on today. No, sir, Brian said sternly as he clicked his fingers in a Z shape. Okay, ladies, let's hold hands, he said as he reached out for both your and Jasmine's hand. Dear Beyonce, I bring before you today our Queen Yin. May her foundation match her neck, may her concealer be creaseless, and may her eyeliner be sharp enough to kill a man. Amen. Amen, you and Jasmine repeated. Thanks, Bri, he said with a smile. Oh, anytime, Sugar Plum, he said as he turned and went back to the kitchen counter. Oh, Bri, honey, what are you wearing today? Are you making your own outfit too? Jasmine asked Brian as she applied the holding serum to your face. Oh, you bet, honey bunch. I'm making a pink sequence perfection to wear, Brian said as he pulled out his phone and flicked to a picture to show you and Jasmine. This is the inspiration, he added proudly. Ooh, fancy, you cooed. That's going to be a showstopper, Jasmine commented as she mixed the foundation to the right skin tone for you. Right, Brian said with a flamboyant hand flick. I'm making a matching pink sequence G-string too, he said as he touched his fingers to his lips as if he had just said something scandalous. Oh my gosh, you gasped, closing your mouth quickly as Jasmine applied the makeup before opening your mouth again to speak. Bri, that's very, sexy, Jasmine finished for you in her baritone voice. I like a man who can rock a G. Right, babes? Brian said happily. Anthony likes it too. I don't want to know, you wailed. That's my blood uncle you're talking about, and I really don't need images in my head. Oh my God, Brian punctuated excitedly. I have just had the best idea. I have high hopes for this idea then, Jasmine said as she drew contour lines on your face. This is the best idea I have ever had, Brian continued, then looked at you. Honey bunny sweet pie, he cooed softly. Oh no, Jasmine said. He's going for the lengthy nickname approach. Yes, Bri, you asked dubiously as you popped an eye open to look at him. How about if I make you a matching pink G-string set to wear today as well? He asked with pure gay excitement. Bri, no, I can't. Bri, yes you can, he squealed, not taking no for an answer. No, you wailed. Yes, he replied. Honey, I'ma make it irresistible. Bri, I don't need a G-string, you cried. Honey, yes you do. Now hush that pretty little mouth of yours. Then he paused. Jessie Pooh, is that candy yum yum? He asked the gorgeous girl, referring to the colour of lipstick that she was applying to your lips. Yeah, baby bun, mixed with chatterbox, Jasmine replied with a wink. God, I love that combination, Brian moaned, then turned to you again to continue your conversation. Let me make it, Brian said, turning to the table beside you and activating his quirk, creating the pink G-string instantly. No, wait, what if it doesn't fit? You asked as you kept one eye open and puckered your lips to smear the lipstick around as Jasmine then dabbed furiously at your face, applying something else. I've made it tie up, Brian announced proudly. One size fits all, queens. I don't know about this, Bri, you said hesitantly. Look, he said, holding his G-string creation up for you to see. Please wear it for me, Smoochy Schnungums, he said, giving you big puppy dog eyes. Bri, you wailed as you closed that eye so that Jasmine could dab over it. Okay, fine. I love you, he screamed excitedly. Hawks' mind's going to be blowing. I bet it is, and probably not for the same reason that Brian thinks, you thought with a giggle. After getting your hair and makeup done by Jasmine, you took Brian's handmade, literally, G-string and put it on in the bathroom. It was made of soft cotton with silk ties for the sides. I guess if I tie it in a double knot it should be fine, you thought as you tied one side then the other. It's silk, so it might slip down if I don't do it up properly. You did your best and tied it tight, wiggling your backside a bit to see if it slipped or anything. Should be fine, you thought with a smile. Pretty comfy though for a G-string. You sorted yourself out and adjusted your outfit before letting yourself out of the bathroom. Brian had just finished making himself his suit and he strutted out from the bedroom, striking all kinds of poses for you to see. Bri, you look gorgeous, you gasped, clapping your hands together excitedly. You mean fabulous, he corrected. Pooh Bear, you're a stunner, Jasmine said in her deep voice as she popped her head around the corner. Come here, let me make your face look like the cover of a Vogue magazine. Yes, please, Queen. Brian said flamboyantly as he sashayed towards her and into the kitchen. Damn, I make some comfy G-strings, right, babes? He called to you as you came back into the room. You blushed heavily with embarrassment but nodded. You hummed bashfully. Okay, Pooh Bear, hold still now. I gotta keep to time and we're running out of it, Jasmine said as she started applying the makeup to Brian's face. Honey, never ask a guy with winged eyeliner why he's late. Perfection takes time, Brian said knowingly as he closed his eyes for Jasmine to work her magic. Just then Hawks texted you. How's everything going on your end, baby? Anthony and I are done. We're just playing cards now, he texted. We're all good here, you sent back. I'm all finished. Brian's just getting his makeup done, and then we'll be on our way. Can't wait to see you, Hawks sent back, along with a row of red hearts and one randomly placed eggplant emoji. Hawks, why is there an eggplant emoji in that last text? You replied. All he sent was the smiling devil face, and you giggled and shook your head. He's always got that one thing on his mind. Once Brian had his makeup all done, you got ready to leave. Hold up, baby boo, Brian said to you. I have one more surprise for you. He led you outside, asking you to close your eyes, then he stopped you at the edge of the driveway. Okay, you can open now, he squealed excitedly. You opened your eyes, and there was one of your most favourite modes of transport sitting on the driveway. Oh my God, Brian, you screeched with awestruck surprise. Seriously? Yes, of course, baby. Just for you, he replied happily. You've really spoiled her, Jasmine said with a laugh as she walked out with Norman, in puppy tuxedo, in her arms. You're damn right I have, Brian said as he pointed his nose in the air. Only the best for the Queen on her wedding day. I love you so much, Bri, you cried, hugging him lovingly. Jasmine and Brian helped you into the mode of transport, flitting around you, making sure that you were all set. Then Brian and Norman hopped in beside you, and you were off to the wedding. The ride there was going okay, but the closer that you got to destination, the more the nerves started to flare up. Bri, I'm feeling a little nauseated, he said as you started fanning yourself, trying to take deep breaths. Lord, Brian gasped. Heavens, Beyonce, please don't faint on me, he mumbled, quickly reaching into his pink Gucci glitter purse and pulling out a rainbow-coloured fan, fanning you rapidly with it. Stay with me, honey bun, deep breaths, okay? He said soothingly as he turned to the driver. Get the aircon on right now, right this instant, he demanded sassily. Yes, ma'am, the driver replied meekly as he reached for the air conditioning button. It's sir, honey, Brian said sharply. Yes, ma'am, sir, ma'am, the driver replied with confusion. Brian just shook his head and turned his attention back to you. I'm so nervous, Bri, you wailed softly, starting to flick your hands in a panic. Okay, sweets, repeat after me, Brian said calmly as he put his rainbow fan down and held both your hands in his. We're gonna bring Freedom by Beyonce. What? You asked as you low-key hyperventilated. Freedom, freedom, I can't move, Brian said gently, quoting the lyrics to her song. Freedom, freedom, I can't do this, Brian, I'm too scared, you wailed. Are we doing the runaway bride? Brian gasped. Honey, you just say the word and we will just run to Tahiti, he said loudly as he started mentally preparing for the escape. Beyonce, cover us with your light. We're about to run. No, wait. I still have Hawks. I don't want to run away, you said quickly. I just can't do the whole marriage in front of people thing, you said as your bottom lip quivered. Honey, don't you dare cry. You will ruin your makeup, Brian said sharply. Not on my watch. You ain't ruining Jasmine's hard work. Bri, you wailed, looking up at the ceiling as you bit back tears. Honey bunny, here, Brian said as he reached into his purse and pulled out a small metal flask. Drink this. What is it? You asked worriedly. Drink, he demanded as he undid the lid and held it to your lips. You took a sip and gagged. Oh, is this alcohol? You asked as you spluttered and coughed after swallowing it. Just a little nip of brandy sugar. It'll calm you right down, he said as he patted your hand effeminately. Okay, now breathe. 15 minutes later, you had arrived at the gates of the outdoor wedding set. I need some water, you said in a soft voice as you quivered with fear. Get the Queen some water, Brian hollered, shoving half of his body out of the window to attract attention. Someone came running with a glass of water and passed it through the window to Brian, who handed it to you. Okay, breathe, Bambi. Bless you, glitter and light, he chanted lightly as he did some kind of shadow jitsu around you. Bri? You asked as you watched him with confusion. You are now protected. Go and get your man, he said as he hopped out of his side and ran around to your side with arms bent at the elbows and helped you out of the car. The large white gates at the beginning of the aisle were tall enough to block the vision of everyone who was waiting on the other side for your arrival, and you were most grateful to be able to catch your breath for a bit before starting the walk. You had decided on an outdoor wedding because Hawks had a sneaking suspicion that a certain villain would drop by and want to see you without being seen, possibly opting to take cover in the trees nearby. You, Brian and Norman walked to the gates where your mum, Auntie Ray, Hiyoko and Uncle Anthony were waiting for you. Uncle Anthony welled up the minute that he saw you and Brian, daintily wiping his eyes so as to stop the tears from falling. "Oh, my baby girl," your mum said in a wobbly voice when she saw you, bringing her hanky to her face to dab the tears away. "Are we all ready?" Brian asked brightly as he took his place beside Anthony, who smiled bashfully down at him. "You look fabulous, baby," he said softly as he squeezed Brian's arm. "And you look so handsome, boo-boo," Brian replied, reaching up on tippy toes to kiss Anthony on the cheek. "Mummy, Mummy!" Hiyoko cried from Auntie Ray's arms. "Hi, beautiful boy," you cried as you reached out to hug him. "Look at you!" Hiyoko was in an all-white suit with gold trimmings. He indeed looked like an angel. "Okay, Auntie Ray, you ready to release him and Norman?" you asked once Norman's lead had been handed to her. "You look stunning, Yin," she said softly with awe. Yes, I'm ready." "Thank you," you said bashfully. "Okay, when the music starts, let Hiyoko and Norman go." Ray nodded and walked to the gate. Just then the music started and the attendants on the other side of the big white gates opened it and let Hiyoko and Norman, Flower Pup, through. The idea was for Hiyoko to take Norman's lead and lead the pup down the aisle while he reached into the small carry basket attached to Norman's back and throw petals down the aisle. But as soon as Hiyoko saw his daddy down the front, he squealed and took off running, toddling as fast as he could with his little chubby legs. "Daddy!" he screamed, his face bright with the widest smile. Little Norman galloped along beside the toddler, going as fast as his little puppy legs could carry him. Then Hiyoko realised that they were outside, and he spread his wings. "Oh no!" Uncle Anthony gasped when he saw Hiyoko spread his wings. "Beyonce, save my baby!" Brian screamed, fearing that his little pup was going to be airlifted by the collar. Thankfully, Hiyoko dropped the lead as he got airborne and shot down the aisle towards Hawks. Your man laughed heartily and opened his arms to accept his little boy as the winged bub barreled into him, the congregation chuckling and awing as father and son embraced. "Well, you tried, Nugget, you tried," Hawks said with a chuckle. "Mummy," Hiyoko said excitedly to his dad as he twisted his upper body around and pointed a chubby finger back up the aisle to where you were waiting behind the gates, out of sight of Hawks. "Is Mummy here?" Hawks asked Hiyoko with a smile. "Is she as pretty as always?" "Pretty," Hiyoko said with a smile. "Uncle Bri pretty, Mummy pretty." "They're both pretty?" Hawks asked with his little winged one. "Well, I can believe that." Suddenly the music changed and Brian and Uncle Anthony started down the aisle. Brian was doing the slowest catwalk and hip flick that you'd ever seen, and you giggled from your spot outside the gate. "He certainly knows how to get attention," you thought as you watched the pair disappear down the aisle. Then it was your turn. Your mum took your arm and you smiled at her before you both took your place next in line and readied yourselves for the walk. As you looked up, you locked eyes with Hawks and saw that he was tearing up. Tenderly you kept your eyes on him as you walked slowly down the aisle beside your mum. He smiled at you encouragingly, almost as if he could feel your anxiety. Wait, he probably could, through his wings. You gave him a shaky smile, then glanced around. All the Todoroki siblings were there, and Fuyumi smiled brightly at you as you passed her. You smiled at her, while Natsuo beside her gave you a thumbs up. You smiled again, and then the youngest Todoroki boy caught your eye. He was watching the whole thing carefully and gave you a soft head nod, which you returned. As you got closer to the front, Brian sashayed towards you and took your hand from your mum's, leading you up onto the podium that had been set up. He positioned you in front of Hawks and let go of your hand, then flitted around you, fixing your outfit so that it sat just right. "You look stunning," Hawks whispered to you after he had handed Hiyoko back to Uncle Anthony for the best man to hold. "So do you," he whispered back as he took your hand in his. The officiator welcomed everyone and the ceremony began. It was a lovely short ceremony. Then the minister announced for Hawks to kiss his bride. "With pleasure," Hawks said with a smirk as he leaned across and kissed you on the lips. Everyone cheered, much to your embarrassment at being kissed in front of everyone. Then Hawks, yourself, and the rest of the wedding party walked back down the aisle and out to the gates that had the waiting limo there. As you were about to hop into the vehicle, movement in the corner of your eye caught your attention. You looked over to the tree line just in time to see a figure disappearing into the underbrush. Before they had completely disappeared, Hawks let out a low whistle and the person turned, their turquoise eyes flashing in the shade. "I knew he'd come," Hawks said lowly with a smirk. Then he burst out laughing. "What's funny?" you asked, confused. "He just gave me the finger," Hawks replied, still chuckling. "He knows only I can see that well. The bastard," he added with an amused headshake. "Anyway, let's go." That service was so nerve-wracking, you said with a heavy sigh as you hopped into the limo beside Hawks. You looked amazing, baby girl. You did so great, he whispered into your ear as he pulled you close and nibbled gently at your earlobe. Not now, you hissed with a giggle as you fought him off discreetly. Good enough to eat, he added as the stubble on his chin brushed against your cheek. Hawks, honey, save it for tonight, Brian called from further down the limo, where he was sat next to Uncle Anthony, who was just staring lovingly at him. Brian, your man is looking at you like you're a whole snack, Hawks commented cheekily, looking past you down to your two uncles. Well, maybe because I am a whole snack, Brian replied deviously, as he gave his man the side eye and a flirtatious wink as he flicked one leg up over the other and then presented his perfectly manicured nails on his knee. You're perfect, you heard Uncle Anthony whisper to his pink-suited partner. Right back at ya, Brian replied playfully as he bopped Uncle Anthony on the nose. You giggled and looked back at Hawks, who was still drinking you in with his golden eyes. Oh, I'm going to have fun with you tonight, he whispered lowly, and you felt your cheeks heat up as butterflies invaded your stomach, flitting around in there before immediately heading south. You tried to reply him, but your words caught in your throat as you looked deeply into his eyes. He was still that unbelievably gorgeous hero that you'd fallen for more than a year ago, and his charm was still ever present. Presently the limo pulled up at the reception venue, and you all hopped out to have some photos taken in the garden nearby. There were some super cute shots taken of Hiyoko and Norman playing together, and then another round of cute pictures of Hiyoko asleep in Uncle Anthony's strong arms. I can't wait to get the pictures back, you commented to Hawks after the photographer had wrapped the shoot up. They'll be amazing, your winged hero husband said with a smile. We'll get some framed and put them up in the house. That would be wonderful, you said with a smile, as you took his arm and the wedding party made their way to the reception doors. The two waiters on the doors kept them closed while the MC did his spiel, then opened the doors for your mum and Auntie Ray to enter together. Then next was Brian and Uncle Anthony, then Norman and Hiyoko, and then you and Hawks. Everyone clapped and cheered as you entered. Bashfully you clung to Hawks as you were ushered in and directed over to the bridal table. Then the night began. Food was laid on and you found your appetite again as you nibbled on everything that was brought to you, while Jasmine flitted in and out, touching up your makeup. Jazzy, honey, Brian whispered to her as she applied a little more lipstick to your lips. Man's at 12 o'clock has been watching your fine ass this whole time. Which one? Jasmine asked slowly, not looking up as she continued to fix you. Black undercut with grey eyes, Brian whispered again. Girl, he is fine. Why don't you go and show him a little love, Ooh, Jasmine cooed, still watching what she was doing to you. He was the waiter that sat me tonight. I wouldn't mind giving him a bit of my time. Go get your mans, honey, Brian said as he flicked a sassy hand up and adjusted his hair daintily. Oh, I will, baby, I will, Jasmine said back in a hushed tone as she stood back from you. Okay, Bunny Boo, you're all good now. Enjoy your food. Thanks, Jasmine, and good luck with the waiter man, you whispered. She flashed you a dazzling smile and made her way back to the table. You and Brian gave each other a look, then watched to see if anything would happen between the waiter and Jasmine as the dazzling girl sat back down in her seat. She pulled her chair in, then raised her hand as if to ask the waiter's attention. Naturally, the cute waiter who had been eyeing her jumped at the opportunity to attend to her and practically ran to her side. You and Brian watched smugly as she asked him for something, then flirtatiously flipped her hair and smiled at him. He nodded and dashed off, getting her a new napkin and something else before running back and giving the items to her. She smiled and thanked him, then asked him a question, which he replied. She giggled and touched his arm playfully, then said something else which he laughed at. If anyone can get their way with a man, it's my Jazzy babe. She can work the scene, Brian uttered lowly to you. Look at her go, she has him on a leash already, Brian commented proudly. They are so cute together. Beyonce, make it happen, he added, before picking up his glass of drink and sipping on it, one gay pinky finger up for class. Just then the MC called the attention of the crowd and announced that the Maid of Honour was about to give a speech. Oh, Brian said excitedly as he put his drink down and stood up. Where's my sparkle mic? It's my time to shine, he sung as he stood up, prancing over to the mic to make his speech. Did I announce you correctly? The MC asked in a hushed voice as Brian approached him. Sure did, honey. I'm the Maid of Honour and proud of it, Brian said as he did a sassy head wobble. I see, the MC replied. Well, good luck. Thank you, Pooh Bear, Brian replied as he took his spot at the mic and the MC stepped back. You giggled as Bri did his little centering routine of flicking his hands around to rid of bad energy, then leaned into the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, he started in a very flamboyant voice, please give my Bambi and Hawks a round of applause for being the most perfect couple on this planet. Everyone cheered and clapped, including Brian, who almost clapped himself rapidly into the floor. I'm not going to keep you beautiful people too long with some long-ass speech, he said as he wobbled his head and held up a sassy hand as he looked over to you and Hawks. But I just want to say that in the very short time that I've gotten to know you, his voice wobbled and he stopped as he quickly looked up at the ceiling, rapidly fanning his face to stop himself from crying. Lord, I promised myself I wouldn't cry, he whispered emotionally in a high-pitched voice. Bri, don't cry, you wailed at him. If you start, I'll be a mess. Jessie Poo, I promise I won't ruin the Sisley Paris So Curl mascara, Brian wailed as he continued to look at the ceiling. It's waterproof, babe, Jasmine called in her deep voice. Oh, praise Beyonce, Brian whispered, but it was still loud enough to be picked up by the mic. Okay, love and light, fearless channel Beyonce, he whispered, centering himself before continuing his speech. This absolutely stunning queen and I hit it off the minute we met, right, honey? He asked, looking across to you. You nodded tearfully. We have been through so much together, Brian continued. From makeovers and new jobs to Martha the Goose. He stopped and held up a hand. Lord, don't even get me started, he muttered, then continued in his usual chirpy tone. Even our babies are growing up together. He looked over to where Hiyoko was sitting on the ground with Norman by his side and smiled tearfully. You're the most precious, Brian said, his voice wobbling again. Lord help me, he whispered as a tear slid down his cheek. Being ever, and you deserve the world. By this time, he was a babbling mess, but kept pushing through. Hogs, you'd better look after this queen, or my gay ass is going to come for your feathers in the middle of the night and paint them rainbow colours, Brian wailed. I'm not even going to lie, that sounds like the most beautiful threat I've ever heard, Hawk said as he reached an arm around you and pulled you into his side. I swear on your waterproof mascara, Brian, I'll lay down my life to protect this girl. You'd better do that, Brian said sassily, as Jasmine quickly ran forward and passed a tissue to dab the corner of his eyes. Hawks turned his head and kissed your temple. A toast, Brian said again, once he had regained his composure. To the most beautiful bride in the world and the most handsome hero. To Yin and Hawks, the crowd said as they all raised their glasses in celebration. More speeches happened and the food went around again. Soon it was time for the cake cutting and the tossing of the bouquet. Your mum quickly passed you the bouquet that she had been holding on to for this occasion and you called everyone together. Okay, ready? You called as you turned your back to the crowd and they counted down for the throw. 3, 2, 1! You tossed the bouquet up over your shoulder. Suddenly Brian screamed and you turned around to see the flowers in his arms. Oh my gosh, yay! You screeched excitedly as Brian jumped up and down, absolutely elated. Uncle Anthony was blushing like crazy in the background and a few people nearby patted him on the back and whispered things in his ear. Next to be married to Brian, Uncle Anthony, Hawks called, cupping his hands to his mouth. Uncle Anthony buried his blushing face in his arms. After dessert, the dance floor opened up. At first, not many people wanted to dance, but then single ladies came on, and, well, Brian took to the floor. When he said he was going to bust down, he really bust down, dropping low and gyrating with one sassy hand in the air while whining in a circle. The crowd went wild, and immediately the younger, more agile dancers got on the floor and followed Brian's lead. You were loving watching from the sidelines until Brian flitted over and grabbed your hand. "Bri, no!" you wailed. But he wasn't hearing any of it and dragged you onto the floor to dance with him. The night wore on and your mum and Auntie Ray left a little earlier to take Hiyoko back to your place to sleep for the night. They were going to stay there with him while you and Hawk spent a night at a secret location. You kissed your little boy good night as he lay drowsily in your mum's arms. Don't hurry back tomorrow, your mum said to you. You and Hawks enjoy your night. Ray and I will be fine. Okay, thanks, Mum, you said with a smile. Thank you so much for looking after him. It's our pleasure, she said, smiling at Ray, who stood beside her. As the night drew to a close, everyone made a line to wish you and Hawks well as you left the party. Slowly you went along, hugging and saying goodbye to people. You had 3 people to go before getting to the end of the line when you felt the right side of the G-string loosen. Oh, you gasped internally as you stiffened and clenched your butt cheeks together to hold the string of the underpants from falling out. I completely forgot about the G-string. Bye, Yin, you look stunning, Fumi said as she leaned forward to hug you. You awkwardly bent to meet her, but felt the left side of the G-string slip and quickly straightened again. Bye, thank you, you said awkwardly as you shuffled back a bit and patted her on the shoulder in a panic. Oh, no, you wailed internally. You clenched harder as the left side now came completely undone, and all that was holding onto your undies was the string of the G-string between your butt cheeks. Oh no, don't let this fall. No, please, why? Beyonce, save me. Anyone? Your brain screamed as you shuffled along the line to the next person and gave them a clenched teeth smile, then shuffled to the last person. I need to get out of here. Hawks smiled at you from ahead, and you gave him a panicked look in return. What's up? He whispered to you when you got close enough. My underpants are going to fall off, you whispered harshly to him. How? He whispered back with a surprised look on his face. I don't have time to explain, you wailed softly. We need to leave now. Okay, he said lowly to you as he waved to the crowd. Thanks all again, he called as he took your hand and backed back. I'll pick you up bridal style, he whispered from the corner of his mouth to you. They'll fall into your dress. You nodded and smiled to everyone as he quickly scooped you up. Hang on tight, he said through smiling lips, crouching slightly. Hawks, no! Hawks, don't you dare, you screeched when you saw the devious look in his eye. Rocket launch, he yelled with glee before shooting into the sky. My undies, you hollered in fear. That was the last thing that everyone heard as you and Hawks disappeared into the night sky. Just a friendly note before we start the chapter. This one in the original book has a scene, an adult scene, so I have cut that out and I have faded my voice out as it starts and faded back in to continue on the chapter after it's finished. So the reason for there being just a bit of music randomly in the middle of this chapter is to indicate that something happened between Hawks and Yin, and then we continue on with the rest of the chapter, keeping it very PG and happy for everybody. Did she just scream about her underpants? Someone asked. Brian gasped. Oh Lord, she's going to kill me, he said as he covered his mouth with his manicured fingers. Why Squishy Bean? Uncle Anthony asked him. I made her a matching pink G-string to go with mine, but I made it tie up, Brian said as he flapped his hands in gay panic. Beyonce, I hope it didn't come loose. Matching? Uncle Anthony asked quietly with a blush. Yes, baby boo-boo, Brian said mischievously, giving his man a sly side-eye. I've got my own on, he sung suggestively. Let's go home. Now, Anthony said lowly, as he took Brian by the hand and quickly said goodbye to everyone. Ooh, baby's keen, Brian giggled excitedly, allowing himself to be pulled along by the eager Anthony. Don't worry, boo-boo, I'll do the striptease for you. You treat me so well, Anthony said lovingly, as he glanced back at his boyfriend. Oh, I'ma do you real good, baby boy, just you wait, Brian replied suggestively. Ray, sweetheart, I'll just put Hiyoko to bed if you want to make yourself at home, your mum said to her as her and Ray pulled up outside your house. Sure, love, she replied with a smile. I'll make us a cup of tea. Do you think Yin and Hawks would mind if we use their things? No, not at all. Yin said for us to make ourselves at home, your mum replied. Okay, Ray said as she hopped out of the car. This is nice to have a night alone together, she added, picking up her and your mum's bags and taking them in as your mum gently lifted a sleeping Hiyoko out of the car seat and carried him to the front door. It is very nice, your mum said. Yin also said it was okay for us to sleep in the guest room. There's a queen bed in there. Sleep together? Ray asked with a light blush on her cheeks. Only if you're okay with it, your mum whispered bashfully as she stepped back for Ray to unlock and open the front door. Oh, of course. I'd love to snuggle together, Ray said quietly. I haven't had anyone in my bed since... Shh, your mum hushed lovingly. Don't think about it. I'm here, okay? We'll cuddle up together. Your mum carried Hiyoko in and walked towards his room. I'll only be a few minutes, she said over her shoulder to Ray. The grey-haired sweetheart smiled and nodded in response. Ray placed the bags down and walked to the kitchen, flicking the small overhead light on as she busied herself making cups of tea for her and your mum. Your mum appeared a few minutes later with a soft smile on her face. Yoko was so out of it he didn't even wake when I changed him into his pyjamas, she said with a soft giggle. He's the most gorgeous grandchild, she added lovingly. I can't wait for Fuyumi or Natsuo to have kids of their own. Shoto's still a little young, Ray said with a smile as she handed the cup of tea to your mum and they walked over to the lounge to sit down. Natsuo has a girlfriend, doesn't he? Your mum asked. Ray nodded. I hope they have children soon. I adore kids, she said with a soft smile. And I adore you, your mum said bashfully, as she placed her cup of tea down on the coffee table and scooted closer to Ray, wrapping her arms around her girlfriend and pulling her in for a hug. Ray placed her cup down and returned the hug, kissing your mum on the neck. Your mum did the same to her, then pulled back, allowing their lips to touch gently, kissing tenderly as they snuggled on the couch. Well, we're here, Hawk said proudly as he placed you down on the ground once he had alighted. Where is this place, you asked as you looked at the odd-shaped building that was on the side of a mountain. It's called Hawk's Nest Romantic Escapes, Hawk said with a laugh. Appropriate name for us, huh? Seriously? You chuckled. You really chose this place for the name? Well, it was this or Narana Umber Getaways, Hawk said. What was special about that one, you asked curiously. Well, the place is Nug for short, Hawks replied with a stupid big grin on his face. You're an idiot, you chuckled. And you love me for it, Hawks replied with a wink. Let's go. As you started walking, you forgot all about the G-string and it slipped off your body completely, falling to the ground. Ah, no, you suddenly wailed as you spun around and saw the crumpled pink material on the ground. Oh, how embarrassing. What's that? Hawks asked as you picked it up off the ground. This is the underpants that Brian made for me, you said as you tried to hide it in your hand. It's small. Wait, is it a G-string? Hawks gasped. Wow, hold up, let me see that. No, you wailed. This is so embarrassing. I'd never usually wear something like this. It's only because he insisted that I have one that I wore it. Hawks pried it from your hand and held it up to look at it. It really didn't cover much, just a small triangular patch that covered the front and a string that went through your legs and attached to the 2 silk ties either side. Hey, Hawks purred. I want to see you in this. This is hot. No, it's not, you wailed. I'm throwing it away. After you've worn it for me, Hawks said deviously as he tucked it into his hip pocket. I want to see those bare cheeks. Oh, you're so embarrassing, you whispered as you covered your face. Hawks chuckled and took your hand, pulling it from your face as he led you to the reception doors. The staff nearly fell over when Hawks himself entered and confirmed his reservation. We all thought it was a prank call, the lady behind the desk said sheepishly. We didn't think you'd really come. I get that a lot, Hawks replied with a chuckle. After being given the keys to the honeymoon suite, Hawks led you to the room. He opened the door with the keys, and in you both went, before you found yourself pinned back first against the wall. Hawks, you gasped as his tongue and teeth attacked the side of your neck, his hands gripping yours and dragging them up to the wall, pinning them overhead. This is going to be a night to remember, Hawks said slowly as he licked and kissed around your ear and jawline. You were immediately turned on by his movements and gave yourself to him, as he then let go of your arms and roamed your body with his hands. After having a lazy breakfast in bed, you both got ready to leave, then headed back home. We're home, you sung once you had opened the front door. Mummy, Daddy, Hiyoko screamed excitedly as he toddled quickly towards you both, crumbs all around his mouth. Hey, my boy, you greeted with a laugh as you crouched down to pick him up. What have you been eating? Bicky, he replied proudly. Bickies? You gasped playfully. Mummy wants one. Who gave you Bicky? Hiyoko turned in your arms and pointed to Auntie Ray. Special Mummy, he said proudly. Special Mummy? You asked him. Is she a special Mummy? He nodded proudly, and you looked at Auntie Ray with a silent, "Aw" look on your face. Oh, you whined, that's so cute. I don't know where he got that from, Ray replied, but I love the name. Me too, you replied with a smile as you walked over with Hiyoko in arms still to give her a one-armed hug in greeting. Hawks carried your bags in and sat them down on the floor near the kitchen bench. Where's my favourite mother-in-law? He asked with a cheeky smile. She's just hanging out some laundry for you both, Ray replied. Thank you so much for letting us stay the night here. We had a lovely time. I'm glad, you replied. You're welcome any time. Just then your mum entered and came over to give you a hug. It was really special staying here, she said to you, giving Ray a small, bashful side glance. The pair shared a secret smile together, and you looked at Hawks with a curious look on your face. What did they get up to, you thought? After chatting for a little bit, your mum and Ray left to head back to the respite, and they left holding hands, which you thought was very cute. Well, looks like it's back to business as usual, you said with a sigh. It was such a nice getaway. Oh, well, we can definitely do an encore again tonight if you'd like a private show, Hawks leered as he walked over and pulled your body against his. Daddy, I've still got Yoko here, you said playfully, pointing to Hiyoko, who was still sitting on your hip. Play, Daddy? Hiyoko asked, pointing to the train set on the floor. I guess I can play for a little bit, Nuggy. Then I gotta help Mummy in the bedroom, Hawk said to Hiyoko. No you don't, you replied quickly. He laughed and took Hiyoko from you. I'll get you between the sheets again someday soon, he said with a wink as he went back to play with his boy. Just then your phone rang from inside the bag on the floor and you quickly ran over and grabbed it. Hello? You asked as you picked it up. Oh, Beyonce, I'm so sorry about what happened last night, Brian's voice wailed from the other end. Oh my god, Brian, I was so embarrassed, you replied back, covering your now blushing face in hand. Did anyone comment when I screamed about my undies? You asked. I'm not going to lie to you, Sugar, there are a few questions asked, but don't worry, everyone will have forgotten by now, he reassured you. I'm just going to become a hermit now and never leave this house, you said with a groan. I can't face anyone anymore. Oh, schnookums. Well, Hawksy will love keeping you indoors, more specifically the bedroom, he said suggestively. You blushed heavily and giggled nervously. Anyway, hey, did Jasmine get cute waiter's number last night? You quickly asked, changing subjects at the speed of light. Lord, yes, Brian replied enthusiastically. She snapped me a picture in bed with him this morning, so she got more than just a number, if you know what I mean, he added with his I'm spilling the tea voice. I'm so proud of my girl. She really did get him super quick, didn't she? You replied with a giggle. I'm happy for her. Oh, and FYI, Bibi loved the G-string, Brian added with a cheeky giggle on the end. You blushed and glanced over at Hawks, who was still playing on the floor with Hiyoko, but was smirking at you from the corner of his eye. Can he hear our conversation? You wondered. Yeah, Hawks liked it too, you mumbled softly. Yeah, I did, Hawks called out loudly, loud enough for Brian to have heard him, and the bubbly gay burst out laughing. Ooh, tell Hawks I see him, he commented to you. Brian says he sees you, you commented to Hawks, making the winged hero chuckle. Hope you two babies had a lovely getaway, Brian commented, the suggestiveness dripping from his voice. Yeah, we did, you said softly with a smile. Yeah, we did, Hawks called out again loudly. At hearing Hawks again, Brian cackled gaily on the other end of the line. Life was good. You continued to work a few days a week at the local library, and Hiyoko had his flying lessons morning and night and was growing up very quickly. He was about 2.5 years old now and wanted to be like Daddy when he grew up. Standing at 87 centimetres tall with a weight of 14 kilo and a wingspan of 213 centimetres, his wings were clearly the centre of attention wherever he went. Mummy, how big will my wings be when I'm as old as you? He asked you one day. Well, Nux, the doctor says that you'll be double your height and more than double your wingspan when you reach adulthood. So you'll be 174 centimetres, a little taller than Daddy, and your wingspan will be close to 8 metres at full stretch, which is going to be bigger than the wingspan of a wandering albatross. Hiyoko looked up at you with sparkling eyes, super excited by what you had just said, but at the same time having no clue what you were on about. I'll be as big as Daddy? He asked, the only part of the sentence that it actually understood. Yes, buddy, you will, you said with a chuckle, amused by his excitement. Will I be a hero like Daddy too? He asked eagerly. You can be whatever you want to be, Yoko, you replied lovingly. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. He smiled brightly and ran back to his toys. You smiled as you watched him play. Then you noticed that the bottom of his feathers were a little dirty and frayed. Yoko, have you been dragging your wings again? You asked him. He looked over his shoulder at you. No, Mummy, he said shyly. Nuggy, are you telling Mummy the truth? You pressed. They're heavy, Mummy, he replied sadly. I know, baby, but you need to hold them up, otherwise you'll damage your wings, you said gently. He nodded softly and then went back to playing. You sighed with quiet worry. I might need to talk to Hawks about strength training for his wings so he can hold them off the ground, you thought, as you continued doing what you were doing. That afternoon you had a chat to Hawks before he and Yoko went out for a fly. He's still dragging his wings occasionally, he said sadly. His outer feathers are a little damaged already. Hawks said thoughtfully as he rested his chin in hand. Nugget, come here, buddy. Let me see your wings. Hiyoko came trotting over to his dad and spread his wings out wide. Like this, Daddy? He asked proudly. Yeah, like that, buddy, Hawks said with a smile. How long can you hold them out like that for? Only this long, Hiyoko replied, holding his hands out as wide as he could. That's a long time, Hawks replied playfully. Are you sure you can hold them out that long? Hiyoko nodded, but then his wings started to droop, the outer feathers coming in contact with the floor and bending. Lift your wings up, Yoko, Hawks encouraged. I can't, Yoko wailed softly, his wings sagging even more before he pulled them in, but even then they were still dragging on the ground. Might need to do some training to get your back muscles stronger, Nugget, Hawks said with a smile. There's a hero gym near where I work, he added, looking up at you. They have personal hero trainers there. Someone will be able to give us some pointers. Thanks, Daddy, you said gratefully. That would be wonderful. And so from that day forth, Hiyoko started training with his daddy twice a week. His back muscles grew stronger and stronger each passing day, and as it turned out, he was quite the gym junkie and looked forward to going there. Around age 3, he was growing into a very good-looking little boy. He had always been a cute baby, but as the baby fat started to melt away, he was showing signs of having a very nicely shaped jawline and fine features. So along with comments about his wings, he was also getting compliments on his looks. Does it make you shy when people say you're a good-looking boy? You asked him curiously one day. What does it mean, good-looking, Mummy? He asked inquisitively. It means you're nice to look at, you replied, simplifying it as much as possible. Oh, he said, thinking a bit. Like Uncle Bry and Uncle Anthony and Daddy? Do you think they're nice to look at? You asked, slightly intrigued by his reply. Yes, he replied. I like looking at everyone. Well, people think you're nice to look at too, you said with a smile. I'll tell that to people too then, he said happily, before turning and wandering off. You smiled, then went back to cleaning up. A few days later you went out shopping with Hiyoko when an older lady stopped you to compliment him. What a handsome little one, she said in her wobbly old lady voice as she reached out and pinched his cheeks. Very good looking. Hiyoko's eyes brightened and he smiled at her. Good looking to you too, he said happily, and I like your bubbly skin. You nearly died with embarrassment, but the elderly lady found it very amusing and burst out laughing. After apologising profusely, to which she said it was the best compliment she had ever received, you walked on with him. Did I make her happy, Mummy? Hiyoko asked you. Yep, you did, you said with embarrassment, but maybe next time don't tell people that they have bubbly skin. Others might not like that. So I just say it to that lady then? Hiyoko asked. Yep, only to her, you replied with a smile. Later that night, Hiyoko was being difficult with his food, and you couldn't get him to eat his peas. Come on, Hiyoko, you need to eat your peas, he pleaded. If you want to grow up big and strong, you need to eat them. But they're yucky, he pouted. How come Daddy doesn't need to eat his peas, he added, looking over at Hawks's plate of chicken. Because I'm already grown up, Hawk said proudly. Will I just get to eat chicken like you, Daddy, when I growed it up? He asked. That's right, Nugs, Hawks replied proudly. No, actually, I think that Daddy needs to set a good example and eat peas as well, you said to Hawks. His face fell. Now, Mummy, let's not take drastic measures, he said fearfully as he stood up and walked over to the kitchen. Hey, come on now. No, oh, man, don't do this, he whined. Come on, Daddy, we all need to eat our peas. If you eat your peas, you can have dessert, you said authoritatively. Hawks smirked at you. Dessert in the bedroom? Not now, Daddy, you said quickly. Now come on. You scooped up some peas and plopped them on his plate, waiting for him to eat them. He stared at them dejectedly, then up at you. Do I have to? He asked in the most depressed voice you had ever heard. Yes, please, set a good example, you said, nodding your head towards Hiyoko, who was watching with interest. Hawk sighed loudly and picked up a spoon. He said as he faked putting a pea in his mouth. That's delicious. You should eat yours, Hiyoko, so Mummy stops torturing me. Oh, come on, you laughed. It's just peas. Eat them. Hawk slowly put the spoon back down to scoop one up, and then you helped his hand to scoop up more than just one and then directed the spoon towards his mouth. He forced his mouth open and let the pea-filled spoon into his mouth, then closed his lips, refusing to let the spoon go. Come on, Daddy, eat, you encouraged. He let the spoon go and chewed, pulling all kinds of faces, which made Hiyoko giggle away in his seat. Daddy looks funny, he commented through giggles. You're killing your father, Yoko. Look at what Mummy's doing to me, Hawks deadpanned, and you stifled a laugh. Come on, Daddy, one more, you encouraged, as you took the spoon from him and force-fed him another mouthful. Hiyoko giggled again and put a spoonful of peas in his own mouth. Like this, Daddy, he said as he chewed the peas and swallowed them. That easy, huh? Hawks grimaced. Okay, show me again. In no time, Hiyoko had finished his peas, and Hawks was allowed to go back to eating chicken, much to his delight. Which one is the adult and which is the 3-year-old here? I don't know anymore, you thought with an internal laugh. It was now shortly after Hyoko's 4th birthday, and you and Hawks were curious to see what his quirk would be, and when it would manifest. You were both quite sure that he would have a quirk. One morning, you were clearing the plates after breakfast when you heard a voice inside your brain call you. Mummy? You stopped what you were doing and looked around. No one was there. Hyoko, you called out. Yes, Mummy? The voice in your head asked. You looked around again, trying to figure out what was going on. Then you spied a soft white feather pressed against your leg. You picked it off and looked at it. Suddenly Hyoko's cheeky little face popped around the corner and he giggled. Did you hear me, Mummy? He asked excitedly. Yes, I did, sweetheart. Was that you talking to Mummy? You asked him. He nodded his head gleefully. With my feather, he replied excitedly. I can talk to you from really super far away. How did you know how to do that? You quizzed him. I just did it, Mummy, he replied with a shrug. Can you do it again? You asked. Mm-hmm, he hummed as he deployed another feather and pressed it against your arm. Can you hear me? His voice asked into your mind as he stood in front of you, smiling up at you. Yes, I can, you replied in awe. Yoko, that's amazing. That's your quirk. My quirk? I got my quirk. Can I be a hero like Daddy now? He asked excitedly as he bounced up and down, little hands balled into fists of excitement. Yes, of course you can, you replied with a chuckle. We need to call Daddy and tell him the good news. You pulled your phone out and rang Hawks, who answered right away. Hey, Mama, he greeted. Everything okay? You put the phone on loudspeaker and held it up to Hyoko. Hi, Daddy, we have some news, you called. Daddy, I got my quirk, Hyoko cried enthusiastically into the speaker, eyes wide with excitement. You did, Hawks replied excitedly. Way to go, Nugget. Give me 5 seconds and I'll be home. You can show me. Okay, Hyoko replied with an excited laugh. Count me down, Mama, Hawks called to you before hanging up. Okay, baby, let's count for Daddy. You ready? You asked Hyoko. He nodded with a wide grin. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off, Hyoko screamed. Where's my little hero? Hawks called out as he opened the front door. Daddy! Hyoko cried excitedly as he turned and spread his wings, shooting towards Hawks. No flying in the house, Hyoko, you reprimanded him. Sorry, Mummy, he replied to you from where he had just landed in Hawks's arms and then turned his attention to his dad. Daddy, Daddy, look what I can do, he said excitedly as he deployed a feather and directed it to Hawks's face, smooshing it up against his dad's cheek. You watched silently as Hawks's face changed to a look of awe and amazement. That's so cool, Hawks said with excitement. Did you talk to Mummy like this too? Mm-hmm, Hyoko replied with a proud grin. She likes it too. How do you do it? Hawks asked him. Do you feel a little tingle in your feathers? Yeah, Hyoko replied excitedly, stoked that someone understood the feeling that he felt. And then I just talk. Hawks laughed. Well, that makes a lot of sense to me, he said with a smile. Then he looked at you and winked. What do you think, Mama? Very cool, you said with a smile. It's a little different to what I was thinking his quirk would be. Seems a little bit more advanced than just lexical translation. Well, we can take him to the Quirk Evaluation Centre, Hawks offered. We can have Hyoko tested and get a quirk sheet done about his skills. It sounds good, you replied. I'll make a booking. That following Thursday, all three of you arrived at the evaluation centre. Quirk evaluations were mostly done by the hero Insight. Insight was a well-known hero who had the ability to be able to learn everything about a person's quirk just by touching them. From their top capabilities to their drawbacks, everything you needed to know about someone's quirk she could tell you instantly. Hello, beautiful, Insight said to Hyoko, who was presented before her. Did you just get your quirk? She asked as she crouched down to his level. Yeah, he said excitedly. I can talk to my feathers. Insight looked up at you and Hawks with a quizzical expression on her face. He means through his feathers, Hawks replied with a laugh. Oh, I see, she said as she smiled at Hyoko again. Can you show me? Uh-huh, he said with a bright smile as he deployed a white feather and floated it over and rested it on her shoulder. She smiled. Well, that's very cool, she said to the excited little boy. Did you hear me? He bubbled. I talked it to you. I know, she said happily. You'll be an amazing hero one day, just like Daddy. Really? He gasped, spinning around to look up at his father. Daddy's the coolest hero. Hawks chuckled proudly. You'll be more amazing than me one day, I just know it, he said as he reached out and patted Hyoko on the head. The two of you would make an amazing team, Insight said with a chuckle. Hyoko, do you mind if I hold your hand for a little bit? Okay, he said as he held his little hand out for her. She took his small hand in hers and closed her eyes, scanning all the information she was being fed by her quirk. "Well," she said as she opened her eyes and looked at Hiyoko, "you have a very powerful quirk, and it's all thanks to Mummy." "Me?" you asked with surprise. "From my quirk?" "Yes," Insight said as she let go of Hiyoko's hand and stood up. "Come and have a seat and I'll explain it to you." You and Hawks, with Hiyoko on your lap, took a seat at her desk and she began outlining his quirk and how it related to you both. "I pulled up your and Hawks' quirk sheets for reference before you came here," she said with a smile as she sat at the desk. "You have the purest quirk line, Yin. That's why more of your quirk has shone through in Hiyoko." "Oh, okay," you said, "but I can translate only words to emotions through touch. Hiyoko seems to be a little bit more like telepathy," you commented. "Yes, that's correct," Insight said. "Hawks, your quirk, Fierce Wings, allows you to deploy feathers, yes?" "Yep," he replied with a smile. "Well, it appears that Hiyoko has obtained that ability from your quirk," she commented. "And Hawks, are you able to pick up vibrations with your quirk and translate it to words in your mind?" "I am, yes," Hawks replied curiously. "Well, that's where Hiyoko also gets the ability of words feather communication," she confirmed. Then she continued. "Can you control your feathers with your mind?" she asked Hawks further. "Yes, I can," he confirmed with a nod. "Well, there you have it," she said with a smile. "Hiyoko is, basically, an extremely well put together upgrade of the two of your quirks. He can telepathically communicate through his feathers. This will be extremely useful if he decides to follow in your footsteps, Hawks." "I can see how it would be," Hawks replied, reaching out and ruffling Hiyoko's hair with his hand. "He's going to be an amazing hero." Hiyoko beamed at his father, then looked back at Insight. "I'm going to work with Daddy and fight the bad guys," he said proudly. "I'll tell them to stop and go away with my feathers." You all chuckled at his zealous announcement, and you gave him a cuddle. "You sure will, Yoko. You sure will." "Mrs. Takami, I'll give you a write-up on Hiyoko's quirk, as far as I can tell, and that way you'll have all of the known information about him on hand, so it will help with this training later on," Insight said. "Thank you so much. That would be wonderful," you replied with a smile. The ride home was a happy one. Hiyoko had developed his quirk, everything was well, and you were looking forward to the future. As Hiyoko grew and learned more about his quirk, he started to talk less, opting to communicate through his feathers, which you did your best to curb. It was nice that he enjoyed exercising his quirk, but you didn't want him to become mute because of it. The following year he started school. He was a little shy and kept sticking a deployed feather against you so that he could talk to you. "Sweetheart, you'll be fine," you said with a smile, crouching down and removing the feather from your leg. "But, Mummy, did you hear me in my feathers?" he asked. "Yes, I did, Nugs. You said you didn't want to stay here without me, but you'll make friends here in no time," you said with a smile. Hiyoko's kindy teacher walked over and introduced herself, bending down to greet Hiyoko. "Hi," he said, looking down at the ground. I can talk to you with my feathers. Do you want to see?" You gave the teacher a sympathetic look and she smiled. "Sure, Hiyoko, show me," she said kindly. He deployed a feather and said something to her. "Well, that's a very good quirk, Hiyoko. There's another little boy here who would love to see how it works. He's deaf, so he can't hear people talking out loud, but he just might be able to hear you through your feathers," the teacher said. "I'm sure your quirk would work directly into his brain." "I'll see if it works," Hiyoko said excitedly. "Where is he?" The teacher took Hiyoko's hand and led him away, winking at you as your cue to leave, and you quickly left before Hiyoko could miss you. The teacher walked over to a little boy who was sitting in the corner. He was busy building a tower with some blocks. "Here he is," she said to Hiyoko. "Why don't you try your quirk and say hi?" Hiyoko smiled and crouched down next to the boy to attract his attention. The little boy looked up curiously at Hiyoko, and the winged one smiled. He returned Hiyoko's smile shyly and was about to go back to playing when Hiyoko deployed a feather and directed it to the boy's arm. The young boy looked at the feather against his arm curiously, then his eyes shot up and met Hiyoko's, who giggled with excitement. "I think he heard me," Hiyoko chuckled, looking up at the teacher brightly. The little boy grabbed Hiyoko's hand and made a small noise, so Hiyoko spoke to him again through his feathers. The little deaf boy's eyes welled with tears, and he smiled with joy at being able to hear someone's voice. The rest of the day, those two played together, with Hiyoko leaving a feather permanently on the boy's shoulder or arm so he could communicate freely with him. That afternoon you eagerly awaited your boy at the school gates. It had been a very quiet day at home without little Hiyoko around, and you'd felt quite lonely. You heard the bell ring and Hiyoko came out, walking happily beside a boy who you assumed had been the same one that the teacher had talked about in the morning. Oh, he's made a friend, you thought happily. As you greeted your boy, the teacher called out to you. Mrs. Takami, do you have a moment? She asked. Sure, you replied, a little suspicious as to why she needed to talk to you. Your little boy, Hyoko, has such a beautiful nature and a very kind soul, she said to you. Oh, thank you, you said happily. Did something happen to make you say that, though? Yes, actually, Hyoko has spent the whole day with this little boy here. He's deaf, and none of the other kids would take the time to try and include him in games since they couldn't communicate with him. But your little one has been able to talk to him through his feathers, the teacher said. He's played with the boy all day and hasn't left his side. He's a gorgeous boy. You smiled proudly as Hyoko continued to talk to the boy through his feathers. Thank you, you said to the teacher. I'm glad he's got a good heart. He'll definitely need to be compassionate in hero work. He's going to be a beautiful hero, inside and out, the teacher agreed. That night you told Hawks about how sweet Hyoko had been on his first day of school, and your winged hero smiled proudly. He gets that from me, he said cheekily. Yeah, right, you replied with a smirk and an eye roll. Hawks laughed and grabbed you into a bear hug, kissing you down your neck. You know, I feel so blessed to have this little family, he said, pulling back to look at you lovingly. We've definitely been touched, haven't we? You replied with a smile. Touched with a little bit of everything good, Hawks replied with a smile, as he leaned down and kissed you gently. The end. And that concludes Touched, Hawk's ex-female listener. I really hope that you've enjoyed this journey. It has been a long haul, so thank you so much for sticking with us this far. It's been 107 chapters. I do have an alternate ending, and I just want to stress here that it is not the true ending. This is an alternate ending. This is just something angsty that I came up with and wanted to throw it in there. So if you want to be absolutely ruined, then listen on to the alternate ending. If you would like to just keep the book nice and pure and unscathed by any angst or anything that's going to rip you to shreds, then do not listen on, please. But yes, if you do like a little bit of angst, like something a little bit dark, a little bit of plot twist, then by all means listen on, and I'll see you in the alternate ending. You put Hyoko down that night and sighed happily. Everything you ever wanted in life you had gotten. Having the lexical quirk was indeed the biggest blessing that you could ever have received, and you thanked your wayward father again for it. If it weren't for him passing the quirk on to you, you could never have faked your shyness those first few months of meeting Hawks and making him fall for you. Quirking yourself multiple times a day had definitely tired you out, but it had been well worth it just to get him to notice you. You had worked hard on your subtlety and had touched Hawks a few times with the word love or protection, with just enough of your power to alter his feelings. You knew it had worked on him, although it had been too small an amount to be picked up by him saying the word that you had used, but his actions showed that it had taken hold. You now had the life that you had always wanted, and Hawks's child. Everything was perfect. Is he asleep now? Hawks asked you as you walked out into the lounge room from Hyoko's room. Yep, out like a light, you replied with a smile. You walked over and sat down next to him, cuddling into his side while activating your quirk subtly and running your fingers up his arm. Love, you thought. Hawks looked at you lovingly and kissed your lips. I don't know what it is, but I just keep falling more and more in love with you each day, he said as he took your chin in hand, holding your gaze. You smiled back at him. Maybe because you are, you thought deviously, and you have been, ever since we touched.